Therefore, it is meaningless to expect these local police to solve it, and Zhou Hao had no intention of solving it through these police. Ignoring the anger of the old fritters before him, Zhou Hao turned and walked away. I don't know how to be a human being at all. It deserves your shop was smashed. The policemen who had been around for more than 10 or 20 years laughed at Zhou Hao's back. Long before they came here, the leaders of the bureau had already explained that they didn't care about the shop and just cut off the scene. Even if they report the case, they will be suppressed. The two bodyguards who were assigned to guard Yin Qingqing heard what the policeman said, and one of them wanted to teach him in the past, but was held back by Big Brother Rong next to him. Zhou Hao naturally heard what the police said, but he shook his head and smiled at Brother Rong and the others. Don't be impulsive. Be familiar with people like this. There is no need. There is always a chance to teach them well. The army and the public security system are originally two different systems. Although many military personnel will later be transferred to public security bureaus in various places, whether it is the traditional police from the police academy or other places in the public security bureau and the demobilized police from the army sometimes, between the police and the active military, it is not pleasing to see each other. Generally speaking, the police and the soldiers do not violate the well water, but once a conflict occurs, they will always find a place from the other side. It's just that the police are more than enough to deal with ordinary people. But in the face of soldiers, the police often can't take advantage of them, because the troops protect their own shortcomings very much. And even if their own people are at fault, they will deal with it themselves. But before that, those who provoke them will be taught a lesson. In particular, Brother Rong came out of the special forces, and their temper was stronger than ordinary soldiers. Naturally, they couldn't understand these guys who were difficult to distinguish between police and bandits. Xiao Hao, can the police do nothing? What should we do? Those people said that if we don't move away, they will come once a day. Yin Qing said worriedly. The bodyguard next to Brother Rong couldn't help but said, What police? They are all in the same group. Hey, what nonsense are you guys talking about? Believe it or not, I'll sue you for slandering state personnel and torture you back to the Public Security Bureau, the old policeman shouted. Brother Rong gave his brother a fierce look, and then coldly stared at the old policeman over there. Although they are not active soldiers now and without the protection of the system, they have never been afraid of things. The old policeman was also very knowledgeable. From the temperament of Brother Rong and the others, he could tell that they were soldiers, so after a few mumbles, he didn't dare to torture people. You know, even retired soldiers can't provoke them casually. Who knows how many active or retired comrades they have here? These soldiers are very united, and once their comrades are bullied, they will never give up easily. Those guys said they will come every day? Zhou Hao smiled and said, That would be great. I'm afraid they won't come. After the police left, Zhou Hao began to make arrangements. He first called Leihu. Ahu, you help me bring 50 brothers from Pluto to Ueshio District. Then, Zhou Hao dialed the Guangdong branch of the Ministry of National Security. Hello, Director Chung? Haha, I'm Zhou Hao. Director Chung is fine these days? Haha, that's right. There's something I want to troubleshoot. You can help. When he put down the phone, Zhou Hao saw Zhao Yuqin smile to himself. It's just a gangster. You don't need to send people to the Ministry of National Security. No, I just want to borrow their names to use them. Zhou Hao shrugged and smiled. Although Yin Qingming was much more mature than before in Huayu Village, he still didn't understand what Zhou Hao wanted to do with the Ministry of National Security. And she didn't follow up, because she knew that as long as Zhou Hao was here, all problems would no longer be a problem. After that, Yin Qing let people clean up the store and count the lost figures, and then went to the hospital accompanied by Zhou Hao to visit the injured staff, and finally returned to Tongguang with Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin. Staff dorm. Under normal circumstances, the staff dormitories are located near the branch, and in this branch, the dormitories are the residential buildings upstairs, which are leased by Tongguang Company. There are more than 10 units, 1 unit for 6 people, and 1 unit is they stayed here temporarily when Yin Tong and the others came here. Yin Qing has lived here for the past 2 days. Although this residential building is older, all the units rented by Tongguang as a dormitory have been repainted. The furniture and appliances are all newly purchased, so it is very comfortable to live in. After returning, Ijia's Zhao Yuqin went to take a bath first, while Zhou Hao and Yin Qingqing stayed in the hall. When Zhao Yuqin was not here, Zhou Hao had no scruples. He sat on the sofa and gently pulled Yin next to him into his arms and kissed his cousin's sweet and soft lips fiercely. At this moment, the sound of opening the door came from the bathroom, and Yin Qingqing was immediately electrocuted. He subconsciously broke free from Zhou Hao's arms and sat on another sofa next to him and quickly buttoned his clothes. The hair was buckled, and the slightly messy hair was straightened again, and the original dignified appearance was restored. It took less than a minute, and Zhou Hao was also surprised by his agility. Gently, "I'm done washing, you go," Zhao Yuqin, who put on home clothes, said while wiping her hair with a towel. "Oh, okay." Yin Qingqing was afraid that Zhao Yuqin would see the blush on his face before it disappeared, so he quickly stood up and took the clothes and rushed into the bathroom. Zhou Hao sat on the sofa casually, watching TV with Erling's legs tilted as if nothing had happened. But when he saw Zhao Yuqin sitting next to him, the first action was to reach out and pinch Zhou Hao's ear. "Little pervert, what a good thing you did." Zhou Hao pretended to be in pain. "Ouch. Elder sister, please be gentle. Me. What did I do?" "Still pretending?" "Still pretending." Zhao Yuqin grinned and said, "You think I can't see the face that is as red as a monkey butt? If it weren't for your little pervert, would she be like this?" "Sister, how are you? I actually said that my cousin's face is a monkey butt. This is so ugly. People are obviously beautiful." Zhou Hao habitually changed the subject. "Of course it is Waranji's appearance. If you look normal, you little pervert will fall in love with others." Zhao Yuqin laughed and scolded. "You little enemy is a flower picker. I have heard Roland say, 'You badass, even small the children are not let go, and often take advantage of the little girl named Yuner.'" Zhou Hao was shocked when he heard this. "Sister, when did you meet Sister Lan? I thought she had only come by plane from Beijing yesterday. When did she meet Li Rulan? Does it have to meet?" Zhao Yuqin smiled slyly. "I and Rulan often chat on the phone, so I know every move of your little villain. Don't try to hide anything from me. Born in a family of powerful people, she has been in contact with high-level circles that ordinary people can't reach since she was a child." Zhao Yuqin's communicative ability far exceeds that of any other woman around Zhou Hao, including Li Rulan, Yin Qingqing, Wang Shijuan, and even thought of her at the beginning. Situ Jianying and Yang Jiabao, who are rivals in love, became her good friends thanks to her efforts. Fortunately, Gao Jingyi went to the United States. Otherwise, it might be difficult to resist the charm of Zhao Yuqin, a mature and capable big sister, and become her best friends. Of course, among the girls, Yin Qing and Wang Shijuan didn't know the true relationship between Zhao Yuqin and Zhou Hao. Although Li Rulan had guessed it, she never said anything wrong, letting it develop naturally, and she and Zhao Yuqin also interacted as usual. "You said, do you have any crooked thoughts about the little girl named Yuner?" Zhao Yuqin said to Zhou Hao. "I tell you, Rulan said that Yuner is only 12 or 3 years old, so don't mess with it. The flowers of our motherland." Hearing what Zhao Yuqin said, Zhou Hao couldn't help but smile. "Sister, I wonder if you have heard a word." "Well, what?" Zhao Yuqin thought Zhou Hao was changing the subject again. Just listen to Zhou Hao's ambiguous smile. "As a good young man in the new century, we always adhere to a principle. That is, the flowers of the motherland grow one and pick one." "Ah, you bastard, you are really bad." Zhao Yuqin pinched Zhou Hao's ear when he heard this. During the fight, the mobile suit in Zhou Hao's arms rang again. Zhou Hao grabbed Zhao Yuqin's hand to pinch his chest, and the phone stuck to his ear. "I am Zhou Hao." A mouse's voice came over the phone. "Boss, we have found the details of that Hengdao real estate." Mouse was the commercial spy that Zhou Hao had conquered before. His original name was Shi Yongjin. The Internal Investigation Division led by him is an independent non-governmental organization directly under Zhou Hao, which monitors the internal situation of Zhou Hao's companies, prevents external intrusions from commercial espionage, and protects the business secrets of Zhou Hao's companies. In addition to the members of the original spy team of the Mouse, the members of the organization also recruited many other comrades who are proficient in espionage and counterintelligence skills, and it has grown to more than 30 people. In order to maintain the operation of this internal investigation department and feed the guys who were once the thief of the sky, Zhou Hao spent $5 or $6 billion in it in the first year alone. Moreover, Zhou Hao also specially assigned a part of the retired special forces from the Pluto side to the internal investigation section, on the one hand to protect the safety of those commercial spies, on the other hand, it can also play a surveillance role just in case. It took a lot of manpower and material resources, and the results of the internal investigation division were enough to satisfy Zhou Hao. All of the spies or detailed work sent by competitors were discovered by the internal investigation department and then directly handed over to the Ministry of National Security, because many of these commercial spies were also employed by foreign investors and stole the business of many domestic state-owned enterprises. Secret. A small group was even instigated by the rats, and they joined the internal investigation department. There are also some traders in the enterprise who abuse their power or use their power to sell the company's interests. They are also caught by the rats, and their fate is naturally not much better. The last effect is that Zhou Hao sometimes sends mice to sneak into competitors to obtain intelligence, or use countermeasures to disrupt the opponent's strength from within. Boss, we have already investigated this Hengdao real estate company. The mouse said over the phone. This Hengdao company was established in the early 1990s. The founder was a person called Gao Yuanfei. But in 1993, after the capital injection of Hengdao Company, the holders changed hands, and the largest shareholder became a trading company registered in Panama. After further investigation, we found that the Panama company was behind Yufeng, the Far East Cooperation Fund controlled by the Shu Group. Maple Tree Group? Zhou Hao showed a solemn expression. Is that Maple Tree Group under Temasek Holdings? The mouse said, yes, the boss is the Maple Tree Group. In addition to Maple Tree Group, Hengdao has one shareholder, which is the Wharf Real Estate in Hong Kong, but only has 23% of the shares. Hengdao, the company, is now one of the strongest real estate companies in Guangdong Province. It is conservatively estimated that the company's total assets reach 10 to 16 billion renminbi. After hearing the report from the mouse, Zhou Hao couldn't help but sneer, thinking that you, Temasek, were planning to drive you away in Indonesia before, but I didn't expect you to come to me again. In fact, neither the Lee Kuan Yew family nor Temasek Holdings knew about the existence of Zhou Hao, because in the case of Zhou Hao in Indonesia, except for Li Shuihan and the victims such as Suharto, the outside world did not know Zhou Hao at all. The existence of Zhou Hao and the central government has also done very strict protection measures. Zhou Hao himself did not expect that the developer who bullied the Tongwang company would be Temasek Holdings or the minion of the Li family. As Li Shuihan said, Temasek Holdings' investment in China also involves all walks of life, and the degree of cooperation with China is no less than that of any other Fortune 500 company. Is Temasek's holding company? Zhao Yuqin asked Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao nodded, and Zhao Yuqin said, this is a bit tricky. The decision-making level of Temasek, that is, the relationship between the Li family and the country, is not shallow. After so many years of operation, Temasek also has many spokespersons in China. Some of them are senior officials at the provincial and ministerial level, and even the heads of some central ministries and commissions. Another point is that the Li family is the actual head of state in Singapore, and some things can easily rise to diplomatic issues between countries. In this way, things will immediately become more complicated. Zhou Hao knows that the problem is not limited to what Zhao Yuqin said. The reason why these senior officials are so keen to cooperate with Temasek and known as Temasek's loyal interest spokesperson is because Temasek can help them launder money, laundering their corrupt and illegal gains, and it can also allow them to immigrate to Singapore. In fact, they are no longer just the interest spokespersons of Temasek Holdings, but directly become a member of this interest group. Zhou Hao knows the financial strength of Temasek Holdings, and it is backed by the entire country of Singapore. Although Singapore is only a small city-state in terms of area, Singapore's influence is also in terms of international status. It should not be underestimated. Moreover, any problem will no longer be a minor problem when it rises to the scope of the country. Although Zhou Hao is supported by the Zhao family, the role that the Zhao family can play is very limited when it comes to nations. Therefore, both financially and politically, Zhou Hao knows that he is not an opponent of Temasek Holdings at this stage. Zhou Hao's advantage is that Temasek and the Li family do not know their existence. That is, They are in the dark while they are in the dark. Therefore, Temasek Holdings will not use all its strength to deal with him in this situation. As a result, Zhou Hao's pressure was much easier and his chances of winning were much higher. What about Temasek? What about Lee Kuan Yew? Zhou Hao smiled confidently. Anyway, I have subverted a country. If I am in a hurry, I will overthrow Singapore. Lee Kuan Yew has many enemies. Seeing Zhou Hao's self-confidence in the world, Zhao Yuqing couldn't help but become drunk. She knew her destined little friend very well. She was young, but the energy that burst out was amazing. The Suharto government, which has been entrenched in Indonesia for more than 30 years, was actually overthrown by this small enemy who was not even 20 years old by his side. She leaned on Zhou Hao's shoulder and smiled. Xiao Hao, you are right. Anyway, the old fox Lee Kuan Yew is a sweetheart. Uncle Jiang and Dad don't like him. However, if you really want to do it, it has to be considered long-term, not impulsive. Zhou Hao turned his face and licked Zhao Yuqing's plump lips and smiled. Sister, don't worry, I won't act impulsively, and now my strength is not enough to deal with Temasek. Temasek's power is already in the country. It's intertwined. Even if Dad and Chairman Jiang are willing to help me, I'm afraid they will take into account the overall situation and be powerful. In the end, I have to rely on myself. But even if I can't deal with them face to face, but not doesn't mean I can't help it. Zhao Yuqing kissed the corner of Zhou Hao's eye. Who said you can't help it? Others don't know it. Sister still doesn't know. You little villain, the most indispensable thing is evil ideas. In fact, Zhou Hao is also a little depressed. If he could have predicted that he would have a day of confrontation with Temasek or the Li family, and the financial turmoil just broke out in 1997, he should start dealing with Singapore. At that time, although he also invested money in Singapore's financial market, he made a lot of money by fishing in troubled waters when the financial turmoil broke out. But at that time his money was allocated to Malaysia, Thailand, and South Korea, so his strength was scattered. The economic weakening of Singapore is also very limited. However, even if the current situation can be predicted that day, Zhou Hao will not concentrate all the funds to deal with Singapore, because compared to Malaysia, Thailand, South Korea, and other places, Zhou Hao's profit in Singapore, where the financial order is relatively perfect, is only to be much less. This is not in line with the principle of profit maximization. Hey In addition to Hengdao Real Estate, Temasek also manipulates several domestic real estate companies. Not to mention other places, in the southern region alone, Temasek has a great impact on the real estate industry. Zhou Hao sneered, said, although Temasek's financial power is difficult to deal with, the big crocodiles in the domestic real estate industry are not fuel-efficient lamps. They will not let Temasek eat the market that should belong to them. Little villain, what bad idea do you have? Zhao Yuqing asked with his jade arm hooked around Zhou Hao's neck. Zhou Hao smiled. Aside from other things, Poly Group alone will not allow Temasek to eat into their market space. And Poly Group is not a privately owned company, but a large state-controlled enterprise. Zhao Yuqing nodded Zhou Hao's nose. I said just now that I have to rely on my own. You see, it's not the idea of hitting Dad and the others. Poly was run by the military, and it was one of the most important sources of military expenditure. Simple. In terms of Poly, is the most precious son of our military. If they can be allowed to deal with Hengdao Real Estate, then even if Temasek suffers a loss, they will not dare to retaliate blatantly. You know, the attitude of the military is much tougher than the government and dare to violate their interests. Not to mention whether the big bosses of the central government will come forward to defend it. Temasek will definitely not be able to eat. Zhou Hao smiled. Your abacus to kill with a knife is really loud. Zhao Yuqing smiled and scolded. Quickly explain it honestly. Are you hitting my brother's idea? The Poly Group was actually a trading company jointly established by the General Staff of the People's Liberation Army and the China International Trust and Investment Corporation, that is, CITIC Corporation in 1983. Poly means defending victory, and the English prefix PLA is also the abbreviation of the Chinese People's Liberation Army. The main business of Poly Group is trading and real estate. Most people think that the trading business of Poly Group is just ordinary military and civilian supplies. In fact, the The arms sold in China to other places, including those sold in public and secretly, are handled by Poly Group. Zhou Hao still remembers that Poly Group is a national enterprise with the General Staff Headquarters as the background, while the General Logistics Department is Xinqing Group, and the General Equipment Department is the New Times Group. On the bright side, these groups were only established this year. But the actual situation is that the three major branches of the military have already managed their own group companies for the purpose of raising military expenditures. Although several major business groups have their own business groups, the most successful business group is undoubtedly Poly Group. As one of the most powerful representatives of the domestic military, the Zhao family has a great influence on the Poly Group, especially the military drug factory under the Guangzhou military region, which was established in cooperation with the Poly Group. The money Zhao Dingzhou used to purchase Zhou Hao's black jade ointment formula was directly transferred from Poly Group. This shows Zhao Dingzhou's influence on Poly Group. If there is a big brother, things will go smoother. Zhou Hao smiled. Zhao Yuqin gave him a white look. I know that you are uneasy and kind. Now the country is planning to stop the military, armed police, and other systems from operating commercial activities. I think the Poly Group will have to separate from the military and rejoin the central state-owned assets. Management. Zhou Hao shrugged. Sister, don't fool me. That's just for the central government to cope with the international pressure for China to disarm. Letting the Poly Group break out is tantamount to drastically cutting military expenditures. That is, letting those countries seeing the determination of the central government to disarmament. Haha. But letting these militaries' money-making machines come out is nothing more than shouting. Even if they do come out, will they actually return to the Sasak? This is not a foreign country. Those guys can talk. To win over these commercial organizations that provide military expenses to the military, such as the Poly Group, let alone the central government's unwillingness. Even if the central government is willing, it will not be able to convince people on the military side. The heads, together with Premier Zhou and Zhao Rixin, may not be able to suppress the military's backlash. Therefore, on the surface, the central government has issued a notice not to allow the military, armed police, and other systems to dissolve business, but secretly, Poly companies are still prohibited by the military. Zhou Hao in his previous life didn't know these things. As an ordinary citizen, all he could know was only what the country told the people. Now that he has been integrated into the Zhao family and exposed to a lot of high-level insiders, Zhou Hao has these insights, and he also understands that things in the system are much more complicated than ordinary people think. This is why Zhou Hao is unwilling to join the system. After discussing the matter with Zhao Yuqin, Zhou Hao also went to take a bath. When he came out, they saw Yin Qingqing and Zhao Yuqin had put 4 dishes and 1 soup on the dinner table, and Zhao Yuqin was also serving Zhou Hao a meal. This dinner has fish, meat, and chicken, and the soup is a convenient and time-saving raw fish head soup with winter melon tofu. Zhou Hao sat down and took a sip, then smiled. It tastes good. My cousin has improved her craft again. Zhao Yuqin sighed with dissatisfaction next to him. You must be sure that this was done gently, so sister is not allowed to do it. Forget it, sister. I haven't tasted the soup you made. Zhou Hao smiled bitterly, recalling the scene of Zhao Yuqin who was tortured by things that couldn't tell whether it was water or soup. I know. Women who don't know how to cook are destined to be rejected by your men. I just can't compare to your cousin. Zhao Yuqin looked like a self-pity. Yin Qingqing quickly said, Sister Yuqin, you are much more capable than Qingguang. I am just helping Aunt and Aunt Ping to manage Tongguang, and it is already overwhelmed. Sister Yuqin, your management scale is more than 10 times larger than Tongguang. Tianhe can still be so organized. I admire you, Sister Yuqin, very much. Hee. In fact, these are all the credit of the fellow Shangguan Zongzi. Zhao Yuqin smiled and said, but it was really hard to help Xiao Hao get the frame of Tianhe at the beginning, and it made me have crow's feet. This bad guy still dislikes me not knowing how to cook. It's really awkward. Facing Zhao Yuqin's accusation, Zhou Hao had no choice but to pretend that he couldn't hear him and blindly buried his head in eating. The embarrassment caused the 2 girls to laugh constantly. Zhao Yuqin said, Be soft, don't spoil this guy, he cooks deliciously, so let him cook for us in the future, so as not to waste his talent. Occasionally it's okay to let Xiao Hao cook for a while, but it won't work in the long run. Yin Qingqing said seriously. As the saying goes, Xiaohao is so tired when he comes home. It's the right thing to take a break. It's our women's duty to take care of things at home so that men can eat delicious meals when they come home. Seeing that Yin Qingqing unknowingly had already regarded herself as Zhou Hao's wife and asked herself, Zhao Yuqin first glanced at Zhou Hao meaningfully and then smiled gently at Yin. You are softly like you, but a typical good wife and mother. Giggle. Which man can marry us in the future, but he will die of happiness? Yin lightly heard the words and subconsciously took a peek at Zhou Hao and then flushed his cheeks. Sister Yuqin, I haven't thought about getting married yet. Innocent Yin Qing is Zhao Yuqin's opponent. I don't know that his mind has already fallen into Zhao Yuqin's eyes. However, Zhao Yuqin also thanked Zhou Hao for being able to win the hearts of girls like Yin Qing. Yin Qing is obviously the kind of traditional woman who abides by the 3 obediences and 4 virtues in ancient times. Although the 3 obedience and 4 virtues are out of date nowadays, as the saying goes, marrying a wife and begging for a lady, women like Yin Qing are already in the impetuous society rarely. It is the dream choice for most men. However, looking at Yin Qing, who had put all his thoughts on Zhou Hao's body, Zhao Yuqin smiled in his heart. My good sister, it's right for the male lead and the female lead, but this little enemy is not just busy outside. I don't know how happy he is outside. Naturally, Zhou Hao is not the kind of man who throws all the housework on his wife and helps to clean up the dishes after dinner. After that, Zhou Hao enjoyed the tenderness of the 2 women. He was lying horizontally on the sofa, resting his head on Yin Qing's soft thighs. Yin Qing was holding a cotton swab and carefully digging out Zhou Hao's ears. Seeing Zhou Hao's very enjoyable appearance, Zhao Yuqin said, Gently, you spoil him too much. This will make this little villain more and more unscrupulous. Yin glanced at Zhao Yuqin lightly, then chuckled softly. Sister Yuqin, why would you say me? What about you? It turned out that Zhao Yuqin was sitting on the other side of the sofa, and Zhou Hao's leg was placed on her thigh. She is now holding her nail clippers and carefully cutting Zhou Hao's toenails. After listening to Yin Qingqing's words, Zhao Yuqin squeezed Zhou Hao's leg angrily. It seems that we will be bullied by this little villain in our lives, and we don't know if we owed him in our previous lives. Yin Qing slightly smiled noncommittal, still gently digging out Zhou Hao's ears. She felt that as long as she could eat with Zhou Hao every day like now, and then dig out his ears for a massage, she would be very happy. Live. With the 2 women, Zhou Hao naturally enjoyed the gentleness. The only thing that made him feel depressed was that Yin Qingqing and Zhao Yuqin were sleeping in the same room, and he had to sleep in another room, so he couldn't steal it. The glamorous affair of Xiang Piyu. I spent the whole night lonely and sleepless. At about 6 o'clock in the morning, a slight movement from the bathroom immediately caused Zhou Hao, who had always been in a hunting state and had a very low sleep level, to wake up and immediately swept towards the bathroom. Maybe it was unexpected that someone would break into the bathroom, so the person inside did not lock the door. Zhou Hao pushed aside and stepped in and quickly closed the door. The person in the bathroom was Yin Qingqing, because she was used to getting up early and thinking about making breakfast for Zhou Hao, so she got up early to freshen up. As for Zhao Yuqin, who was accustomed to getting up at 8:30, she was still asleep in bed because of the biological clock. When Zhou Hao broke in, Yin Qing had just finished washing and was changing her underwear. His hands were still resting on his back to button the underwear, and the charming scenery of his upper body fell into Zhou Hao's eyes. Because Yin Qing was shy by nature, even if Zhao Yuqin was still asleep, she didn't feel embarrassed to change her clothes in the room, so she came to the bathroom to change. I didn't think Zhou Hao would break in at this time. Gentle cousin, it seems that I came in time. Zhou Hao's smile was very bright. Come on, let me buckle the button for you. After that, he walked forward. No need, Xiao Hao. Don't. Didn't you mean to button me up? How did you take off my pants? Yin lightly struggled a few times, and it was passed from the bathroom. The intermittent gasp made this morning warmer. After some morning exercises, the weak Yin was tossed softly. Wherever he had the strength to make breakfast, Zhou Hao was in a good spirit, so he wrapped up this task. But Yin Qingming now looks like, no matter how dare to go back to the room, for fear that Zhao Yuqin will see some clues, so he simply took a hot bath in the bathroom, and then came out when he was almost resting. Zhou Hao gave her an ambiguous look, then smiled. Cousin gently, breakfast is ready. Go and wake up sister. So the three of them gathered together for a rich breakfast cooked by Zhou Hao. Although Yanqing had taken a bath, Yanqing's face was still red, and she naturally couldn't escape Zhao Yuqing's eyes. However, Zhao Yuqing also thought that she was just being molested by Zhou Hao, and she never expected that the two of them had experienced intense morning exercises. After breakfast, Zhou Hao took Zhao Yuqing and Yin gently back to the store. The shop has been cleaned up, but after dealing with the damaged tables and furnishings, the large shop looked empty. After experiencing yesterday's incident, the shop assistants were afraid to come back, fearing that the group of people would come back and hurt people. However, with Zhou Hao here, they have added a bit of courage, and the kind Yin Qingqing is extremely popular among these employees, so they can't let Yin Qingqing take the risk. Although it was impossible to do business today, Zhou Hao let people open the door and assumed a normal business posture. Xiao Hao, do you think those people will really come again? Yin Qingqing asked Zhou Hao. Hey, since those guys' purpose is to drive us away, they won't be indifferent after seeing us open the door as usual. Come, let's go out and wait for these guests to drive. After that, he told Zhao Yuqing. Yanqing came to the door of the store, and the two bodyguards who had protected Yanqing also brought him a chair, and he sat down like a couple. As Zhou Hao expected, within 20 minutes, pedestrians on the street suddenly evaded on both sides. Dozens or hundreds of burly men with iron rods and steel pipes walked over from the street. I knew it was a rogue. It really came. Zhou Hao sneered. In order to avoid damaging the pond fish, the busy pedestrians on the street have now been exhausted, and the shops on both sides have also closed their doors. And these hundreds of hooligans quickly surrounded the door of the romantic Full House cake shop. After seeing Zhou Hao sitting at the door of the shop casually, without a trace of fear on his face, the leader of the hooligan used a steel pipe, pointing to Zhou Hao and sneered. You are the owner of this store, right? You are very arrogant. Are you still not willing to move away? You guys, when I was yesterday, it was the wind in my ears, right? You brought someone to smash our branch yesterday, right? Zhou Hao glanced at this person and knew that this was just an errand guy. Yes, I brought someone to hit you yesterday. I told your guy yesterday that if you still refuse to move, we will come once a day until you are willing to move. When the man saw Yanqing and Zhao Yuqing next to Zhou Hao, he swallowed fiercely and said with a fascinating smile, There is another woman today? Isn't it also your head? It's nice to be rich, and you can find all kinds of beautiful women. Or, how about you let your two guys sleep with our brothers for 2 days? At most, we will show mercy and leave you 2 tables. Yanqing was flushed with anger at the guy's words, and Zhao Yuqing coldly snorted. Dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. In the face of these hundreds of hooligans, ordinary people or ordinary policemen would be afraid of 3 points. But Zhou Hao was not afraid at all. Before facing hundreds of thugs and military police alone in Indonesia, how could Zhou Hao be afraid of this mob? The guys who beat and wounded people in our store yesterday should be here. Well, they just can breathe out. Zhou Hao said to himself, then raised his hand and snapped his fingers. I saw dozens of men in riot suits walking out of the surrounding alleys or windows, surrounding the hundreds of ruffians, and each holding a black pistol in his hand. Right at these hooligans. What Tiaozi? The rogue leader was shocked and subconsciously said, Didn't the boss have already greeted the Public Security Bureau? As soon as I finished speaking, I listened to the tall, stern-faced man over there shouting, Action! This yelling shocked the rogue leader, and quickly raised his hand and shouted, Sir, don't shoot. We surrender. We surrender. These people usually just fight in groups to collect protection fees. How dare you to resist in front of these riot police? So under the dark gunpoints, others also raised their hands and shouted surrender. Zhou Hao had a sneer on his face, and the commander just ignored the actions of these hooligans raising their hands to surrender. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he said coldly, Action! A total of 50 riot police did not say much. They decisively pulled the trigger of their pistols and only listened to a continuous burst of gunshots oscillating over the street. Those who were hiding in business and residents heard the gunshots outside, even more so. I was afraid that I didn't dare to come out. Even the few people upstairs who wanted to watch the excitement were so scared that they hurriedly retracted their heads, for fear that the bullet would hurt themselves by accident. After a round of gunfire, most of the hundreds of hooligans had fallen down, groaning and screaming in a pool of blood. Fortunately, these riot police deliberately did not hit the vital parts of their bodies, otherwise they would never survive. Damn, these stubs want our lives. Brothers, fight them. Some of the mini gangsters are cruel, and seeing these riot police kill themselves, they are immediately aroused. Holding the pole, he jumped up and rushed towards them. I don't know what I can do. The commander sneered and ordered his opponent. Those who are stubborn, kill them on the spot. Hee hee. The faces of the riot police all showed excited smiles invariably. The other people stopped using their pistols and drew a silver-gray steel rod from his waist and rushed up, starting a close fight with the hooligans. Those hooligans were also overjoyed when they saw that they didn't use a pistol. When it comes to the experience of this steel pipe, they are not far behind. However, they soon discovered that something was wrong, because these people are so powerful that they are not like ordinary police or armed police at all. They are quick and ruthless in their actions, and they often face each other, and the people on their side suddenly fall to the ground. Get up. Moreover, the silver-gray steel rod about 30 centimeters long in their hands is unusual. If you pay careful attention, you can find that the steel rod has 3-sided blades and a 3-rhomboid spike at the top. If you are stabbed by these sharp weapons, you will leave a 3-diamond-shaped wound on your body, and it is extremely difficult to stop the bleeding. A few knowledgeable people immediately exclaimed, "It's Mitsubishi spurs. These guys are not slivers, they are soldiers. I just found out now? Ha ha ha, it's too late." Riot police, holding Mitsubishi thorns, appeared in front of them and beat them to the ground with a few moves. In fact, these 50 people with extraordinary skills are not riot police at all, but retired special forces deployed by Zhou Hao from his Pluto security company. The commander is also Thunder Tiger himself. The standard equipment of these retired special forces of the Pluto security company is a Sig Sauer pistol, 2 magazines totaling 30 rounds, and a Mitsubishi spike of the same standard used by the special forces. In the face of the special forces elite led by Thunder Tiger, these rogueland ruffians are not opponents at all. In particular, these special forces use tricks to kill the enemy and kill their lives. After the order to kill, they rushed up excitedly, who were hard to change, and shredded all the prey like a beast. Due to the disparity between the strengths of the two sides, the battle was over in less than 5 minutes, and none of the hundreds of rogues could stand. However, the rogue leader fled to a side alley just now. In fact, with Thunder Tiger and their abilities, how could they not notice the movement of the rogue leader? But they didn't rush to escape, but quietly hung behind him, planning to find their lair through the rogue leader. And the large-scale armed fighting with heavy casualties here also attracted the local police, because they all fired their guns. In an incident of this magnitude, the Public Security Bureau couldn't hold back even if they wanted to. After receiving a call from a citizen to report that a large number of firearms were being used, the local Public Security Bureau couldn't sit still. When the director personally brought the brigade with him, he was shocked when he saw the hooligan who was full of casualties in the street. Moreover, the brutal murderous aura of the retired special forces who have just killed hundreds of people also made these policemen who had never experienced any major scenes tremble. As the head of the unit, the director thought that he could not be weak in front of his subordinates and outsiders. So he bit his head and stepped forward and asked Thunder Tiger, "Which bureau are you in? Why do you intervene in us without authorization? District Public Security Affairs? Didn't even send any notice to our bureau?" Seeing this incompetent public security chief, Lei, who sneered disdainfully, ignored him, just said to his men, "Bring back those who are not dead and sue them for undermining public security." "Stop it." Seeing that Lehu had ordered the rogues to be taken away without asking himself, the director immediately shouted angrily, "These rogue bosses have nothing to do with them." This time, several departments in the district have communicated with each other, which means that these people can be regarded as working for them. If you just let Thunder Tiger take them away, who would dare to take refuge in them in the future? And this is also a matter of face. It is their officials who pay great attention to it. I saw the chief glaring at Thunder Tiger and said fiercely, "Which unit are you from?" "The Armed Police Brigade." "Even the Armed Police Brigade has to be approved by our bureau to take these people away. Also, who allowed you to kill them?" You are abusing lynching. Lehu glanced at the ruffian corpses on the ground and said in a serious manner, these guys pose a very serious threat to public safety. In order to maintain public safety, we can only kill them. Who can prove that they endangered public safety? Did they hurt nearby residents? The director said without retreat, call me Captain Zhu of your armed police brigade, and I want to complain to you. Lehu shook his head and smiled. We are not from the armed police brigade. The director became even more furious and screamed at Thunder Tiger on his tiptoe. Then which unit do you belong to? The law enforcement certificate. Director Shun, they are members of our Ministry of National Security. These criminals were also ordered to be arrested by our Ministry of National Security. As for those who stubbornly resist arrest, we also have the right to kill them on the spot. A black Volkswagen car slowly drove over, and a man in a suit and leather shoes stepped out of the car. Director Shin saw the car's license plate. His eyebrows jumped in horror because he recognized that the license plate belonged to the Provincial Party Committee. Moreover, the man said that they were members of the Ministry of National Security, which shocked Director Shin even more. He thought to himself how this ordinary rogue ruffian could provoke the uncles of the Ministry of National Security. The man handed Director Shun a dark purple notebook, smiled, and said, I am Ling Jiqing, the Deputy Director of the Guangdong branch of the Ministry of National Security. This is my proof. Looking at the golden national emblem on the cover of the book and the big words, Ministry of National Security of the People's Republic of China below, Director Shin's eyebrows jumped again. No one dared to open it. Although the ministries of the Ministry of National Security in the provinces are only at the provincial and departmental level, they are not very high at the administrative level. However, the Ministry of National Security has very powerful powers, and even provincial and ministerial level officials can investigate. If you are a small district bureau chief, how can you provoke these adults? He looked at the rogue ruffians and said tremblingly, Deputy Director Ling, these people should not have the guts to endanger public safety. Ling Jiqing smiled and said, do they have the courage and still need our people to interrogate them? What do you think of Director Shin? People's words have already made it clear that these rascals should be taken away. Director Shin naturally didn't dare to obstruct him. He could only helplessly say, it should be, and I don't know if Deputy Director Ling still needs our bureau's help. We must cooperate. No need. We can handle such trivial matters. Ling Jiqing still has the harmless expression of humans and animals, but Director Shin knows that as long as people are willing, he can put himself to death by just checking it. Lehu asked his subordinates to grab all these hooligans into a large military truck and take them all away. When he and Ling Jiqing were far away, Zhou Hao nodded slightly. Zhou Hao also smiled and thanked Ling Jiqing. From the beginning to the end, Zhou Hao was not involved in the matter there, and Lehu and Ling Jiqing did not show their relationship with Zhou Hao, so Director Shin didn't know that Zhou Hao directed this incident alone, but was just confused. Why did the Ministry of National Security intervene in? Without much delay, Director Shin led the team and left, and hurried back to notify his comrades on the same line to discuss countermeasures. Besides Zhou Hao, because he was worried that Yin Qin could not stand the murder scene, Zhou Hao had asked her to accompany her back to the store early. Zhao Yuqin, who was accustomed to the wind and waves, stayed here to accompany Zhou Hao. It was not until Ling Jiqing and Director Shin left that Zhao Yuqin smiled at Zhou Hao. You little villain, you have helped you to clean up the enemy because of the hard work of others. The venue, but you are just watching the theater, you are really lazy, and no one else knows that you did it. Zhou Hao smiled and said, I also think about Tongguang. If those people know my details, Tongguang will probably become the target of the public. Soon you will know who this underworld gang belongs to. Now, dare to strike a bright idea? I don't mind a strike hard for the government. Sure enough, as Zhou Hao had expected, the who had escaped from the chaos before fled to the nest of their underworld gang without stopping, a large-scale Muzu city, and his boss was this Muzu city. Yao Shu, his owner. As for Yao Shu, not many people in Yueshio district don't know. Because he is the biggest in this district, unlike many other black bosses, Yao Shu is considered an innocent person, and he worked in a state-owned garment factory in his early years. Later, there was a time when the garment factory where he worked was going to be expanded, but there was a household on the land that refused to move, So he volunteered to find a few workers and drove the household away with threats and threats. This also rewarded him with 5,000 yuan. Because of this, he realized that helping others to solve the problem of boycotting nail households could bring him extremely rich profits. And at that time, he just caught up with the trend of urban development. There were land acquisitions and relocations everywhere, and there was no need to worry about losing business. So Yao Shu quit his job altogether from the factory and found a group of hooligans who were not doing their jobs properly and used various methods to solve the problems of various nail households. In this way, Yao Shu received huge rewards from the government and real estate developers. Moreover, because the government needs people like him to solve the problems encountered in the process of land requisition and demolition, it has adopted a tacit attitude towards Yao Shu, a growing and mature underworld group, making Yao Shu even more unscrupulous. What? Nearly 100 brothers, just like this? Yao Shu was stunned when he heard the lucky, escaping subordinates in the manager's room said what had just happened. Although the hundreds of subordinates are just a few small guys who come and go, they also make Yao Shu very distressed. Moreover, the soldiers with strong guns and skills mentioned by the subordinates have made Yao Shu's heart rise up. A chill. He knew that the local police had absolutely no such qualities, and at best they had more guns than the average gangster. Moreover, he had already greeted the Public Security Bureau beforehand. Therefore, those people are obviously not local police, and I am afraid they were sent from a higher-level national agency. Isn't it this time I bumped into a big person who is not to be offended? Yao Shu said silently in his heart. It just so happened that Director Shin's phone number was also called, and Yao Shu quickly asked, "Director Shin, what is going on? My brothers are suffering from the deaths and injuries of hundreds of brothers. What is the origin of those guys?" "Lao Yao, this time the matter has become a big deal." Director Shin's tone was also very solemn. That is from the Ministry of National Security. The deputy director of the provincial branch just came to take the people away personally. We just checked. There should be no one in Tongguang who can invite the Ministry of National Security. Did you cause some serious disaster and provoke the Ministry of National Security? Yao Shu was shocked and aggrieved and said, "I have been wronged. I am applying for the decision. You guys don't know who I am, Yao Shu. What big thing can I do? Isn't it just opening a gambling to be a prostitute? But not too many. They are all sold in bulk by their subordinates, and they can't be pulled on me. According to reason, the Ministry of National Security will not be dispatched for these small things." I said, "Yao Shu, what you said just now is best to be the truth. If you let me know that you provoked the Ministry of National Security, then don't blame us old friends for doing business with you." Director Shin said sharply, "How can I lie to anyone? I dare not lie to you." Yao Shu said repeatedly, but he was roaring in his heart, "Go to your mother's business. If you dare to do something to Lao Tzu will hold you together. Die. After working together for so many years, don't think I don't have the bargaining chip to deal with you." Finally, Director Shin said, "Just in case, you should run away immediately. Avoid the limelight first." After putting on some phone calls, Yao Shu couldn't bother to go home and pack his luggage. He quickly took out all the cash and account books from the safe in the manager's room and asked the two men to drive him away. After all, it's a gangster. Yao Shu made preparations for himself a long time ago. His wife and son had been sent to Hong Kong early. He also rushed to Hong Kong immediately and then fled from Hong Kong to a foreign country. Anyway, he was abroad. There were tens of millions left in the bank account, enough for a family of 3 to live a lifetime. What's more, there is no chance for a comeback in the future. The only thing he worries about now is the pursuit of soldiers from the Ministry of National Security. After all, the Ministry of National Security is not a general public security system or other enemies. Once the state apparatus is operational, its efficiency is not comparable to those of the police who have passed by. However, until the car drove to the outskirts of Shenzhen, no trace of the soldiers was found. Just as Yao Shu was about to give a breath, suddenly an off-road vehicle drifted sideways to the front, blocking the road ahead, and from the off-road vehicle, 4 burly-faced men came down. "It's over, I really came after." Yao Shu looked at the brawny men who were constantly approaching, crying in despair. After removing the black cloth cover that he wore on his head, Yao Shu couldn't open his eyes with a strong white light, and he could only vaguely see a few swaying figures in front of him. Yao Shu's vision slowly recovered after those people turned the bright lights on. At this time, he saw that he was in a spacious but empty room, surrounded by only 4 walls, not even a window or vent, and there was a steel door over there. Judging from the heavy door, it is estimated that even steel core bullets will not penetrate. And Yao Shu himself was sitting on a chair with his hands tied behind his back, and even his feet were tied to the feet of the stool and could not move. I carefully looked at the few people in front of me, but there were 2 grim expressions, similar to the man who blocked himself on the road and caught himself back. The other person is very gentle in a suit and leather shoes, with a harmless smile on his face. And what caught Yao Shu's most attention was the young man standing next to the gentleman. I saw that this young man was very handsome and tall, an image that was easy to win a good impression. However, Yao Shu, who has been rolling on the underworld for nearly 10 years, was frightened by the chill in the eyes of this handsome boy. This boy is Zhou Hao, and the man in the suit and shoes next to him is Ling Jiqing, the deputy director of the Guangdong branch of the Ministry of National Security. The 2 brawny men behind are not from the Ministry of National Security, but employees of Pluto. That is, Zhou Hao's men. Over the years, you have also done a lot of things for the government and real estate developers. Zhou Hao smiled to Yao Shu and took a file from his subordinates. You are really cruel. In order to prevent those who refused the Nail households who promised to relocate were driven away, but they even tried to kidnap other people's children and achieve their goals through intimidation. Well, there is another family here, which is a family of 3. You see that their daughter is beautiful, so you will kill them. They were raped, and later, in order to conceal the evidence, they even set fire to all 3 of the family. Haha, the file of the Public Security Bureau was very interesting. In the end, the case was closed with a gas leak causing an explosion and fire. The family of 3 also claimed accidental death in conclusion. After closing the file, Zhou Hao asked Ling Jiqing next to him, Director Ling, you see, these crimes are enough to be sentenced to death. Ling Jiqing still smiled and said, Yes, it is indeed enough. Zhou Hao looked at Yao Shu again. Before I read this file, I really didn't think that you came from a state-owned enterprise. It's amazing. I can't see that you are a former national worker. You really have a talent for gangsters. What? Listening to Zhou Hao and Ling Jiqing's words, Yao Shu was stunned. Because of the arson and destruction of the dead body, he asked himself to be clean and did not leave a trace of evidence. Unexpectedly, he was also found out by the Ministry of National Security. However, since he was caught by these people from the Ministry of National Security, Yao Shu didn't have any fluke mentality, and he would definitely die this time. Anyway, he would have to die anyway. He gritted his teeth in his heart and decided to take everything to himself and would never confess to Director Shun. This is the rule. In this way, Director Shun and the others will also arrange the way for their wives and children. But I heard Zhou Hao's gentle voice. Mr. Yao, are you thinking about taking all the responsibilities on yourself so that you can collude with you and take care of your wife and son by the officials who took your bribes? Yao Shu stared at Zhou Hao with wide-open eyes, and the young man showed what he was thinking about. Ha 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 ha. Like you do, ordinary policemen and even people from the Commission for Discipline Inspection will be helpless. Zhou Hao's smile looked soft. But don't forget, this time you are facing the Ministry of National Security. The Ministry of National Security is completely different from the public security system. Seeing one of Zhou Hao's subordinates turn sideways, Yao Shu saw that there was a small screen behind him. After seeing the picture on the screen clearly, he was shocked immediately because what was displayed on the screen was his wife and son. Judging from the scene inside, they were in a room similar to their own, and there were also 2 guards. After catching you back, our people immediately found your wife and children in Hong Kong. Zhou Hao said. At this moment, Yao Shu's persistence was really about to disintegrate. He said dejectedly, What do you want me to do? Zhou Hao smiled with satisfaction. It's very simple. We have found out that those guys from the District Public Security Bureau, District Housing Management Bureau, District Land and Resources Bureau, and District Engineering Management Office are all colluding with you. You confessed them. Also, who instructed you to deal with Tongwang Catering Company this time? It's Situ Lisan, General Manager of Hengdao Real Estate. Yao Shu answered honestly. Well, You can prove that the Hengdao real estate owner used illegal methods to persecute Tongguang Company. Yao Shu now has no choice. He raised his head and looked at Zhou Hao. I will follow all your requirements. However, my wife and son have never participated in what I did. They are innocent. You let them go. Zhou Hao smiled and said, Naturally, we will not wrong a good person, but if the money in your foreign bank account is confiscated, we can only leave 1 or 2 million for your wife and son to the maximum. RMB, I think this should be enough for them to live in the future. Yao Shu nodded and agreed to Zhou Hao. He knew that now the result was considered good. Although he is definitely not immune, at least his wife and children can survive. By the way, who are you? A high-ranking official of the Ministry of National Security. Yao Shu looked at Zhou Hao and asked. He thought, Zhou Hao is so young. The official position in the Ministry of National Security should not be too high, but he can actually mobilize so many of the Ministry of National Security. Strength, even the deputy director of the provincial branch seems to treat him respectfully, so his identity is definitely not simple. Me? Zhou Hao smiled. I have to say that before, I still had the rank of Major General, but that was just a nameless title, not worth mentioning. As for now, I'm just an ordinary citizen, even none of the party members. If I want to tell me why you dealt with you, it is because the Tongguang Catering Company is owned by my family. After listening to Zhou Hao's words, Yao Shu smiled bitterly when he was surprised that Zhou Hao had been a major general. If he had known that the boss of Tongguang Catering Company would be such a hard iron plate, he would not have taken over Hengdao real estate. This business. And he also knew that Zhou Hao told himself this because he was absolutely unable to get out, so he was not afraid of leaking it. After leaving this room, Zhou Hao said to Ling Jiqing, Director Ling, thank you for your help this time. Mr. Zhou was polite. I didn't do anything anyway, just showed my face. Ling Jiqing smiled. What he was talking about was the truth. From solving the hundreds of gangsters, to catching Yao Shu and his wife and children, and even investigating Yao Shu's details, it was all Zhou Hao's subordinates, and Ling Jiqing did it only in the application. The director showed a face. However, his appearance was also a great help to Zhou Hao. After all, this would make Director Shen and others think that the Ministry of National Security was moving them. This Yao Shu will be handed over to Director Ling. No problem. After the matter is over, we will hand him over to the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. Ling Jiqing said, with our Ministry of National Security, they should not dare to tolerate Director Shen and those people. Mr. Zhou, you can rest assured. Zhou Hao smiled and nodded. Those district and county-level officials were not difficult to deal with. The only trouble was that they had a relationship with the city or the province, and they were intertwined. But now that there is the banner of the Ministry of National Security, even if someone in the province really is the backer of Director Shen and those guys, they have to abandon the car to protect the handsome, so as not to involve themselves. Things in officialdom are always like this. If it is useful, you will be promoted. Once you get into trouble, you will immediately draw a line with you, and even make up for it. The reason why Zhou Hao used the banner of the Ministry of National Security to deal with those officials in the district was because after this incident, those people might hate shining light and secretly wear shining shoes. So Zhou Hao simply put them on shovel them all up so as not to hinder the development of Tongguang. Another point is that the people from the Housing Management Bureau and the Engineering Management Office are cleaned out, and the tampered contract signed by Tongguang and Hengdao Real Estate will also be investigated, and finally Tongguang will be fair. At this time, Zhao Yuqing called and said, Xiao Hao, my brother has persuaded people from Polygroup that they have agreed to boycott Hengdao Real Estate and will be responsible for sending people to contact several other large-scale real estate companies. To join forces to deal with Hengdao Real Estate is a warning to Temasek. Really, that's great. Zhou Hao smiled. Among the several major forces that control the Polygroup, the Zhao family has the least interest, and they rarely interfere with the development strategy of the Polygroup. However, no one will underestimate the Zhao family. It is precisely because the Zhao family did not violate their interests in the past, so when the Zhao family makes a request, the other parties will cooperate. What's more, in the case of Temasek, it is also against the Polygroup. Advantageous. People in the Polygroup have long been uncomfortable with Temasek's invasion of the southern real estate market. It's just that the Li family has a lot of cooperation with the central government. China and Singapore are also countries with diplomatic relations, so they don't want to rush. Now that the Zhao family is taking the lead, other people who are already ready to move will naturally not be left behind. This is Mr. Kong Fu, Assistant General Manager of Polygroup, Mr. Chiao Kong, who is the capable person of General Manager Wang of Polygroup. Even the board of directors praised him. This time, Mr. Kong is responsible for cooperating with other real estate companies. Zhao Yuqin introduced Kong Fu Chiao like this when seeing the person sent by Polygroup who was responsible for persuading other real estate companies. Zhou Hao held the hand that Kong Fu Chiao extended and smiled friendly. Mr. Kong, hello. Hello, hello. Kong Fu Chiao quickly responded with a smile. This Kong Fu Chiao was in his early 40s and looked gentle and generous. When I laughed, I didn't feel chilling like Ling Jiqing, but it was really like a spring breeze, which made people very comfortable. He gave Zhou Hao the impression that he was a Confucian businessman. No matter in his previous life or in this life, none of the businessmen Zhou Hao had contacted met the definition of Confucian merchant, and Kong Fu Chiao was the first person to give Zhou Hao this image. Being able to achieve such a high position in the complex Polygroup, this time he also shouldered the important task of cooperating with other real estate companies to counter the suppression of Hongdao real estate, which shows that Kong Fu Chiao is an extremely talented person. In addition, the background of this person is by no means simple, whether it is innately standing higher than the starting line of others, or through the acquired network of self-management, should not be underestimated. When Zhou Hao was observing Kong Fu Chiao was also paying attention to Zhou Hao. Neither his immediate boss nor Zhao Dingzhou, who had found the board of directors before, nor even Zhao Yuqin mentioned Zhou Hao's identity. So Kong Fu Chiao so far, apart from Zhou Hao's name, knows nothing about him. However, he dared not neglect in the slightest. Judging by the intimate look of Zhao Yuqin and Zhou Hao, the relationship between Zhou Hao and the Zhao family is absolutely extraordinary. And Zhou Hao didn't look like the kind of little white face who relied on women for food. The feeling he gave Kong Fu Chiao was the kind of self-confidence and maturity without being sharp. Just like a peerless sword that has not been unsheathed, no one can ignore it even though it has no sharp edge. At this moment, Zhao Yuqin laughed at Zhou Hao. You told me before that you want to meet with those real estate tycoons with Mr. Kong, right? I have already told Mr. Kong. You just talk to Mr. Kong and the others. Go out and see the world. After speaking, she turned to Kong Fu Chiao again. Mr. Kong, then my brother will trouble you. He is still young and sometimes impulsive, so please take care of him. Don't dare. Brother Zhou is only a young man, so it should be Kong's honor. Zhao Yuqin smiled and said to Zhou Hao, I won't go with you. Go home early in the evening. Don't make trouble so late. Well, I see, sister. So Zhao Yuqin left, and Zhou Hao followed Kong Fu Chiao and his subordinates into the Polygroup car. Just now I heard Zhao Yuqin say that Zhou Hao is her younger brother, but Kong Fu Chiao felt very puzzled, because he knew that Grandpa Zhao had only one son and a daughter, Zhao Dingzhou and Zhao Yuqin, and no other cousins. So he guessed that Zhou Hao might be the acquaintance of the Zhao family. Children. And to be known as a world friend with the Zhao family, Zhou Hao's family background must also be very deep. Zhou Hao was also not interested in paying attention to Kong Fu Chiao's conjecture, but really like a diligent and studious young man, constantly asking Kong Fu Chiao some knowledge in the market. He is not the kind of person who doesn't know how to pretend and know how to show off. Every problem is based on the actual situation. It is some confusion that he encounters in his daily life. He never thought that he was the number one in the world. No matter what the field is, there are outsiders. So Zhou Hao often asks humbly when encountering business talents like Kong Fu Chiao. In fact, Zhou Hao's business talent is much higher than that of his peers. Otherwise, even if he has the advantage of rebirth, it would be difficult to integrate Tianhe Beverage Group, Polaris Media Group, and Tongwang Catering Company, which are now strong in domestic limelight. The company tossed out. Through these conversations, Kong Fu Chiao was also very surprised by Zhou Hao's talents. Although Kong Fu Chiao had been in this field for more than 20 years and was able to navigate the intricate interpersonal relationships, some of the questions raised by Zhou Hao were even he couldn't answer, so he could only analyze it based on his own experience. In the end, not only Zhou Hao who asked questions, but Kong Fu Chiao himself also benefited a lot. The posterity is terrible. Which big family does this guy come from? With such a handsome man, that family can at least prosper for another generation. Kong Fuqiao thought to himself. He deeply understands the law of nothing rich than 3 generations, and many prosperous families have inadequate successors, which leads to the failure of the family's strength and finally continues to decline. As the saying goes, it is easy to start a business, and it is difficult to maintain a career. The children of a family born with a golden key do not have the experience of building a family from scratch, which leads to their lack of the ability to inherit and develop the family. In China, which was founded only half a century ago, with the exception of the few existences that appeared in the late Qing dynasty and passed down tenaciously, there are not many families that can have a place in the country, and most of them were built by great men back then. The veterans of the founding of the country are also known as the Red Family. In these families, the young generation is able to stand alone, not to mention the fact that they are blue. Zhao Dingzhou, the second-generation leader of the Zhao family, can sit as the commander-in-chief of the Guangzhou military region. Apart from the Zhao family's factors, the most important thing is his personal ability and talent. And people like him are rare among the big families in China. With these in mind, Kong Fuqiao was also a little emotional. In ancient dynasties and generations, there were always big gate lords. Even if the imperial examination system appeared in the later period to give civilians without background a chance to be promoted, the vast majority of official positions were still controlled by the gate lords. This kind of tradition of powerful family has not disappeared in China today. Mr. Kong, which companies are we going to visit today? Zhou Hao's voice pulled Kong Fuqiao back from his emotions. He settled down and smiled at Zhou Hao. Today I plan to go to Yang Guoqiang from Country Garden Group for a while, because he happens to be in Guangzhou right now. Oh, it's him. Zhou Hao suddenly. Speaking of Country Garden Group, Zhou Hao also knows that the entrepreneurial history of its founder, Yang Guoqiang, is quite legendary. Yang Guoqiang was born as a farmer and his family was very poor. It is said that he did not wear shoes before he was 17. In the beginning, he was just a small contractor, but after seeing the potential of the real estate industry, he resolutely invested in it and built the first country garden villa group. But at first no one was willing to buy his house. When visiting a private aristocratic school in a certain place, Yang Guoqiang discovered that superior educational resources can attract wealthy people to live in remote places. So he tried his best to find Jingshan School in Beijing to cooperate and opened a Jingshan School Guangdong branch in Guangdong. With the gimmick Deng Xiaoping's grandsons are enrolled, he attracted a large number of wealthy people, and Country Garden also sold out. Since then, Yang Guoqiang's Country Garden Group has developed rapidly. Yang Guoqiang is a very low-key person in the eyes of the outside world. He rarely appears in front of the media or in public, and only our colleagues can often see him. Kong Fuqiao smiled to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao asked, "What kind of person is Yang Guoqiang?" "What kind of person?" Kong Fuqiao smiled. "His education level is not high, but this guy has an extraordinary vision and talent in business. Moreover, although this guy is also unprofitable and not early a typical businessman, but he wins in his bold personality, so he won't be too annoying." After entering Guangzhou Country Garden, Zhou Hao saw the scattered villas. In the supporting business, Country Garden can be said to have everything available, and residents here can meet their basic needs in life even without leaving the park. In terms of architectural style, Country Garden's villas tend to be more practical. Zhou Hao remembers that it was because of this style that Country Garden was controversial and competitors accused it of lacking romance and passion. It was completely the epitome of Yang Guoqiang himself. Of course, in any case, Yang Guoqiang's success is obvious to all. Following Kong Fuqiao, Zhou Hao and his party arrived at a very luxurious restaurant in Country Garden, where Yang Guoqiang and Kong Fuqiao met. The decoration inside this restaurant is much more luxurious than outside, and there are suspicions of showing wealth everywhere. If people with ordinary income come here, I am afraid they will be frightened by the posture here. However, Yang Guoqiang really took a fancy to the psychology and needs of the rich class to show rich, which made Country Garden a great success. Led by a young and beautiful waitress, Zhou Hao and the others came to a very spacious and luxurious room in the innermost area. The thin and dark middle-aged man in it was Yang Guoqiang, who Zhou Hao had seen on TV before, that is, Country Garden founder. And beside Yang Guoqiang there is a very young woman who is less than 20 years old. She looks 6 points similar to Yang Guoqiang. She is not pretty. She can only be said to be of medium level, with a petite body. Seeing Kong Fuqiao and others coming in, Yang Guoqiang hurriedly got up to greet him and smiled enthusiastically. "Brother Kong, finally here, let me wait. Huiyan, come, see you Uncle Kong soon." Hearing Yang Guoqiang's address to that woman, Zhou Hao remembered and said in his heart, "Oh, it turns out to be the richest woman in the future. No wonder I think she is familiar." Yang Huiyan is Yang Guoqiang's second daughter, as well as an older sister and a younger sister. However, among the 3 sisters, Yang Huiyan can be loved by Yang Guoqiang alone. In the future, he obtained 70% of the equity of Country Garden Group, as much as tens of billions of yuan. Yang Huiyan also made Yang Huiyan the richest woman in China, and even one of the few richest women in Asia. Although Yang Guoqiang once said that he would not transfer the equity to only one of his daughters, after acquiring most of the shares, Yang Huiyan became the ultimate beneficial owner of the Country Garden Group and could decide how to manage these assets. Like Yang Guoqiang, Yang Huiyan rarely appears in front of the media and is a very low-key girl. In his previous life, Zhou Hao and some friends often joked that if you can marry a woman like Yang Huiyan, you can really save decades of fighting. But when Zhou Hao has reached this level, of course there is no need to do this at all. Now his attitude towards women depends entirely on whether he likes it or not, which is the so-called ability to choose freely. Therefore, facing Yang Huiyan at this time, Zhou Hao only looked at it with the most ordinary mentality. To him, Yang Huiyan was just an ordinary woman. At this time, Yang Guoqiang, who was worth billions of dollars, looked very respectful to Kong Fuqiao, who had an annual salary of only a few million. Because compared to Poly Group, a behemoth with a deep official background and extremely powerful own strength, Country Garden Group really cannot afford to offend it. After the guest and host sat down, Kong Fuqiao smiled kindly to Yang Guoqiang. "Brother Yang, you are really good here. Let the brothers open their eyes." "Ha ha. Nowhere. We are just a place where big, rude and nouveau riche people show off their wealth and compare. How can it be compared to the Poly clubhouse of your brothers?" Yang Guoqiang smiled heartily. After hearing the words of the real estate tycoon, Zhou Hao felt that this person's words were straightforward and bold, which was indeed not annoying. Although Yang Guoqiang is not well-educated and has a relatively straightforward temperament, he is not a mediocre person, otherwise he would not create the Country Garden Group. Compared with many other shrewd businessmen, his vision is still far beyond that. So he quickly noticed Zhou Hao, who was sitting next to Kong Fuqiao, who had not spoken and was always calm and calm. You know, young people like Zhou Hao, when they meet a big person like Yang Guoqiang, Kong Fuqiao, who can upset in a certain industry, are often unable to maintain a normal mind. They are either nervous or cautious or vain and inferior, and they are mature. Great diligence in order to get a chance to advance. Kong Fuqiao's other subordinates are all seniors in the workplace who are over 30 years old, and working in places like the Poly Group, where the water is as deep as the sea. It is impossible to gain a foothold without extraordinary talents and adaptability to high-pressure environments. They have met many big people with Kong Fuqiao, so they can keep calm and will not surprise Yang Guoqiang. And Zhou Hao, a young man who should still be in college, can actually maintain himself in this environment, showing his extraordinary tolerance. "Brother Kong, this young talent next to you, you haven't introduced him to him yet." Yang Guoqiang turned his mind and smiled at Kong Fuqiao. Kong Fuqiao smiled, thinking that Yang Guoqiang's vision is really good, and he can see Zhou Hao's extraordinary, so he introduced him. Brothers are negligent. This is Zhou Hao, a new company in our company. As an employee, today I deliberately brought him out to see the world, and by the way, I learned from Brother Yang. He naturally wouldn't tell others about Zhou Hao's relationship with the Zhao family, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble to Zhou Hao and the Zhao family. And he didn't know Zhou Hao's true identity, so he used the identity of a new employee to come help Zhou Hao to cover. Yang Guoqiang certainly didn't believe that Zhou Hao was just an ordinary new employee, otherwise how could Kong Fuqiao bring him to such an important and very occasion? Even if Zhou Hao is really a new employee, His background is definitely not simple, because he can enter the poly group and make Kung Fu Chiao take it so seriously. However, since Kung Fu Chiao has said so, Yang Guoqiang will of course not say it thoroughly, just smiled. We are all old, and we will be the world of young people in the future. Brother Kong, you have started to cultivate successors so early, it is worth learning from. What? Yang Huiyan next to him was also observing Zhou Hao. Only that Zhou Hao was different from the boy she had seen. She has been studying at the noble school in Country Garden since she was a child, so her classmates and friends around her are all wealthy children from poor families. Among those people, most of them have developed a self-centered character due to their generous family background, act arrogantly as they please, and rarely care about the feelings of others. As for the children of ordinary people outside, they either feel inferior or have other plans in front of them. Very few people really want to make friends with them. Since Zhou Hao came in just now, he just glanced at himself lightly, and that look was no different from looking at an ordinary person. Under Zhou Hao's gaze, Yang Huiyan's proud family background, all the auras attached to her, all lost their function and restored to a most ordinary woman. She felt that in front of Zhou Hao, she had nothing to be proud of. Zhou Hao certainly doesn't care about Yang Huiyan's perception of him. What he is thinking at this time is whether Yang Guoqiang will agree to join forces with Poly Group to deal with Hengda real estate. Yang Guoqiang's market is mainly located in the Pearl River Delta, especially in Guangdong, because a large part of Country Garden's customers are people from Hong Kong and Macau. They buy Country Garden to settle their relatives in the country, or as a place for vacation and retirement. For this reason, the market scope of Country Garden Group will not go out of the south, and the real estate developers in the north are not vegetarian. If you want to enter there, the price you need to pay is not small. Now, Temasek's invasion of the domestic real estate industry is nationwide, while Hengda Real Estate is the pioneer in the southern region. The competition in the south is already fierce. Of course, Yang Guoqiang will not allow Temasek to participate in the market that he has worked so hard to hit. However, in terms of financial strength and influence in the international economy, even Poly Group is not Temasek's opponent, let alone the stray Country Garden Group. Whether it is taking a defensive position to maintain its market or counterattacking Temasek, it is impossible to deal with it alone. Therefore, now that Poly Group takes the initiative to contact and take the lead, Yang Guoqiang should not refuse. Sure enough, after Kung Fu Chiao explained the attitude of the Poly Group and the benefits of joining forces, Yang Guoqiang immediately agreed and offered to help Kung Fu Chiao persuade other colleagues. However, in this cooperation, what kind of help Yang Guoqiang needs to provide and how much benefits he can obtain in the end have to be carefully discussed. Brother Yang, we know that Hengda Real Estate will bid for 2 plots of land in Guangzhou. According to our assessment, the development potential of those 2 plots is very large. If Hengda Real Estate can get them, then their base in Guangzhou will be considered. It has taken root, and we still need to contain their funds in other cities, so our company hopes that you can take a shot and take down the 2 pieces of land in Guangzhou, so that Hengda Real Estate cannot get them. Kung Fu Chiao said. Yang Guoqiang touched his chin and muttered, the land price in Guangzhou City is now getting higher and higher. In order to reduce costs, our Country Garden has always selected the address in the suburban area. At this stage, Country Garden really does not need to touch the land in the urban area, because Country Garden's previous strategy was to build villas in remote places on the outskirts of the city. It uses comprehensive facilities to attract customers to move in. This makes Country Garden's cost more than other real estate companies are much lower. Zhou Hao knows that this is only the current situation, and Country Garden will realize in the near future that the main consumer of the real estate market is far more than the rich class. Brother Kong, according to your estimation, how much money is needed to grab the 2 plots from Hengda? Yang Guoqiang asked cautiously. Kung Fu Chiao didn't make a roundabout. Because Hengda Real Estate is backed by Temasek, we estimate that too. The land from them, the capital required will be at least 2 billion yuan. Hearing this number, Yang Guoqiang couldn't help but hesitate, because his company didn't have much funds that could be mobilized. After taking out the 2 billion, there would be not much left. If anything happened at that time, the company is very passive. So he had to think about it carefully, and Kung Fu Chiao didn't urge him, but just sat there with a smile, tasting tea tightly. Knowing what Yang Guoqiang was hesitating, Zhou Hao, who hadn't spoken since he came in, said with a smile at Yang Guiqiang. I believe, actually, Mr. Yang. As you know, Country Garden Group cooperates with Poly Group. If you don't cooperate, Poly Group has the support of the country behind. After all, Temasek does not dare to be too offensive and get involved in the Poly Group's territory. But for you, please pardon me. Temasek may not have any worries, but will instead look at you. For the obstacles to development, remove it quickly. When Yang Guiqiang heard the words, his heart was stunned, because Zhou Hao was telling the truth. Fearing the official power behind Poly Group, Temasek absolutely dare not covet Poly Group's territory. As for private companies like them, Temasek can deal with them completely. Zhou Hao's words mean that Poly Group can do without your Country Garden Group, but your Country Garden Group cannot do without the help of Poly Group. Poly Group's partners do not lack you. Both Yang Guiqiang and Kong Fuqiao knew the meaning of Zhou Hao's words, but Kong Fuqiao didn't say the pros and cons just now. He always discussed with Yang Guiqiang in a more tactful way. The reason why Zhou Hao spoke out the stakes straightforwardly was because he wanted to be the villain for Kong Fuqiao and beat Yang Guiqiang. Anyway, his identity at this time is just an ordinary new employee in the Poly Group. This low-level identity is a restriction under normal circumstances, but now it has become the key to protecting Zhou Hao, because even if a low-level employee makes a mistake normally, Yang Guiqiang could not blame Kong Fuqiao on his head, let alone lead to Poly Group. At this time, Kong Fuqiao admired Zhou Hao even more. He was able to understand his boss's mind and was brave enough to solve difficult problems for his boss. Such talents would be reused wherever they were placed. Besides, Zhou Hao is not really his subordinate now, and even the general manager and board of directors of Poly Group may not be able to appoint Zhou Hao. Kong Fuqiao became more curious about the family to which Zhou Hao belonged, wondering which family it was that could actually cultivate this kind of young and old talent. As his thinking turned sharply, Kong Fuqiao also smiled at Yang Guiqiang. Brother Yang, Zhou Hao's experience is still very inadequate. He speaks and does things impulsively. You just offended Brother Yang. You look at your brother's face. Don't be surprised. Yang Guiqiang couldn't see that Kong Fuqiao was protecting his subordinates, and Kong Fuqiao didn't mean to blame Zhou Hao in his eyes, but he was full of admiration. And Yang Guiqiang also saw that Zhou Hao was helping Kong Fuqiao, singing the red face and the white face. In this way, Yang Guiqiang also developed a love of talent for Zhou Hao, and even secretly thought about the possibility of digging Zhou Hao from the Poly Group to work for him. Brother Kong, you are polite. What this little brother Zhou said is the truth. How could it be offensive? Yang Guiqiang shifted his gaze to Zhou Hao's face and said with a smile, Little brother, I am a vulgar person, neither if you can speak, I'll be straightforward to you. To be honest, our company has very little funds available. If we take out the 2 billion, we may be in a dilemma of poor turnover in case of any emergency. Besides, buying land in the urban area requires high development costs, which is not in line with the business strategy of our Country Garden Group. He was happily and sincere about his situation to Zhou Hao and the others. Just listen to Zhou Hao laughed and said, Mr. Yang, you think that buying those 2 pieces of land in the urban area means that your company bought a chicken rib that is not worth developing at a high price. Haha, don't blame me for speaking too straight. You are very wrong to think that way. Huh? What do you say? Yang Guiqiang was not angry, but wanted to hear Zhou Hao's words, where he was wrong. Even Kong Fuqiao was surprised by Zhou Hao's remarks because Poly Group intends to let Country Garden Group seize the 2 plots of land from Hongdao Real Estate in order to contain the development plan of Hongdao Real Estate and prevent them from taking root in Guangzhou. In fact, the Poly Group believes that the 2 plots of land are indeed a piece of chicken ribs that are of little significance to the Country Garden Group. The Poly Group was fancy that Yang Guiqiang could not do without his own help, so it used this semi-forced method to get Yang Guiqiang to pay for Hongdao Real Estate. Therefore, Kong Fuqiao also wanted to hear what value those 2 pieces of land had to the Country Garden Group, and at the same time became more curious about Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao took a sip of tea and said calmly, Mr. Yang, the reason why you think the 2 plots of land in the urban area are not worth developing is not because the 2 plots have no value for development, but the business direction of Country Garden Group is not here. From the beginning of your development, the consumers you identified are those who get rich first. Mr. Yang, you are very smart. You know that superior educational resources are extremely attractive to those wealthy classes, and you have successfully attracted Jingshan School as a partner. Establish your own education brand, and then use this education brand to attract the rich and let them buy your house willingly and live in your country garden. Both Yang Guoqiang and Kong Fuqiao nodded slightly, and they were very clear about the market positioning of Country Garden Group. To be honest, Mr. Yang, you are fancying the psychological needs of the rich to show off their wealth. Zhou Hao smiled and said, I borrowed a sentence here. No matter what those rich people buy, the principle of many people is don't ask for anything. The best but the most expensive da. Ha 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 ha. Not for the best, but for the most expensive. Little brother, what you said is so right. Those guys are really this kind of people, and your words tell you all about the secret of our Country Garden Group's success. Yang Guoqiang said with a smile. Kong Fuqiao also thinks Zhou Hao's words are very incisive. Nowadays, those rich people, especially those who get rich, this kind of consumer psychology can be said to be very common. Poly Group also mainly sells high-end boutique units, and it also faces the wealthy class. Zhou Hao first heard this classic quote from the movie Big Arm he had seen in his previous life. Now Big Arm hasn't appeared yet, so Yang Guoqiang and Kong Fuqiao, who have never heard of this, find it very novel and unique. I heard Zhou Hao again, but, Mr. Yang, your strategy is outdated. Because with the development of the times, the main consumer of real estate is no longer the rich class. After all, everyone needs a shelter with a roof. So, among them are the middle and low-class people. Moreover, the number of this class is much larger than that of the rich class, and they are the main consumer group. Therefore, the competition in the real estate industry will soon shift to the center. The competition for the lower-class consumer group, whoever can, this mainstream group down will be the final winner. So, Country Garden Group is now only targeting the wealthy class, which is very limited. Zhou Hao continued. In my opinion, Mr. Yang, you can no longer limit your products to high-end villas, but it is necessary to develop low and middle-grade housing to cater to the needs of the low and middle-income class. Most of the low and middle-class people work in urban areas, so they are not willing to live in suburban areas far away from their work units. He smiled and looked at Yang Guoqiang. Mr. Yang, the 2 plots of land in the urban area are both treasures. This is especially true for your company. If your company wants to change its market positioning, those 2 plots will be your best good springboard. Besides, taking 10,000 steps back, even if your company is unwilling to change, you can still use the appreciation of those 2 plots as investment projects, which will do you no harm. In fact, Zhou Hao knew that even without his own words, the Country Garden Group would join the battle for low and middle production consumers in the near future. But after Zhou Hao's remarks, Yang Guoqiang and Kong Fuqiao both glowed brightly. I saw Yang Guoqiang clenching his fists and his body was trembling slightly. After a long time, he stabilized his excitement and fixed his eyes on Zhou Hao. He said like a hungry wolf who found his prey, Little brother, are you interested in coming? We work in our company. I will ask you to be the manager of the sales department, with an annual salary of 500 no, an annual salary of 10 million, plus the 2 villas in Country Garden. How about it? After years of immersion, Yang Guoqiang knows the importance of talent. Good talents can provide good suggestions or strategies for the company, and a good suggestion and strategy can bring infinite bright development prospects to the company. Wasn't Country Garden able to develop his own strategy of using education to attract customers? Zhou Hao's remarks just now were meant to persuade Yang Guoqiang to cooperate with Poly Group, but it was also equivalent to pointing out a development direction for Yang Guoqiang. The value to Country Garden Group cannot be estimated. That's why Yang Guoqiang ignored the abruptness and dug up the corner of Poly Group in front of Kong Fuqiao. Zhou Hao was also a little surprised that Yang Guoqiang had given such attractive conditions to recruit himself, because at this time in China, an annual salary of 10 million could be regarded as a working emperor. I said, Brother Yang, you are too unkind. Kong Fuqiao said dubiously. Zhou Hao is also an employee of our company anyhow. You are so blatantly digging our company's people. What should brothers do? Okay. In fact, it is not only Yang Guoqiang. Kong Fuqiao is also tempted by Zhou Hao's talent, thinking in his heart, After going back, you must ask for instructions above. If possible, you must let Zhou Hao join the poly group. This is totally handsome. But Yang Guoqiang said with a stern face, Brother Kong, I'm not kidding. I'm serious. I really want to invite this little brother Zhou to join our company. Alas, talent is rare. Don't blame Brother Kong for not understanding its courtesy. He turned to Zhou Hao again. Little brother, how about? We can discuss the treatment and conditions. As long as you are willing to join our company, everything is easy to discuss. I can also let you take charge of coordinating our company in the future development route. If it were someone else, in the face of such a thirsty boss who knew decentralization, he might immediately agree to his request. A Confucian businessman like Kong Fuqiao might still have the feeling of being a confidant and dying for his confidant. However, Zhou Hao has no intention of this, nor is he interested in entering the real estate industry. He has worked in Huangshi Group in his previous life, and coupled with his own understanding of the real estate industry, he knows that in the real estate industry, no money can be made without speculation, and once housing prices are raised, people who want to buy houses will be burdened. So what real estate companies earn is actually black-hearted money. The real estate field is too deep and involves too many people's interests, so Zhou Hao is reluctant to get involved. What's more, in terms of the assets he currently holds, not to mention the current Country Garden Group, even if it is listed on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange in the future, the Country Garden Group, whose market value has soared to 60 to 70 billion yuan, cannot match. After the funds were recovered from Indonesia, coupled with industries such as Tianhe Beverage Group and Polaris Media Group, Zhou Hao's current net worth has reached more than 17 billion US dollars, which is 150 billion in RMB. Moreover, except for a very small number of people, the outside world is completely unaware of the existence of such an invisible rich man. Therefore, Zhou Hao just laughed at Yang Guoqiang with tens of millions of annual salary to recruit himself. He said to Yang Guoqiang, Mr. Yang, thank you very much for your appreciation. However, I have very little experience. I am afraid I cannot be qualified for such a high position. Moreover, due to personal reasons, I don't want to leave Poly Group. So Mr. Yang, your kindness, I am able to receive it. Zhou Hao's refusal made Yang Guoqiang very disappointed. After all, such talents are really difficult to meet. The most important thing is that talents like Zhou Hao cannot be used for their own use. In the future, Country Garden Group will definitely inevitably become a competitor of Poly Group. At that time, Zhou Hao would be a powerful opponent who could make Yang Guoqiang burn out. It's a pity, but everyone has their own ambitions. Since you insist on staying in Poly Group, my little brother, then I can't force it. Yang Guoqiang smiled and said, However, if you change your mind in the future, the door of our company is always they are all ready to be opened for you. Zhou Hao smiled and nodded. Yang Guoqiang is indeed not small, and it is not unreasonable for him to achieve such an achievement. Yang Huiyan, who was sitting next to Yang Guoqiang, was stunned. Firstly, it was because of Zhou Hao's extraordinary insight and talent, and on the other hand, because of Yang Guoqiang's importance to Zhou Hao. She had never seen her father favor a person so much. You know, the most frequently used senior executives in the company have an annual salary of less than 1 million. Especially Zhou Hao is so young and not much older than her. Now that the general direction has been determined, Kong Fuqiao then discussed the details with Yang Guoqiang, exchanged their understanding of Hengda real estate, and shared a lot of information. Until the evening, the two parties had initially agreed on the details of cooperation. Then Yang Guoqiang also enthusiastically retained Kong Fuqiao and Zhou Hao after dinner, but Zhou Hao and the others did not refuse. During the banquet, Kong Fuqiao smiled at Yang Guoqiang. Brother Yang, I think you are already training Ling Mei, and you are ready to let her take your class. Kong Fuqiao can naturally see that if it is not for training Yang Huiyan, Yang Guoqiang, how could she be allowed to attend this kind of occasion? Hee, this girl wants to take over, and there is still a long way to go. Yang Guoqiang laughed and said, if she can have half the skills of Brother Zhou, then even if the company is handed over to her now, I can rest assured. Up, Yang Huiyan said dissatisfied. Dad, am I so bad? Although she had already seen Zhou Hao's abilities and admired him very much, she was still very unconvinced with Yang Guoqiang, who was always strong, to criticize herself in front of others. Zhou Hao has no special feelings about Yang Huiyan. As the outside world said, the most important reason for Yang Huiyin to become the richest woman in China is has a capable dad. After taking over the Country Garden Group, there were also a large number of excellent management talents to help him maintain the company's development and operation. As for her own ability, in Zhou Hao's view, it was nothing more than satisfactory. Brother Yang, if you want to recruit Zhou Hao into your company, there is actually another way. Kong Fuqiao suddenly smiled. Yang Guoqiang was really concerned about this, and he immediately asked, "What is the solution, Brother Kong? Please tell me." Kong Fuqiao glanced at Yang Huiyin, who was opposite, then smiled. "As long as you make Zhou Hao your son-in-law, can't you let him come to your company?" Hearing Kong Fuqiao's words, Yang Guoqiang suddenly brightened his eyes and said in his heart, "Yes, if Zhou Hao and Huiyin." Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Zhou Hao again. He only felt that Zhou Hao was tall and slender, handsome and virile. He was really a talent, and coupled with his talent, he was indeed a typical son-in-law. Zhou Hao and Yang Huiyin were also stunned by Kong Fuqiao's words. To be honest, Zhou Hao really has no special feelings for the future richest woman. Not to mention that Yang Huiyin's appearance is only moderate compared to Zhao Yuqin and Yinqing's girls. The key is that Zhou Hao and her never call. Although Yang Huiyin felt that Zhou Hao was much better than the boy she knew, it was only the first time I met. How could I like Zhou Hao about it or not, let alone marry him? Seeing Yang Guoqiang's serious consideration, Zhou Hao was afraid that he would really move his mind, so he quickly smiled. "Mr. Kong, you are joking. I'm just a small clerk. How can I be worthy of Ms. Yang? To be honest, I already have a fiancé." He finally added to his heart, "There is more than one. Whether it's Zhao Yuqin, Li Ruolin, Yin Qingqing, Su Lin, Situ Jianying, Yang Jiabao, Liang Xiaobing, Li Shuihan, and other women who already have a relationship with him, or Wang Shijuan and Gao Jingyi, who are in love with him, Zhou Hao is already seeing her as a wife, so saying that she has a fiancé is not a lie." When Yang Guoqiang heard that Zhou Hao already had a fiancé, he sighed regretfully. It seems that Zhou Hao really has no relationship with him this year. Kong Fuqiao was also shocked when he heard Zhou Hao's words and said in secret, "I've got it. This joke is overkill." He previously speculated that Zhou Hao must be a child of a large family. For such a wealthy family, the marriages of their children are often set very early, and the objects of marriage with him are either powerful or wealthy in order to achieve a strong alliance. Purpose. If Zhou Hao hated himself because of the joke just now, it would be troublesome. Fortunately, Zhou Hao still had that kind of smile on his face, which made Kong Fuqiao breathe out. After Kong Fuqiao and Zhou Hao and others left, Yang Huiyin complained to her father, "Dad, you didn't really want Zhou Hao to be your son-in-law. If you really want to, you go find the elder sister or the younger sister. I won't be with you." "Oh, my dear girl." Yang Guoqiang smiled bitterly at Yang Huiyin. "Dad, this is also for your sake. Don't say that Zhou Hao can work in a place like Poly Group. His background is definitely not simple, even if he is really just an ordinary person. With his talents, he is definitely not a thing in the pool. And you have also seen that the parents are so handsome, tall and mighty. It can be said that they are both beauty and wisdom, and the conditions are so good. Don't you like it?" Yang Huiyin curled her lips. "Haven't you heard people say that there is a fiancé, and he clearly didn't put me in his eyes? Why should I join in this fun? Humph, three-legged dogs are hard to find. Two, are there fewer men with legs? I don't believe that there is no other man better than that self-righteous guy. This daughter is a stubborn person. Even if she is a dad, she can't help it." So Yang Guoqiang can only shake his head and smile to dispel this idea. In the next few days, Zhou Hao followed Kong Fuqiao and met other powerful real estate companies, including Vank, RNF, Greenland, Excellent Land, etc. The process was also very smooth. These leaders in the real estate industry all know what threats Temasek poses to their turf, and they also know that if they fight on their own, they are not Temasek's opponents at all. Now that the Big Brother Poly Group is taking the lead in the counterattack, they naturally responded. And the subsequent development was similar to Zhou Hao's expectations. With Poly Group as the leader, Country Garden, Vank, RNF, and other companies split up to grab the land originally intended to be purchased by Hengdao Real Estate, and at the same time use their influence in various fields to Hengdao Real Estate launched an all-round attack. For example, Several of the most powerful TV stations in Guangdong have tacitly reported that the houses of Hengdao real estate have various quality problems and potential safety hazards. There are also a group of people who do not know where they come from, claiming the owner of a residential area under Hengdao Real Estate jointly sued Hengdao Real Estate for violating the provisions of the original purchase and sale contract by failing to provide the property owners with a real estate certificate. At the same time, the bank that Hengdao Real Estate originally borrowed also suddenly suspended its cooperation with Hengdao Real Estate and no longer provided loans to them. It was exposed to the outside world that Hengdao Real Estate had poor integrity and often defaulted on repayment. For a time, Hengdao Real Estate's reputation has plummeted, causing it to lose a large number of customers, and the exclusion of them by various real estate developers has also made their development difficult. In the end, the Poly Group issued the deadliest blow to them, colluding with government officials to buy land and hoarding land at a low price, and the underworld to persecute the demolished households. According to Yao Shu's testimony, these things that real estate developers often do have become Hengdao Real Estate's most fatal weaknesses. Under tremendous pressure from the public, the Provincial Public Security Department, and the provincial disciplinary senior officials, as well as those officials who accepted bribes from Director Shen, were arrested and investigated. The matter of Hengdao Real Estate has also become a major case that shakes Guangdong and even the whole country. The degree of concern it has caused has also led the government to deal with Hengdao Real Estate seriously. Regarding the case of Hengdao Real Estate, the provincial government was actually helpless. After all, it was Temasek who supported Hengdao Real Estate. The provincial government is still clear about this matter. Many officials with high positions are also cooperative with Temasek. Pulling out Hengdao Real Estate is not only pulling out Temasian's most important nail in the real estate industry in the southern region, but also cutting off an important source of money for these officials. However, even if it was to cut off their hearts this time, they had to grit their teeth. When Ling Jiqing handed over Yao Shu to the Provincial Public Security Department and asked them to properly handle the illegal demolition of Hengdao Real Estate in collusion with the underworld, the people in the Public Security Department took the risk to suppress the matter because they were members of the Temasek interest group. However, just when they wanted Yao Shu's accidental death in the detention center to achieve the goal of death without evidence, Poly Group stepped in again and directly approached the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection to seriously deal with the following officials who violated discipline with Hengdao Real Estate. At this moment, they had to reconsider how to face Hengdao Real Estate. They may be able to deal with the Ministry of National Security. After all, Ling Jiqing is only a provincial branch, and the Goan headquarters on the central side has not issued any official documents. Therefore, Ling Jiqing is more difficult to deal with, but as long as the key factor of Yao Shu is solved, can barely keep Hengdao Real Estate. But compared to Ling Jiqing and the others, the Poly Group is absolutely uncomfortable, because the big people behind the Poly Group dare not offend even the heads of the Provincial Party Committee and the provincial government. What's more, therefore, under the double pressure of the Poly Group and the Ministry of National Security, those people in the province can only take a knife against Hengdao Real Estate after repeated weighings. In order to avoid extraneous problems, they also directly attacked Hengdao Real Estate in an effort to dispose of Hengdao Real Estate. No matter how hard it was to turn around, Director Shen, the Housing Management Bureau, the Engineering Management Office, and other relevant officials also became substitutes for the sacrifice of the flag. They all fell off the horse and were treated as models. Although the big bosses behind the Poly Group also know that there are people in the province who are partners with Temasek, the level of those people is not low after all, and even if they start, they will inevitably suffer a lot of losses. So after dealing with the scapegoats such as Director Shen and pulling out the Temasek nail of Hengdao Real Estate, they took it as soon as they saw it and didn't dig deeper. After all, rushing to kill is a big taboo in the officialdom. With permission, no one will do nothing. Of course, Zhou Hao, who was not in the system, didn't care about the taboos or not. After solving Hengdao Real Estate with the help of the two sharp knives of Poly Group and the Ministry of National Security, the people of Hengdao Real Estate did not know his existence. They only thought that local real estate developers such as Poly Group and Yangguoqiang were jointly dealing with them, and they did not know. The one who got himself in such a field was a mere relocation store. In the room of a luxurious club in Zhuhai, Bao Zhengqiao, the deputy general manager of Hongda Real Estate, who was released on bail after many ties, kneeled in front of a man in his 30s and said in a cold sweat, "Second son, I'm sorry, we messed up. Do you also know that you messed up?" The man in front was sitting on the sofa, kicked Bao Zhengqiao's body with his foot, and suddenly kicked him to the ground. Just listen to him. Do you know that it's because of you idiots that made us lose the opportunity to enter the real estate industry in southern China? How much money did this cost us? You don't know. This angry man is a member of the Li family in Singapore, Lee Kuan Yew's second son Li Xinyang. The person in charge of developing the real estate market in southern China is Li Xinyang. He originally wanted to use this opportunity to show his talents to Lee Kuan Yew, but he did not expect to fall short. Not only did his huge investment in the early stage be in vain, but he also wanted to find opportunities to get involved in the future. It's even more difficult in the southern area, where strong men gather. Thinking of this, Li Xianying couldn't calm down and beat Bao Zhengqiao angrily. "Second brother, forget it, they can't be blamed on this matter." A young but steady voice came from behind. It was obvious that there was a pause in his figure, and he let Bao Zhengqiao pass unconsciously and unwillingly. He turned around and complained to the handsome young man. "The third brother, you don't know the second brother. It's difficult. My father didn't think much of me, but now it's messed up again. It's even harder for me to raise my head in front of my father. Isn't Lee Kuan Yew only 2 sons? Why would Li Xianying call that man the third brother?" I saw the man pouring 2 glasses of wine and handing one of them to Li Xianying. He also sat on the sofa next to him and said, "Things have developed to this point. Even if the father and his old man go out in person, I am afraid that he can't get up. It works. If Zhou Hao were here, he would definitely be stunned, because this Li Xianying's third brother was not someone else. It was Chang Feng, the young patron of the Green Gang before. Bao Zhengqiao, who was beaten and bruised by Li Xianying, couldn't care about the pain and greeted him respectfully, "San Gongzi. Get up." Gu Changfeng glanced at him. "Although you are temporarily saved, the Chinese government won't let you go like this, right? You and Zheng Ning will be sentenced to at least 10 years in prison this time. Only when the turmoil of this matter has passed, I will find a chance to get you out with the opportunity of medical parole." Zheng Ning, in his mouth, is the general manager of Hongda Real Estate. Because he is the principal offender, the government will not allow Zheng Ning to be released on bail. Li Xianying asked Gu Changfeng, "Third brother, there is really no way to save this matter?" Gu Changfeng did not look at him, but looked down at the glass of mellow wine in his hand and said, "Don't you see the attitude of the people in the provincial government? If there is still room for change, they will not be so cruel. Up. Those ungrateful guys, how much money do we give them every year? They actually treat us like this. There is no way. If it is me, I will do it like them." Gu Changfeng smiled and said, "Not to mention the Ministry of State Security, but behind the Poly Group is the Chinese military. They have always been involved. It's notoriously tough. Don't talk about the people of the provincial government. Even the central government, I'm afraid they won't do anything to them." Speaking of this, Li Xianying also knew that he could only give up, but he still said uncomfortably, "It's really unlucky. I didn't expect the people in the Poly Group to do such a big fight against us." "Second brother, do you really think that the people in the Poly Group did everything this time?" Gu Changfeng smiled. Li Xianying was stunned when he heard the words, "Huh? Isn't it that Poly Group was afraid that we would compete with them in the real estate market to deal with us?" Gu Changfeng shook his head. "This is just one of the reasons. The Poly Group certainly does not want anyone to get involved in their territory. But why did they not do anything when we first started the layout, so they would move us at this time?" "Brother, do you remember how things started?" Li Xianying said. "It started when the useless guy Yao Shu was arrested by the Ministry of National Security, and I don't know what he did. He actually provoked the Ministry of National Security, and it hurt us." "Then why Yao Shu was arrested by the Ministry of National Security? Do you know the reason?" "It wasn't he who caused the trouble." Li Xianying was puzzled. Gu Changfeng said, "To be precise, this matter started from Hongdao Real Estate's unruly behavior and harmed the interests of Tongguan Catering Company. Yao Shu was also caught by Goen because he sent someone to smash Tongguan's branch." "Caught it. Third brother, you mean Hongdao Real Estate has fallen into this field because of what Tongguan Company?" What are they from? Li Xianying said in surprise. Gu Changfeng sighed slightly. It's also to blame that I didn't remind you at the beginning, but we are unlucky. Hengda Real Estate would actually have a conflict with Tongwang. Brother, in fact, this Tongwang company, it was opened at Zhou Hao's house. Zhou Hao? Which Zhou Hao? Li Xianying didn't respond, and then exclaimed, You mean Zhou Hao? The Zhou Hao that my father mentioned to us. Gu Changfeng nodded with a wry smile. This Hengda Real Estate incident, I am afraid that he took the lead and used the knife of Poly Group and the Ministry of National Security to remove Hengda Real Estate. Seeing Li Xianying's gloomy and very angry face, Gu Changfeng patted him on the shoulder. Second brother, forget it. My father also said that at this stage, we must never provoke Zhou Hao. You will not provoke Zhou Hao at this stage. Don't be afraid of being blamed by your father. If he knew that Zhou Hao was the cause of this incident, he wouldn't blame you too much. Li Xianying nodded. Now he really has nothing to do except admit that he is unlucky. However, he still resented Gu Changfeng and said, Third brother, should we keep shrinking under Zhou Hao's lewd power? The master is seriously injured now. I am afraid that I will not be able to fully recover in half a year, and, alas. He stood up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the entire city landscape below, suddenly bursting into his eyes the shining light, as if standing on the top and watching the world. He said, Sooner or later, I will let Zhou Hao pay back all the debts owed to us. After that, he suddenly raised his head and drank the glass of alcohol in his hand. There was no unexpected situation in the development of the matter. More than a dozen senior executives of Hengda Real Estate were sentenced, and they completely lost their strength in the southern region. They could only quietly exit the real estate market and disappear without a trace. As the official victim of the turmoil of Hengda Real Estate, the heads and brains of several bureaus in Yueshio District have been changed. The tampered contract between Tongwang Catering Company and Hengda Real Estate was also made logically. If it is abolished, Hengda Real Estate has to compensate Tongwang for 1 million economic losses. Under Zhou Hao's guidance, Tongwang did not only have relations with the Taxation Bureau of the Industry and Commerce Bureau in Yueshio District as before, but went directly to establish friendship with the district party secretary and district chief. From this incident, Tongwang can be regarded as a lesson. Yin Tong and Lu Shiping were not keen to build a good relationship with the government before, and no one in Xiangqing dared to provoke them. That's why they were in other places. Some slack. After this time, even if they felt a little disgusted in their hearts, Yin Tong and Lu Shiping still arranged people in the company who were responsible for communication with the government, and they would not be in a hurry when there is an emergency. Then, in order to better grasp the company and develop the domestic market, Yin Tong and Lu Shiping decided to ask Yin Qingqing to take a group of company staff to various branches across the country for inspection and coordination, while paying attention to other things that Tongwang has not to set foot in cities with development potential, prepare for opening branches there in the future. I know that so far, Mrs. Zhou's restaurant and romantic full house cake shop have more than 50 branches across the country, with deployments in Beijing, Tianjin, Shanghai, Guangzhou, Shenzhen, and various provincial capitals. With delicious food, clean and unique environment, and low prices, Mrs. Zhou's restaurant is very popular everywhere. And the romantic full house cake shop, which continues to introduce new ideas and leads the trend of artistic cakes, is highly sought after by the younger generation. Because of the regional culture, Mrs. Zhou's restaurants outside of Guangdong province no longer use Hong Kong-style food as a selling point, but mainly sell local flavored foods to adapt to the food culture of different regions. After a period of time, representative snacks from other places will be launched in turn to provide local consumers with fresh flavors. With the blossoming of Tongwang Food and Beverage Company all over the country, Zhou Hao also suggested that Yin Tong and the others try to expand Tongwang's market by joining them, which can reduce costs and save manpower and play a leverage role with small gains. During this trip, Yin Qing was able to familiarize himself with Tongwang's grassroots operations and prepare for the management of Tongwang in the future, as well as learn about the culture and folk customs of various places and increase his own knowledge. Zhou Hao also sent a few more elites from Pluto to protect Yin Qingqing's safety during her travels. After Yin Qingqing went on a business trip, Zhao Yuqin did not rush back to Beijing. but stayed in Guangzhou and spent a romantic and charming double stay with Zhou Hao. Xiao Hao can't come anymore. I will kill my sister if I come again. At this moment, Zhao Yuqin was lying naked on the bed, hugged Zhou Hao tightly, panting. Zhou Hao pulled away the hair soaked in fragrant sweat on her forehead, kissed the corner of her lips again, and smiled. Sister, why did you surrender so quickly today? Who can come every day like you? I don't know how to cherish my sister. Zhao Yuqin took a bite on Zhou Hao's face. Zhou Hao smiled while holding Zhao Yuqin's plump, mature, and attractive jade body. Even though you are so charming, Xiao Hao can't help it. Sister, you are Xiao Hao's dearest baby. Xiao Hao doesn't want to leave for a moment. By your side. As he said, he arched his face into Zhao Yuqin's chest again and couldn't help but linger, making Zhao Yuqin annoyed. You bad guy. You are really sister's little magic star. Don't mess it up. Sister has serious things to do. Ask you. What is it? What is more serious than what we are doing now? Zhou Hao smirked. Zhao Yuqin held Zhou Hao's head to prevent him from moving and asked sternly, I ask you, how did you transfer 35% of the shares of Tianhe to my name? Is it for money? Did you manage the Tianhe? If you don't make it clear, my sister will really be angry. How can I mean this? Zhou Hao smiled. It's just sister, you have helped me so much. You can't let your sister do it for nothing. Even if you don't care about your sister, Godfather can't spare me, not to mention the original sister. Didn't you also transfer all the shares invested by Galaxy to me? Didn't you think that I was doing it for money? Also, now the bosses of many large companies also transfer part of the shares of the company to their own wives. Zhou Hao's last sentence really touched Zhao Yuqin's heart, and the doubts and anxiety in her heart were also swept away. She kept kissing Zhou Hao's face and said sweetly, Little bad guy. It's so sweet. Little villain for life. Maintaining such an intimate posture, Zhao Yuqin suddenly said to Zhou Hao, Xiao Hao, the recipe you matched to my sister doesn't want to eat it. Zhou Hao was stunned and asked quickly, What's the matter, sister? Are there any side effects in the yin yang fong? This nourishing prescription is actually the prescription that Zhou Hao obtained from Shun Nong Bai Chao that can not only prevent contraception but also nourish the body. With this prescription, Zhou Hao can be so unscrupulous to turn the dragon and the phoenix with the girls. Zhao Yuqin shook her head, and 2 red clouds appeared on her cheeks. She whispered, It's not a side effect. Yes, it's because my sister wants to give you a baby. Speaking of the last, she, who is usually generous and capable, is too ashamed to turn her face away from seeing Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao was stunned by Zhao Yuqin's words, and his heart was in a mess. He knew that almost all women hope to have children for the man they love. This is their natural motherhood, and they treat themselves. Men shows love. Zhao Yuqin is a mature, beautiful, strong, and capable beauty who is willing to have children for herself. Zhou Hao is naturally very happy. However, whether it is from Zhao Yuqin's perspective or Zhou Hao's perspective, it is not a good time to have children at this stage. The Zhao family still didn't know the true relationship between Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin. They always thought they were just brothers and sisters who were in love with each other. Zhou Hao couldn't guarantee how his relationship with Zhao Yuqin would be exposed. If it was an ordinary family, Zhou Hao wouldn't have so many worries. But who is Elder Zhao? That is actually the country's number 3 figure, a real existence that can shake the mainland by flipping and stomping. What's more, even if Mr. Zhao is just an ordinary person, I am afraid he will be sad about this, which Zhou Hao didn't want to see. And Zhou Hao himself is not without any worries. After all, his actual age is still young, and if Zhao Yuqin's belly is really enlarged, the first person who does not let him go is definitely not Elder Zhao, but Yan Tong. Also, if you let other women know, I don't know if they will think randomly. Seeing Zhou Hao silent and frowning, Zhao Yuqin said sadly, My elder sister also knows that this idea is unrealistic, but my elder sister really wants to give birth to Xiao Hao, a son or a daughter. That sister will have no regrets in this life. She pressed her face to Zhou Hao's chest, listened to Zhou Hao's powerful heartbeat, and said bitterly, Sister is 25 and 16 this year, but you are only 17. Waiting for your 20 hands. Sister, I'm almost running for the 3rd time. My sister doesn't want to be an advanced proturiant. Moreover, by then, my sister is old and yellow, And you little flower-hearted ghost don't know if you want to have a baby with your sister. How come? I see, sister. Even if you reach 50, you will still be like this. The 4 words, Ren Lao Zhu Huang, will not appear on you for at least 30 to 40 years. Zhou Hao quickly laughed. Indeed, with Zhou Hao's nourishment, Zhao Yuqin has become younger than before. If it weren't for her curvy, plump figure and her mature and capable temperament, she'd just look at her white jade skin. I'm afraid everyone thinks she is still in the cardamom age. Also, I dare not say anything else, but the eldest son and grandson of our old Zhou family must have your sister give birth to me. Zhou Hao embraced Zhao Yuqin and said. Zhao Yuqin's face was also red when he heard this. The so-called eldest son and grandchildren, besides the first son, also has a meaning, that is, the son who was born to his wife. This meaning may be meaningless if placed in modern times. But according to Zhou Hao's current peach blossom situation, even if there is no distinction between a right wife and a concubine, there must be a big sister to stabilize the rear. According to what Zhou Hao said, the position of this eldest sister was obviously for Zhao Yuqin to sit. Although he has always been tolerant of Zhou Hao's romance, and even took the initiative to befriend those other women, this does not mean that Zhao Yuqin is not jealous. And now that Zhou Hao has established her position as the head of the harem, at least Zhao Yuqin is less worried. She hooked Zhou Hao's neck and said gently, It's okay to let you go for a while, but you must give your sister a child at the latest before your sister is 30, otherwise your sister will not care about that many, at most. I've been hiding in foreign countries for a year or 2. When I return home with my baby, it's too late for Dad to stop him. Zhou Hao was stunned and smiled bitterly in his heart. This sister, herself, is really tough. The child problem raised by Zhao Yuqin made Zhou Hao begin to pay attention to it. Although his current physical age is not suitable for childbirth, some women around him have reached the optimal childbearing age regardless of age or environment. For example, Zhao Yuqin, Li Ruolin, Su Lin, Liang Xiaobing, and even He Shiyun, who left without saying goodbye after a night of spring breeze with him, are all in the best period of having children. Except for He Shiyun, who couldn't be sure of his intentions, all the other women loved Zhou Hao deeply, and now I am afraid they have more or less the idea of giving birth to Zhou Hao. Thinking of this, Zhou Hao couldn't help but feel a little worried. Zhao Yuqin also told herself in advance, and although Li Ruolin also likes children very much, she is still a teacher at Yuning Middle School, and she has a teacher-student relationship with herself. It was because of this that she didn't dare to let Zhou Hao shoot her inside. In the case of worries, Li Ruolin should not have any thoughts for the time being. Liang Xiaobing is an artist and is now at the peak of her career. If she really decides to have a baby, it basically means that she is going to retire, so the problem is not big. The rest is Su Lin, and her ability is not inferior to Zhao Yuqin. Compared with Tianhe Beverage Group, ATV, although the capital and scale are not as good, the affairs that need to be handled and the complicated and very complicated interpersonal relationships require much more effort than managing Tianhe Beverage Group. In particular, Zhao Yuqin's prominent status was placed there, and almost no one dared to provoke her. Below, there was someone like Shangwan Zongzi who could stand alone to assist her. Therefore, it is not easy for Su Lin to manage ATV to achieve the current results. She can also see how strong her ability is. She is simply another Fang Yihua. Readers who do not know this person, please refer to the previous article or search Baidu. With such a strong ability, the personality is often very strong and independent, especially the things that oneself decides will stick to the end, even a little paranoid. If Su Lin wanted to give birth to Zhou Hao, it might not be easy for her to dispel this idea. What Zhou Hao fears most now is that when he was with Su Lin in Hong Kong before, Su Lin did not take Enin recipe without telling himself. This would be troublesome, especially Zhou Hao couldn't really give birth to her. Gas. Hey, it seems we need to find time to communicate with Su Lin. Zhou Hao said to himself. He was thinking, in case one day, Su Lin brought a child to the door and said to Yin Tong, Auntie, this is Zhou Hao's child. This kind of scene is really shocking, but Su Lin will not be such a person. This situation will only be Zhou Hao's self-entertainment. What are you mumbling about? Zhao Yuqin, who was next to him, saw Zhou Hao muttering to herself, so she couldn't help asking. Zhou Hao came back to his senses and smiled. It's nothing. I'm just thinking. Although we can't give my sister a child right now, we can still rehearse in advance, so as to prepare for the future. Rehearsal? How to rehearse? Zhao Yuqin was stunned. Looking at Zhou Hao's cocked mouth, she immediately had a bad feeling in her heart. Sure enough, Zhou Hao turned over again and pressed Zhao Yuqin under him, and said with a smile, "How can I rehearse? It's not like us." Zhao Yuqin had realized what Zhou Hao was talking about, rehearsal, and quickly begged for mercy. No, 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 little bad guy, forgive my sister. My sister is really not good. Otherwise, let's go back to Xianqing. You find Ruolin. Stop tossing, sister. Sister can't stand you anymore. Sister, it's too late to beg for mercy only now, Zhou Hao said proudly. Just as Zhou Hao was about to attack Zhao Yuqin again, the mobile phone on the bedside table rang untimely. Zhao Yuqin immediately took the opportunity to say, "Xiao Hao, the call is coming. You can pick it up quickly. There may be something important." After that, despite Zhou Hao's objection, he took the mobile phone and put it in Zhou Hao's ear. Reluctantly, Zhou Hao had to answer the call, but regretted it in his heart. I would have shut down this phone. Hey, this is Zhou Hao. Due to the desired dissatisfaction, Zhou Hao's voice sounded full of gunpowder. Zhou Hao, it's me, Kung Fu Chiao. Isn't it bothering you to do business, right? Kung Fu Chiao on the phone was taken aback by Zhou Hao's tone, thinking that he wouldn't be the one who caused Zhou Hao on this call. Excuse me. Hearing that it was Kung Fu Chiao, Zhou Hao couldn't let his anger on him, because Kung Fu Chiao was always polite when he got along with him, and he answered as much as possible to his questions, which benefited Zhou Hao a lot. Oh, haha. It turned out to be Brother Kong. Haha. Sorry, there are some things going on. What's the matter? After that, Zhou Hao deliberately squeezed the big white rabbits on Zhao Yuqin's chest. Don't make a bad boy, Zhao Yuqin yelled, and immediately covered his mouth, for fear of being heard by Kung Fu Chiao on the phone. Although Zhao Yuqin's voice was not loud, Kung Fu Chiao over there heard it, and his heart jumped. He can be regarded as a romantic character. Naturally, it is clear that the reason why a man has a bad tone when answering the phone is often because he is disturbed by his business, and he recognizes Zhao Yuqin's voice. As a result, Kung Fu Chiao had to guess. Zhou Hao and Ms. Zhao weren't just, well, wouldn't they? Let's not say whether his guess is true or not. Even if he is right, Kung Fu Chiao dare not say it through. He has been in the poly group for many years, and he knows what you can listen to, what you can't listen to, and you can't say anything. So he pretended not to hear, and said nonchalantly, Zhou Hao, this is the case. There is a gentleman on the board of directors of our company who wants to see you, so I want to ask if you are free these days. Oh, who is it? Zhou Hao is puzzled. He knows the board of directors of Poly Group. None of the directors in it are simple characters. Most of them are not much more distinguished than Zhao Dingzhou, and even more prominent. Kung Fu Chiao smiled and said, because that gentleman's identity is more sensitive, and he told you not to say his identity before meeting you. Sorry, Zhou Hao, I'm just in the company. I dare not disobey the instructions of those big bosses. Zhou Hao pondered for a moment. Well, I am still relatively free these days, Brother Kong. When does that person want to see me? It's not certain now. After all, that person's work is also very busy, but it should be within these 2 days. I will let you know when that time comes. Kung Fu Chiao said. Well, that's good. There is Brother Lao Kan. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Yuqin, who heard some clues, asked, Who wants to see you? Zhou Hao shrugged. I don't know. Kung Fu Chiao said that the identity of that person should be kept secret for the time being, and will know it only after meeting. However, none of the people behind the Poly Group are fuel-efficient lamps, which has brushed their face. It's not good for me to the Zhao family. By the way, sister, you should know the specific members of the Poly Group's board of directors. Tell me about it, and let me prepare. As you said, there is no fuel-efficient lamp in there. Zhao Yuqin smiled. The main figures of the Poly Group, including Deng's son-in-law, Mr. Yang's son-in-law are also inside, and Mr. Wang's son, and many more. P.S. Readers can go to Baidu to find the background of Poly Group, which is thrilling. Zhou Hao breathed a cold breath after hearing this. Although those were the older generation of revolutionaries who had retired, their influence in the country was still very large. These are the veritable red families, or the top ones. Zhao Yuqin continued. These families have accumulated a wide range of contacts over the years. It is also very good for you to make friends with them, but you have to be cautious. After all, not all people have a friendly attitude towards our Zhao family. Zhou Hao nodded. He still knew this kind of thing, and why that mysterious big man wanted to make an appointment with him is also worth pondering. Sure enough, after 2 days, Kong Fuqiao contacted Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao, that gentleman is not here in Guangzhou, but in Xiamen. He wants you to meet him in Xiamen. Kong Fuqiao said to Zhou Hao. The people in our company will send you there. Given the deep background of the other party, Zhou Hao had no dissatisfaction, so he agreed to Kong Fuqiao. And because of her own identity, Zhao Yuqin needed to avoid suspicion sometimes, and could not accompany Zhou Hao, so he could only be told to proceed with caution. Kong Fuqiao seemed to be only responsible for the pity between the mysterious figure and Zhou Hao, and did not accompany Zhou Hao to go there, but arranged another manager-level employee in Polygroup to take charge of Zhou Hao's trip. I flew from Guangzhou to Xiamen and arrived at Xiamen Gaoqi International Airport at only 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sun was still very bright. People were also arranged to pick up Zhou Hao's plane. They were 2 tall and stern men. A discerning person knew at a glance that these were members of the army, and looking at their quality, they were probably members of the special forces. Mr. Zhou, the chief is still busy with things. Let us pick you up to the mansion for a rest, said one of them. Zhou Hao nodded, got in the car arranged by the other party, and entered the city of Xiamen with the Polygroup manager who was accompanying him. At the same time, he kept thinking about which important person wanted to see him is so mysterious. The man who was arranged to accompany Zhou Hao was Huang Yuan, the manager of the personnel department of Polygroup, a man in his 40s who looked like a shameless man. He smiled and never got angry at everyone, and because he was a little blessed, so smiles like a Maitreya Buddha. Zhou Hao knew that Huang Yuan's position in the Polygroup was not too high, at least not as good as Kong Fuqiao. Because in places like Polygroup, where the official background is extremely deep, the personnel department is basically the string puppets manipulated by the gods above. Recruiting ordinary employees at the lowest level is fortunate to say that if some of the more important positions are not Huang Yuan's turn to decide at all, they are basically arranged according to the list posted above. The reason why he was sent to accompany Zhou Hao was to let him act as Zhou Hao's accompanying tour. Originally, the job of accompanying travel should be more appropriate for young and beautiful women. However, Kong Fuqiao vaguely guessed the relationship between Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin, and wanted to let Zhao Yuqin know that he had arranged a woman to be Zhou Hao's companion. Then would he want to confuse him? Following the 2 elites who were obviously from the army, Zhou Hao and Huang Yuan came to a 3-story European-style villa in downtown Xiamen. This villa is not a modern luxury villa like Country Garden, but an old house with 50 or 60 years old. Obviously, it existed here before the War of Resistance, and it was simple and chic. One of the outer walls was covered with vines. On the number plate beside the gate outside the villa, the words Shengda Mansion were written in correct italics. Those who can own this kind of mansion are not ordinary people, which makes Zhou Hao more curious about the mysterious man. Entering the mansion, Zhou Hao saw that the layout of the house was indeed the style of 50 or 60 years ago, and there was a phonograph on the oak coffee table over there. There are also many servants here. There are about 8 or 9 people, men and women in their 30s and 40s. They should have been working here for more than 10 years. After Zhou Hao and Huang Yuan sat down in the hall, a man in his 50s who looked like a housekeeper rushed them 2 cups of fragrant hot tea. Huang Yuan took a sip and exclaimed, "It's authentic British Twinings black tea." Zhou Hao also took a sip. However, even though the iced tea series produced by Tina Beverage Group is now popular across the country, even Hong Kong and Taiwan, and are marching towards Japan and South Korea, Zhou Hao himself does not have a deep understanding of tea culture. He doesn't know the true status of British black tea, but he knows that as early as the 17th and 18th centuries, when the British were eager for Chinese black tea, in fact, those that were shipped from China to the United Kingdom were sold at high prices. Some are actually broken leaf teas of poor quality. Hearing Huang Yuan chattering with interest about the uniqueness of British Twinings black tea, the servant brought many exquisite models, including both Chinese and Western styles, and Zhou Hao was stunned by the degree of ingenuity. For example, the cage of dim sum resembling crystal dumplings was carved into the appearance of a little sparrow, and even the feathers on the wings that were only the size of rice grains were vivid, and it was hard to put them in the mouth. Zhou Hao thought to himself, the chefs here can be regarded as national masters. Maybe they are the imperial chefs of Zhongnanhai. Huang Yuanyuan also stared at the dazzling array of desserts in front of him, then pointed to the plate of puff pastry and said, "This is a golden puff pastry. Although it looks like ordinary puff pastry, this golden puff pastry can be kept as crispy as it is just out of the stove after 3 days and 3 nights. I have eaten it once at a banquet in Daitai." Zhou Hao was even more surprised. He wondered who this mysterious man is. The chef in the Xingda mansion is clearly the royal kitchen. Isn't he a member of the standing committee? The servants in the hall were also very considerate. After preparing food for Zhou Hao and the others, they went out with the housekeeper, lest Zhou Hao and Huang Yuanyuan were uncomfortable, and then came in every once in a while to add tea or serve Zhou Hao and the others. Take the empty plate and provide Zhou Hao with everything they need. Manager Huang, is that the adult who wants to see me? Do you know? Although he was constantly wondering which important person to meet with him, Zhou Hao couldn't help but taste these exquisites from the royal chef. After a taste of the dim sum, I couldn't stop it, and teamed up with Huang Yuanyuan to wipe out the dim sum on the table. Huang Yuanyuan drank black tea in her lip and sighed in contentment before saying, "Mr. Zhou, I won't hide it from you. Actually, I don't know anything about the identity of this mighty man. Assistant Kong told me not to go ask. Don't ask, as long as you take good care of Mr. Zhou. So how can I be nosy?" Since even Huang Yuanyuan didn't know who the other party was, Zhou Hao had no choice but to stop guessing and settle down and waited for the person to return. However, they didn't know what important things that person was busy with. Zhou Hao and the others had been here for 2 or 3 hours, and they still didn't see him come back. Fortunately, Xingda Mansion has everything here. After Zhou Hao and Huang Yuanyuan took a comfortable hot bath, there are actually 2 more than 60-year-old masseurs with excellent handicrafts to help them massage. In the end, you can watch a movie in a small movie theater on the 2nd floor, but this Xingda Mansion contains classic revolutionary movies such as The War of Resistance and The Long March. Otherwise, it is The Romance of the 3 Kingdoms, Water Margin, etc. In the TV series, Zhou Hao even saw his own 2 sets of Daming Palace CI and Kangxi Dynasty, produced by Star River TV, which are very popular in China. Really, I have a net worth of more than 10 billion yuan, and I can't compare to this guy in terms of enjoyment. No, I will also build a Zhou Mansion after I go back. Enjoying the facilities and services in the Xingda Mansion, Zhou Hao thought in his heart. At this time, the mobile phone rang, and Zhou Hao saw that the number was from Thunder Tiger, so he answered the sound. "Hey, Thunder Tiger? What can I do?" "Boss, are you in Shaman now?" Lei Hu said on the phone. "Yeah, I just came here today. What's the matter? Did something happen to the Pluto? Or is there something happened to my cousin?" Zhou Hao asked nervously. Now he is a little afraid of receiving a call from Thunder Tiger. Because generally speaking, Thunder Tiger brings bad news. Just listen to Lei Hu's smile. "No, boss, everything is normal for Pluto, and ladies are also very safe. It's because Daniel and I are here in Shaman, and I just got news from Miss Zhao that you have come to Shaman. So I'll say hello to you. You and Daniel are in Shaman? Are you not in Xianqing?" After the incident of Hongdao Real Estate passed, Thunder Tiger and a group of Pluto members who were temporarily transferred over naturally returned to Xianqing. Boss, when we went back before, you told me that if there is nothing particularly important, don't call and bother you." Lei Hu said aggrieved. That's because Zhou Hao didn't want anyone to disturb his 2-person world with Zhao Yuqin, so he told Lei Hu. I heard Lei Hu say, 2 days ago, I received news that there is an underground martial arts conference in Fujian. Not only are domestic martial arts masters, but also martial arts masters from all over the world will gather to participate in this martial arts conference. I felt curious for a while, so I came over to see. You know the character boss of Daniel. After he knew there was a martial arts conference here, he entangled to follow me. I saw it didn't matter, so I didn't follow. Boss, you said, Wooling conference? Why don't I know? Anyway, I am also a master. Zhou Hao said in surprise. Lei Hu said, Boss, how can a master like you care about these things? If a supermaster like you ends up, then other people don't need to participate. Just abstain and go home. Zhou Hao scolded with a smile. This underground martial arts conference is basically an underground black boxing. Haha, the boss is wise, you are right. This is indeed the underground black boxing. Lei Hu said, I have inquired about this so-called martial arts conference is actually called the Hades Cup World Fighting Sports Conference, held every 2 years once. It was the same as the Olympic Games. This year was the 13th event, and it happened to be our turn to host it in China. It turned out that this Pluto Cup World Fighting Conference was held in the underground world of mercenaries, mafia, and terrorists. Li is very famous. Almost every underground organization with powerful influence will send representatives to participate in the competition, and even the governments of some countries will secretly send masters to participate in the competition. After listening to Lei Hu's introduction, Zhou Hao knew that there was such a large and mysterious underground boxing match. Lei Hu continued, the prize money of this underground boxing match is very generous. The player who wins the championship in the final round can get a huge prize of $100 million, and the runner-up and third runner-up can also get $10 million and $1 million respectively. However, compared to the peripheral gambling games behind this underground boxing match, the money is only a fraction of the bill. By the way, each contestant must pay $100,000 to register. Zhou Hao knows that the gambling of these underground boxing matches often involves unimaginable money. Those drug lords, mafia leaders, or terrorist organizations have their own ways of making money, and their wealth is even greater than those of Forbes. Hearing what Lei Hu said, Zhou Hao cried and said, You are not signing up for it. Hey, with my strength, how can I dare to compete with those strong people? Lei Hu said, However, Daniel has signed up. Daniel signed up? Zhou Hao was surprised, but he was relieved soon. It's no wonder that Daniel is very obsessed with martial arts. He won't let this kind of opportunity pass, and with his martial arts, he shouldn't. What's the problem? By the way, where's the venue? I'll go and see it. Lei Hu said truthfully. In a place called Kaixianzhuang on the outskirts of Xiamen, my mother, I don't know if I don't come here. There is such a place here on the outskirts of Xiamen. There is actually a gymnasium under the manor. The provincial stadiums in the district are inferior. Okay, I'll contact you again then, Zhou Hao said, ending the call. Zhou Hao didn't plan to go right now, because he still had to wait here for the mysterious figure who had an appointment with him. Anyway, Lei Hu said, this World Fighting Games will be held for at least a week, and Zhou Hao still has time. Huang Yuanyuan smiled at Zhou Hao at this time. Mr. Zhou, do you like watching underground boxing matches too? He obviously got a lot of information from Zhou Hao's words and words. Zhou Hao also smiled and said, Oh, Manager Huang, are you also interested in? Hee. In fact, when I went to the United States on business in the past, my colleagues there used to take me to an underground boxing match. Huang Yuanyuan smiled a lot. I didn't have much interest in Western boxing, but the underground boxing, the atmosphere of the match is much higher than that of a regular and legal boxing match. When you are in it, you can't help but blend into it, especially when you put a bet on one of the contestants. Also, those in the regular boxing match the rules. Most of the underground boxing matches don't pay attention to. The scene of recruiting blood is really exciting, and you can't experience it if you don't go there. From the situation at that time, Huang Yuanyuan's face was full of joy, as if returning to that kind of agitation. Zhou Hao has never been to a real underground boxing match. He has only seen it in certain movies. He knows that these underground boxing matches are actually like the Colosseum in Rome, satisfying the bloodthirsty and violent primitiveness of the human heart. Desire. It is undeniable that humans have also evolved from beasts that eat and drink blood. Their genes contain that primitive nature. No matter how the acquired moral rationality improves, this cannot be obliterated. At this time, one of the people who had picked up Zhou Hao at the airport walked in and said to Zhou Hao, Mr. Zhou, our chief's work has been exhausted. He asked us to send you to him and meet him. Huh? Didn't he come back here? Zhou Hao asked. The humanities said, because our chief is meeting with a friend of his, we invite Mr. Zhou to come over to his side. Mr. Zhou, please. He made an invitation gesture. So Zhou Hao followed him out. As for Huang Yuanyuan, since the other party didn't invite him to go, he naturally didn't dare to follow it affectionately. and consciously went back to the guest room to sleep. The car was the simple and decent Hongqi sedan that Zhou Hao had sent from the airport before. Zhou Hao also noticed that there was no special place in the license plate number of this Hongqi sedan. It was neither a provincial government special vehicle nor a municipal government bus. Unlike the rich, the number is a few, 8, but rather common. There is no special mark on the windshield, but this car is unimpeded in the urban area of Xiamen. When passing the traffic post, we even saw the traffic police there saluting the car from a distance. From Kong Fuqiao's words, Zhou Hao inferred that the person who met him was not a local official in Xiamen or Fujian, but more like a local official in Beijing. However, judging from the response of the traffic police, this person's influence here in Xiamen, the power is not small. With no words on the way, Zhou Hao found that the car was slowly leaving the city center and entered a relatively narrow highway. Zhou Hao also saw a road sign at the entrance of the road with the words Huaguang Road written on it. Soon, Zhou Hao came to a yard. Inside were several buildings with only 7 or 8 stories high. The whole body was red, and there was nothing special. It was just that there were many cars parked in the yard, and most of them were very ordinary middle and low-end cars. Zhou Hao also saw several 80 Santana and Jetta. This is the office of a certain government department. Zhou Hao looked at the building that was shrouded in the night, except for the whole body red. He couldn't help but ask the guard next to him, "Is your chief here?" The guard nodded and said faintly, "This place and the building are owned by the government, but this is not the office of a government department. It is a private club. I can't tell the details. Mr. Zhou, you will know after you enter." Following the guard approaching the building, he saw that the main entrance was not big, but there were 2 red lanterns hanging outside the entrance, and 2 women wearing red cheongsam stood in the front hall inside. Look carefully, those 2 women are not like ordinary hotel clients. They actually have a noble and generous temperament, and their appearance and body are very good, and they are more beautiful than some actresses. The receptionist at the door has this quality. What exactly is this place? Zhou Hao couldn't help but secretly asked. He found that there were no stairs, but only one elevator. Taking the elevator, Zhou Hao went straight to the 7th floor. As soon as I got out of the elevator, I saw that the corridor outside was magnificent and magnificent. It was 2 worlds outside. There was also an imposing Manhwa wooden door over there. The guard led Zhou Hao to the door, knocked carefully on the door, and said respectfully, "Head, I brought Mr. Zhou. Come in." A very calm male voice came from inside. Hearing this voice alone, Zhou Hao concluded that there was someone who had been in the top position for a long time and was used to giving orders. This voice contained an aura of no anger and authority, which made Zhou Hao even more curious. Pushing the door in, you see that there is a very spacious and luxurious office inside. A tall, middle-aged man with a Chinese character face sits behind the Manhwa desk. His appearance is not outstanding, but his eyes are full of energy, and he slightly squints. When I press my lips, I can't see whether it is happy or angry, but it can make people feel a kind of pressure. There was a relatively short man on another table next to him, but with a kind smile, he felt a bit similar to Huang Yuan with a smiling face. Moreover, Zhou Hao felt that this man was a bit familiar, and he didn't know where he had seen him. It seems that the man who invited himself to meet here in Xiamen is the powerful middle-aged man. Since Zhou Hao came in, his gaze has always been on Zhou Hao, and his gaze seems to be scanning Zhou Hao back and forth, like several times. While he was observing Zhou Hao was also looking at him, and he was not afraid of his sharp gaze. The other party didn't speak. Zhou Hao didn't speak, and the smiling man over there didn't speak either, and the guard behind him didn't even dare to speak out. So the big office fell into a kind of stiff silence. After a long time, the corners of the middle-aged man's mouth rose slightly, and he smiled at Zhou Hao. As expected of the Zhao family's optimistic person, it really is the back wave of the Yangtze River pushing the front wave. He hadn't seen a young man who could stare at him for so long and still not humble or humble. Zhou Hao made him look at him with admiration based on his calmness. And Zhou Hao just nodded and said, "Thanks, boy Zhou Hao. I haven't consulted the name Gao." Zhou Hao had never seen this extraordinary middle-aged man in front of him, but from his aura and the group behind Polygroup, none of them were good men and believers, so Zhou Hao didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of him. "Ha ha ha." The man smiled heartily. The smiling man also said, "Little brother, My eldest brother is a very important person. If you can get his appreciation, you will have a bright future. Just listen to the middle-aged man with a smile. My surname is G, and I now work in the general staff. As for the specific position, it is inconvenient to tell you. Otherwise, it will be leaking state secrets. Ha 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 ha. G. Zhou Hao murmured and repeated. The surname G is rare in China, but this surname has a great background. According to legend, Huangdi Xinyuan was named Ji, and the Zhou dynasty was built by the two fathers and sons of Ji Changji, and Ji was also the royal surname of the Zhou dynasty. It is the surname of a few representatives of China who have symbolized the royal family. And there are very few people with the surname Ji in high positions in the country. Zhou Hao vaguely remembered that there seemed to be a former leader named Ji, and many more. Thinking of the former leader surnamed Ji, Zhou Hao was shocked. It was not that the identity of the former leader shocked him, but that the leader was involved in a big case that shocked China and foreign countries and was enough to shake the ruling and opposition parties. The main culprit involved in the case was the son of the leader, who eventually committed suicide for his own son's case. Zhou Hao stared at the middle-aged man surnamed Ji in front of him, only to feel that his back was soaked with cold sweat. He swallowed his saliva and asked solemnly, "Excuse me, are you the son of Mr. Ji, General Ji, who is currently the Vice Minister of the Second Department of the General Staff?" Hearing what Zhou Hao said, the expressions of the two men in front changed, and the eyes of the man surnamed Ji shone brightly. After a long time, he smiled. "It seems that we still underestimate you. I didn't expect you to know. The old man from the Zhao family told you." Zhou Hao was there as if struck by lightning, and he couldn't hear the words of the man surnamed Ji. After getting the final confirmation, Zhou Hao already knew who the man in front of him was, and wailed in his heart, "Oh my God, why am I so unlucky that I will be pulled over by this guy? This guy is an untouchable landmine." Regarding the big case involving the man surnamed Ji, Zhou Hao did not know the details because the case itself involved high-level state secrets, but he had only read some relevant reports in his previous life. His father, the former leader surnamed Ji, was the founding hero of the country. He was also a deputy prime minister. It can be said that he is a generation of loyalty. And the general surnamed Ji in front of Zhou Hao is also the veritable Zhongliang queen. Just like Zhao Dingzhou's red second generation, General Ji also held a high position as the Deputy Minister of the Second Department of the General Staff. The Second Department of the General Staff Department, the Third Department of the General Staff Department, and the Liaison Department of the General Political Department are all domestic military intelligence departments. Although this can be put on the table, the outside world does not know how many secret institutions like the First Army remain. But General Ji can also be regarded as the military's spy chief, in charge of a very important department. Therefore, although General Ji's current rank is only Major General, which is far from the rank of Lieutenant General of Zhao Dingzhou, his importance is not much less than that of Zhao Dingzhou. It can be said that the outside world knows little about China's intelligence agencies, especially those of the military, including Zhou Hao before he came into contact with the Zhao family and the First Army. I believe that when most people mentioned the intelligence department, the first thing they thought of was the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency, National Defense Intelligence Agency, and National Security Agency, or the British MI6, the Russian KGB, and so on, because many movies show the image of these intelligence agencies and high-tech methods to the public. Few people, including the Chinese people, think of China's intelligence agencies and intelligence-obtaining forces. This does not mean that the strength of China's intelligence services is lagging behind other countries. On the contrary, the strength of China's intelligence services is actually very powerful, and in many respects it is also more advanced than major countries such as the United States and Britain. It's just that China is very rigorous in the secrecy work of the intelligence agencies. At the same time, China's control of public opinion is the strongest and the most effective among all countries in the world. Although this damages the development of freedom of public opinion to some extent, it is even more important. Many have ensured the stability of the country. As the so-called good fighters are invaluable, the less people understand China's intelligence services, the more it will show its secrecy capabilities. Zhou Hao also came into contact with important figures in the military such as Zhao Rixin, Zhao Dingzhou, and Dadangia before he began to understand that China's intelligence services are indeed no worse than those of the United States and Britain. Under the Chinese intelligence agency, there are more than 100,000 people monitoring international calls alone, and their monitoring technology is very advanced. Zhou Hao once watched a military program in his previous life. It said that the United States has an automatic monitoring system that can lock the voice of the target person. Once the voice of this specific frequency appears on the phone, the system can automatically monitor and analyze it. In fact, similar monitoring systems are also available in China. If you want to pay attention to anyone, you can package the original sound and the most similar sounds and send them for analysis. American citizens often say that the government secretly monitors their privacy, but at least they still have this sense of vigilance. However, in China, after intelligence agencies have monitored the flow of information such as domestic telephone calls, most people still don't know their lives. It has fallen under the eyes of others, and there is no such awareness at all. It can be seen that China's intelligence agencies often act silently, and few people can detect whether it is the beginning or the end. The second department of the General Staff, under the control of General Ji, holds a large amount of important intelligence and state secrets. But it was this high-ranking and sensitive military officer who was instigated by the United States and Taiwan and became a big bomb for them in the Chinese military and became China's confidant. Zhou Hao clearly remembered that when the Beijing authorities arrested this General Ji, the leader of the surname Ji, who had retreated to the second line but still had a lot of influence, ran around, wanting to ask his old comrades to help him save his son. Although his old comrades in arms have become the country's heavyweight leaders, the facts committed by his son are too serious, which directly led the United States and Taiwan to learn about the domestic military arrangements against Taiwan, leaving the domestic military defense lines in vain. So no one dared to protect his son. The leader's surname Ji knew that his son was bound to die, so he committed suicide in despair, wanting to save his son with death. This major case involved more than a dozen important officials in the General Staff and Political Department. The heads of the intelligence departments of the three military intelligence departments, the second department of the General Staff, and the General Political Liaison Department were all replaced. Therefore, in Zhou Hao's eyes, General Ji, who was very energetic and vigorous, was an extremely powerful bomb. Not only did he suffer himself, but even the people around him could hardly end well. If possible, Zhou Hao really wanted to turn around and leave, as long as he had never seen this person before, lest he and the Zhao family would be implicated. However, Zhou Hao only remembered that General Ji had been instigated now. Even his wife and son had become legal citizens in the United States, but he did not remember whether he was noticed by the country. Because in Zhou Hao's previous life, this General Ji was arrested on April 20th, 1999, and his case is also called the April 20th Project. Or maybe the reports in the previous life that Zhou Hao saw were just a smoke screen deliberately released by the government. But in fact, General Ji had been under the surveillance of the state a long time ago. If this is the case, then Zhou Hao might fall into the eyes of the country if he meets him here today. Zhou Hao knew who this guy was touching who was unlucky, so he was very upset in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He still had that calm look. General Ji didn't doubt that he had him, but just smiled at Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao, in fact, I have a clear picture of your situation. As he said, he told Zhou Hao's family status and birth date and other information like an endorsement. Even the affairs of Zhou Hao's ancestors of the previous generations are as precious as many families. Zhou Hao was indifferent, because he knew that it was easy for the intelligence department under General Ji to find these things. It's just that I'm very surprised. Before 1996, you were just an ordinary child, and there was nothing worthy of praise in your family. However, since you accidentally saved Ms. Zhao Jia, the trajectory of fate seems to have happened. The most surprising thing is that you didn't use Zhao's energy when you first started. Instead, you made the first pot of gold from the stock market by relying entirely on your own abilities, and then you couldn't make a move. Pack. Looking at Zhou Hao steadily, he smiled and said, Your Galaxy investment company, since 1997, has earned more than $15 billion from the financial market, and it has never failed. This cannot be done by the most famous investment company on Wall Street in the United States. He turned his head and said to the man next to him, Lao Lai, look at Zhou Hao. He is less than 20 years old, and he has a net worth of more than 10 billion US dollars. You have worked so hard for so many years, but they can't even reach 2 or 3/10. Hee hee, a talented person like Zhou Hao can't be matched by someone like me. The man surnamed Lai was not angry at all. He still had a smile on his face. Hearing General G called the man Old Lai, Zhou Hao's eyebrows jumped and asked General G, General G, your friend, I don't know you yet. You introduce him. He. In fact, this guy is also famous here. He is one of the most successful entrepreneurs in our country and the largest taxpayer here in Xiamen. The Manhwa company under him has an annual turnover of over 100 million, but it's not as good as Zhou Hao last year. He earned only RMB. Come on. Hearing the words Manhwa company, Zhou Hao didn't need to know the name of the man surnamed Lai. He just kept cursing in his heart. God, you still let me live. These everyone is trickier than the other. He had already guessed who this man surnamed Lai was, and said to himself, I should have thought about who this guy belongs to. This is Xiamen, isn't it his base camp? And this red building, isn't it the famous red building in the north and south? Zhou Hao thought. One of the country's most successful entrepreneurs? The largest taxpayer in Xiamen? This man surnamed Lai should be said that he is the most daring worm in China. This guy has tens of billions of taxes and evaded taxes. He also said that he is a big taxpayer. The Manhwa company under his hand has just gone away. A smuggling business. That's right. This man named Lai is the most famous and boldest smuggler since the founding of the People's Republic of China, Lai Chongqing. The smuggling case of this person has no less influence on the country than that of General G. A large number of officials in Xiamen, Fujian, and even the capital have fallen and corrupted under his sugar-coated cannonballs and have become the most powerful umbrella for his smuggling group. The high-ranking and large number of high-ranking officials who were finally dismissed because of him were unimaginable before the incident. Seeing these two people who will be the most notorious in China in the future, Zhou Hao even wondered whether they should be captured directly and handed over to Zhao Rixin or Premier Zhu and others, lest he be harmed by Qiyu. However, if the state has not started to notice these two people, it will be very difficult to move them. Let alone the father of General G, who is the founding hero. He himself is a powerful man. And Lai Chongqing cannot be underestimated. There are countless high-ranking officials who have been dragged onto the thief boat. If they join forces to deal with Zhou Hao, then even if the Zhao family is behind, it will be too much. Zhou Hao can clearly remember how many high-ranking officials jumped out to plead for it when Manhwa company was banned in the previous life. If Premier Zhu had not been desperate to get rid of this big cancer at the time, I am afraid he would be stopped by those united officials. General G knew about the situation of Zhou Hao Xinghe Investment Company. Zhou Hao was not surprised. Although he kept the economic activities of the Galaxy Investment Company confidential, including George Soros and other financial predators did not know that they were involved in the financial affairs of Southeast Asian countries. When the market is sniping, Galaxy Investment Company will follow to pick up the bargain and even earn more than Soros himself. People in the financial world don't know about the existence of the Galaxy Investment Company, but intelligence agencies like the Second Department of the General Staff Department can get back everything they want to know with just a little effort. Zhou Hao, this Red House, is a high-end entertainment club carefully managed by Lao Lai. If you are not a member, you will definitely not be able to enter. General G smiled to Zhou Hao. You can provide you with unexpected services you can think of here. It's much better than my Xingda mansion. Many people still come from Beijing on a special trip. Or, let me take you to enjoy. Haha, there are many idol female stars that you young people like very much. Whether it's the kind of actress who is famous and the head of the lady who is shyly answering, you can find it here. Zhou Hao naturally knew who the members in this Red Mansion were. In his previous life, he also knew that the Red Mansion was extremely luxurious, with restaurants, saunas, suites, casinos, and other entertainment venues. Guests can satisfy all their material needs here. After eating, you can go to the sauna, then go to the casino to play both hands, and finally enjoy the beauty in the room above. Lai Chongqing has indeed spent a lot of thoughts on the management of the Red Mansion. There are several rooms comparable to 5-star presidential suites, which are specially provided for seniors from Beijing, and each room has excellent sound insulation effects. Inside, you can enjoy yourself without being disturbed by the outside world. The women in the Red Mansion for guests to have fun are all young and beautiful, and there are even many female stars specially invited back, just like the Oiran in the ancient brothel. Under this kind of all-round enjoyment, it is no wonder that those officials could not bear the temptation to join Lai Chongqing's smuggling group. Although it can provide all the entertainment here, Zhou Hao was reluctant to stay for a moment and smiled at General Ji. General Ji and Boss Lai, your kindness. Zhou Hao accepted it. However, the kid is not interested in these things. I had to live up to the good intentions of the two. Indeed, food is not a big temptation for Zhou Hao. As for gambling, Zhou Hao is even a master of god of gamblers. If Lai Chongqing dares to accompany him, he is absolutely sure to let Lai Chongqing's worth of tens of billions of yuan. As for the beauty, Zhou Hao does not deny that he is greedy and lustful, but his is only used on the women he likes, and those women who are a piece of jade-armed pillow, a little bit of vermilion lips and thousands of people, are really is unable to raise appetite. Regarding Zhou Hao's refusal, Lai Chongqing's face changed, because money and beauty have always been his nirvana to win over others. It is also his greatest strength. With money and beautiful women, he can make a large number of senior officials gathered around him. However, these assassins failed for the first time here in Zhou Hao. Even if Zhou Hao's wealth is far behind him, Lai Chongqing believes that no man can refuse the temptation of beauty. Even eunuchs will abuse women to satisfy their imperfect desires, as well as those monks and other monks. It's not that they don't look good, but that they have never contacted women since they were chanting sutras and Buddha, or they have suppressed their desires forcibly. So when he heard Zhou Hao rejected him, he felt that Zhou Hao didn't like women, but didn't give himself face. After operating for such a long time, Lai Chongqing has actually become the uncrowned king of shaman. Not to mention officials in Xiamen or Fujian, even the leaders of the countries in the capital, he feels that there is nothing he can't buy. He pays more attention to the aspect of face than other nouveau riche. So he squinted his eyes. His smile was not as kind as he was just now, but he looked very gloomy. Brother Zhou, don't you look down on me and Brother Ji? Zhou Hao smiled and said, why? It's just that I think I'm so young and not suitable for those. Haha, please forgive me. General Ji also smiled at Lai Chongqing. Lao Lai, don't embarrass Xiao Hao. Xiao Hao is a good young man who is clean and self-loving. How could he learn bad from you? If you let the old man of the Zhao family know that you treat his old man if your godson is broken, then you will look good. The look in Lai Chongqing's eyes changed, because he had asked someone to find Zhao's relationship many times before, and even tried to go to Beijing in person, but he never had the opportunity to see Zhao Rixin again and again. Lai Chongqing is really a little bit embarrassed for people like Zhao Rixin who have great strength in politics and the military, and are a little bit too frustrated. At this time, two beautiful waitresses wearing red cheongsam brought in a few bottles of matai. As soon as the cap was opened, the whole room was filled with a strong aroma of wine, probably decades old. Come here, don't say anything else. This is a rare good wine. Xiao Hao, try it too. General Ji handed a glass of wine to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao couldn't refuse, and the aroma of the wine was indeed attractive, so he took it. As soon as he entered, Zhou Hao knew what the real jade liquid jelly was, and it was really memorable. At this time, including the guard of General Ji, everyone else had gone out, and only Zhou Hao, General Ji, and Lai Chongqing were left. Zhou Hao knew that they were going to talk to himself about business, and he also wanted to know why General Ji met with him. Xiao Hao, I have never seen such an outstanding young man like you. Even the children cultivated by other big families, none of them can compare to you. General Ji looked at Zhou Hao deeply, because those children have a much higher starting point than others when they are born, and they have extremely rich resources. This kind of innate advantage makes them mediocre, and their achievements are not comparable to ordinary people. Zhou Hao felt that General Ji's piercing gaze slammed on himself tightly. And you don't have their innate advantages, and your family is even poorer than ordinary people. However, the children of those aristocratic families are not as good as you, because you change your destiny with your own efforts. Those children of the aristocracy are just passing on, but you are creating. Talents like you are the dominant force in the future of this world. Listening quietly to General G's words, Zhou Hao did not feel airy, but noticed that General G seemed to have a strong contempt and indignity for those aristocratic children. But he himself is a member of the descendants of the aristocracy, and he himself is a typical example of the second generation of Red. Why should he look down on other descendants of the aristocracy? Zhou Hao knew that. In fact, this General G was a very capable person. Although the things he committed could hardly atone for his crimes, this did not obliterate his talents. When working in the Huangshe group in the previous life, due to business exchanges, Zhou Hao met a lieutenant colonel-level officer by chance and also learned the inside story of some things. Of course, these are extremely limited and confidential. The degree is not high. Otherwise, it would be impossible to know that person with the rank of lieutenant colonel. The officer told Zhou Hao that the Chinese embassy in Yugoslavia was bombed by American fighter jets in 1999. Although the United States tried its best to claim that it was bombing by mistake, it was actually intentional. Because before that, the Yugoslav army used Chinese-made missiles to take down a U.S. stealth fighter. It stands to reason that it is unlikely that Chinese missiles would shoot down the most advanced stealth fighter of the United States. At that time, it was not known whether it was the Yugoslav army's luck or the stealth fighter that deserved bad luck. Anyway, it was shot down. This incident naturally made the United States very nervous because the technology covered by the stealth fighter was too important. If China were to get it, it would have endless troubles for them. At that time, the Yugoslavian and Chinese secret agents hid the main components of the stealth fighter in the Yugoslav embassy. After learning of this situation, the U.S. military was unable to recapture the parts, so it simply sent fighter jets to bomb the embassy and destroy them together with those parts so as not to fall into Chinese hands. However, what the United States does not know is that most of those components were still protected and secretly brought back to China. And the person who brought it back to China was the person from the second department of the General Staff, that is, General G's men. Although the United States also learned of the matter later, it was unfounded and they themselves were overwhelmed by the incident of mistakenly bombing the embassy, so they had nothing to do with China. Afterwards, in order to prevent related rumors from appearing, China deliberately leaked the matter out, instead letting outsiders fall into a cloud of suspicion and achieve the purpose of stopping the rumors with rumors. The end result is that even if the United States points out that China has seized their stealth fighter technology, no one will believe it. Then I heard General G said to Zhou Hao, "Xiao Hao, to be honest, I admire you very much, especially your talent in finance. Even the guys like George Soros can't match. So, I have a project I want to work with you." When Zhou Hao heard it, he probably guessed what General G wanted to cooperate with. Since he hooked up with Li Chongqing, the leader of the smuggling industry, he naturally possessed astronomical huge amounts of funds. However, most of the money was black money that was elusive, so Zhou Hao estimated that they wanted to use their financial capabilities to turn that money from black to white. General G and Li Chongqing want to find themselves to help them launder money. This Zhou Hao can understand. The so-called black money is money that is not visible, and its source must be illegal, such as drug trafficking, arms trafficking, smuggling, fraud, robbery, corruption, including money from tax evasion. And money laundering is to legalize these illegal gains through a series of transactions and transformations. The most important thing is to cover up its true source and put on a legal coat. For criminal groups, the fine white money is a crucial part, enabling them to openly and legally enjoy these illegal gains and increase their criminal power through reinvestment. In fact, the amount of underground funds circulating in countries around the world is more than the circulating funds in the financial markets. That is, hot money. Because of the importance of money laundering to criminal groups, money laundering groups are becoming more and more refined and professional, and they have become bankers in the underground world, providing money laundering services for various criminal groups. Whether it was a financial officer in Huangshe Group in his previous life, or a mysterious force in the financial market, Zhou Hao knows that as long as he is familiar with the law, he has enough expertise in financial operations. Skills. Money laundering is actually very easy, especially through multinational financial institutions. Those black money can easily be converted into fair and honest and legitimate income through the increasingly close economic and trade relations among the international financial institutions. And the bigger and more famous financial institution, the easier it is to complete the money laundering process. However, unless it is a criminal group with very large power and financial resources, such as those international mafia or big drug barons and terrorist organizations, will they launder money through professional financial institutions or simply establish a financial institution dedicated to money laundering? Just like those big drug lords in South America, they set up their own banks, not only laundering money for their drug cartels, but also providing services for other criminal groups. As for those singular criminals who have not formed a group, they generally use casinos to carry out the simplest money laundering for themselves. Therefore, casinos like Macau and Las Vegas are actually money laundering places. Why do those corrupt officials in China like to run to Macau and Las Vegas so much? Although the Galaxy Investment Company, under Zhou Hao's, is unknown in the financial world, in fact, the Galaxy Investment Company has become the strongest private investment institution in Asia. After continuous expansion, Xinghua has more than 200 formal employees, and there is no mediocrity, all of whom can be regarded as financial elites. These people are recruited from all over the world, including the United States, the United Kingdom, Switzerland, France, India, Israel, and even Japan. Each has unique talents in finance. Song Jiahao and Willie Worth have the most abilities. Under the leadership of a strong trader, it becomes the gear that maintains the operation of Galaxy. They didn't know the strength of Xinghua before, and it was entirely based on Zhou Hao's generous salary. After joining Galaxy, they realized that its financial strength is not inferior to Quantum Fund and Tiger Fund. The talents in the Galaxy come from all over the world, but pure Chinese are only a minority. These Chinese financial professionals are all recruited by Zhou Hao from the two domestic financial centers of Shanghai and Shenzhen, or high-end talents from Hong Kong. Although subjectively, Zhou Hao does not like Americans and Japanese, he also has to admit that these talents with typical Western concepts have one of the biggest characteristics. That is, as long as they have a sufficiently high salary, they can be loyal employer effectiveness. The defenses of any country and nation are nothing compared to their own work among people with strong democratic ideas. Just like Zhou Hao's previous financial activities on the Japanese stock market, the Japanese in the company were not uncomfortable at all, and they did not show any mercy when operating. On the contrary, they were extremely active in order to increase their bonuses. Moreover, since these people entered the Galaxy, they would immediately be monitored by the intelligence agency of the First Army. In view of the role of the Galaxy in the Indonesian storm, the Chief Number 1 and Premier Zhu have already seen the importance of the Galaxy. Coupled with Zhao Rixin's relationship, the state attaches great importance to the comprehensiveness of the Xinghua and confesses that the First Army must protect the Xinghua closely. Perhaps it was because the top leaders attached great importance to Galaxy. In order to facilitate the operation of Galaxy, the domestic financial regulatory authorities, including Hong Kong, have relatively loose supervision of Galaxy, so General Ji wanted to ask Zhou Hao to help them launder money. However, Zhou Hao can make large sums of money only from legal investments in the financial market. Why does he need to help others to launder money to make extra money, let alone the two big molds, General Ji and Lai Chongqing? And Zhou Hao was also surprised that although his own Galaxy is powerful when it comes to money laundering, it is far inferior to the Li family in terms of experience and professionalism. Why don't General Ji and Lai Chongqing look for them? After thinking about it for a long time, Zhou Hao smiled at General Ji. It's really an honor for the kid to be able to work with a big man like General Ji. I just don't know what projects General Ji wants to work on with the kid. General Ji naturally didn't know that Zhou Hao had made up his mind that he would never help him launder money. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, he immediately laughed and said, I know that your Galaxy Investment Company now specializes in finance. Investment, but I think you also know that finance will change whenever it changes. No one can guarantee whether the market will rise or fall tomorrow, so the risk is still great. And you are in the two domestic industrial groups. Tina Beverage, although the group has made a lot of money, it still needs to repay the loans to major banks. As for the Polaris Media Group, it is a money-burning machine. Both ATV and Galaxy Satellite TV have spent a lot of money. It hasn't started profitable yet. He really knows Zhou Hao's situation very well, and Zhou Hao can't deny what he said. But the value of Kinha Beverage Group and Polaris Media Group may not be known to people like General G who do intelligence work. Just listen to General G continue to say. So I said, your two industrial groups not only cannot bring you benefits, but also become your burden in the short term. By the way, there is also your mother's. Although the catering company has a very good development momentum, it is good if their funds can support their development and operation, let alone provide you with any help. Zhou Hao pretended to agree with General G's opinion, nodded, but sneered in his heart. Most companies that have achieved great success are rarely favored by people in the early stages of their development before profitability. Companies like Zhou Hao, although their economic benefits are not outstanding today, have been within, they will definitely develop into the leaders in their field. Now I have a trading business with Lao Lai, and I want to cooperate with Xiao Hao Yu. General G smiled at Zhou Hao. Because there is a small problem with our funds, we need you to help us operate. But Xiao Hao, you can rest assured that there is no problem in all aspects except capital. The risk is definitely smaller than investing in the stock market, and the returns are definitely rich enough. Trade business. Zhou Hao smiled slightly. This was obviously Lai Chongqing's smuggling business. Because China's tariffs on imported products are very high, and many domestic resource items are also prohibited from exporting. As a result, smuggling business is indeed a huge profit if the door can be opened up, and the country will even tacitly approve or secretly support it at certain times. Smuggling activities. Just like in the border area between China and Russia, there are a lot of smuggling activities, ranging from airplanes and artillery to rice, grain, salt, and oil can be smuggled goods. In order to obtain Russian resources and high-tech weapons, the central authorities basically acquiesced to smuggling activities in the border areas, and sometimes sent secret troops to protect the safety of those smugglers. There are even a few very famous Chinese in Russia. King Lord is basically deliberately supported by the central government. The purpose is to obtain more material from Russia. However, such smuggling activities against Russia were only active before and after the disintegration of the Soviet Union, and when the political situation in Russia was still unstable, and it is now much less. However, Lai Chongqing's smuggling activities along the southeast coast are completely opposite to Russia's back then. Not only did it do no good to the country, it also caused huge losses to the country's economy. It would be okay if Lai Chongqing was just a kind of petty fish and shrimp, but now he has become Asia's smuggling magnate, and the country can't help him. Of course, Zhou Hao would not directly reject General G and Lai Chongqing. After organizing the language in his heart, he said to the two, General G, Boss Lai, it's a bad idea. Actually, I am very impressed with your trade business. Interest, but for my next investment action before, almost all of the funds of Xinghe have been transferred out. Moreover, the previous cooperation projects between Xinghe and the SASAC are now just in the handover stage. Therefore, the central government is now very close to our Xinghe. I have also heard about Boss Lai's trading business. If I cooperate with Boss Lai now, it will surely be noticed by the SASAC. It's okay, but if it hurts Boss Lai's business, then I'm really ashamed of the two big brothers. General G and Lai Chongqing looked at each other. These two people are both old and cunning people. How can you not see that Zhou Hao does not want to cooperate with them? But General G knows that Xinghe is indeed handing over work with the central government. So Zhou Hao, it was true, and he couldn't dispute it. Although Zhou Hao is not very young, General G does not dare to underestimate him at all. Is a person who can create a net worth of more than tens of billions of dollars still an idiot? What's more, Zhou Hao still has the Zhao family behind. Anyone who wants to deal with Zhou Hao has to weigh it. Therefore, General G did not express the dissatisfaction in his heart. He still smiled and said to Zhou Hao, this way, that would be really unfortunate. Don't blame yourself, Xiao Hao, because business is not righteous. We will have a lot of cooperation in the future. It's okay, it's okay. When Lai Chongqing heard General G say this, he immediately became a little uncomfortable and couldn't help saying, Big brother, but... General G glanced at Lai Chongqing and yelled, But what? Although we have difficulties, don't Xiao Hao have any problems? You think Xiao Hao has an obligation to help us? You think everyone is like you and thinks everything will you be able to meet in the future? Don't be so naive, okay? Zhou Hao heard that although General G was reprimanding Lai Chongqing, He actually said those words to himself on purpose. However, Zhou Hao didn't say a word. He only sneered in his heart, his face pretending to be completely incomprehensible and leisurely tasting the decades-old Mao Dai. General Ji saw that he had scolded Lai Chongqing for so long, but Zhou Hao was still indifferent, and the haze in his eyes grew thicker. For the other young people who are underexperienced and mentally insane, it is good to say that people like Zhou Hao can understand what they are saying. When it comes to the roundabouts in the officialdom, Zhou Hao is not as good as General Ji in shooting horses, and he is not interested in competing with General Ji. It would be better if General Ji is annoyed by it. Once you come, you can just avoid contacting him. Moreover, Zhou Hao didn't care how he felt about himself for General Ji, who was about to die. So Zhou Hao took the initiative to say, General Ji and Boss Lai, some time ago, they were busy with the handover with the central government. Xiao Hao didn't take a good rest. Now he is too strong to drink, so Xiao Hao will leave. I can't cooperate with the two. Xiao Hao, I feel very sorry. I'm really sorry. Seeing Zhou Hao's decisiveness, General Ji didn't need to say anything and said with a smile, young people should take care of their health. It will be bad if they are broken. Okay, I will send you back to Shang. The mansion, you have a good rest. By the way, I have something to do these days, so I can't come to see you. There are still some interesting places here in Xiamen, so you can have a good time and have a good time. Just talk to the people at Shingda Mansion. Zhou Hao nodded and smiled. Then thank you, General Ji. Ha. Too, goodbye. When Zhou Hao walked to the door, General Ji's voice came from behind again. By the way, I forgot to tell you something. Xiao Hao, Zhao Dingzhou, General Zhao, actually has a trade business. During this time the country is strict, so you make him be more careful. Zhou Hao's heart was shocked. He knew that Zhao Dingzhou also had some trading business. When he first met Zhao Yuqin had a trading company specializing in Hong Kong business. Because Zhao Dingzhou took care of it, no one dared to investigate. Of course, what Zhao Yuqin did was all legitimate trade, while many of what Zhao Dingzhou did was involved in the underground world. Zhou Hao's concern is that if Zhao Dingzhou's business is related to Lai Chongqing and others, it will be troublesome. Even if Zhao Dingzhou, he and Lai Chongqing do not violate the well water, in the near future, the Manhwa case will be straightforward. As a result, the country carried out a large-scale crackdown on smuggling activities. I am afraid that even Zhao Dingzhou would be implicated. Thank you, General Ji, for reminding. Zhou Hao turned around and smiled at General Ji before leaving. He understood that this was a warning from General Ji to himself, meaning that Zhao's house was not clean. After Zhou Hao left, General Ji's expression immediately became very gloomy, and Lai Chongqing next to him was also a little anxious, and said, Big brother, what should I do? Zhou Hao refused to help us this time. Now the country is increasingly monitoring cross-border funds. It's difficult for our money to flow out. General Ji narrowed his eyes slightly and said slowly, if there is no other way, I have to find the old fox of Lee Kuan Yew. But this old draws a lot, and we are cooperating with Lee Kuan Yew in small places like Indonesia and Malaysia. The risk will be great. Once something goes wrong, Lee Kuan Yew can get rid of it, but we will suffer. Lai Chongqing also knows that there is a lot of risk in asking the Li family for money laundering, but now the black money in their hands has swelled to a very dangerous level. If they don't want to release some of it, the consequences will be extremely serious. But he still said flatteringly, there will be nothing wrong. With your eldest brother, we will definitely be fine. However, that Zhou Hao really doesn't know how to praise. Eldest brother, you have spoken in person, and he still refuses to help. Originally, they wanted to indirectly win over the Zhao family by cooperating with Zhou Hao and drag Zhao Rixin, a giant Buddha who had no oil and salt, to their thief ship, but unexpectedly Zhou Hao rejected them with one bite. In fact, Zhou Hao's side is not foolproof. If we ask him to cooperate, although we can deal with our money in a very short time, and the return is fast, but the risk is greater than that of Lee Kuan Yew's side. Fortunately, if something happens, there is no room for maneuver. Lai Chongqing was taken aback and asked again and again, so serious? Isn't Zhou Hao's Xinghe under the supervision of your eldest brother, your second division? What can cause trouble? You are not convinced to say that you are stupid. General Ji glanced at Zhou Hao. Do you think that the country's intelligence agencies are only one of the second department? Don't talk about the third department, and the liaison department of the general political department. Even the water on Goen's side is deep, not to mention, as far as I know, there is still an organization that cannot be offended. Lai Changxing still knows about the third department of the general staff, the general political liaison department, and the Ministry of National Security, which are also intelligence agencies. However, there is another organization that General Ji said that is unprovoking. Lai Changxing is curious. There is also an intelligence organization in China? General Ji nodded slightly. Well, there is one more, and not only the outside world, but even the government and the military have very few people aware of the existence of this organization. Although this organization is not well known, it is about collecting intelligence and executing secrets. The ability of the mission, the General Staff Department 2 and 3, the General Political Liaison Department, and the Ministry of National Security are not their opponents. You know the world's four major intelligence agencies. The CIA and the Federal Security Agency of Russia are the original KGB, as well as the British MI6 and Israel's Mossad. Although I have had experience with these intelligence agencies, the second department of our general staff is still quite distinct from them. After a pause, General Ji continued. However, it is the world's four major intelligence agencies. None of them has suffered a loss under the mysterious organization of our country, or even suffered a loss. I don't know who was cheated. Lai Changxing was taken aback. So powerful? What kind of organization is it? Their designation is the First Army. It is a secret department completely independent of the government and the military. It is directly responsible to the three leaders, the Prime Minister, and the old man Zhao family. It is the highest sword in the country. Wherever, its sword will arrive. General Ji looked at Lai Changxing. Lao Lai, you know the intelligence agencies of the Ming dynasty. First it was Jin Wei, then Dongchang, and then Xichang. But there is actually another secret. There is no record in the history of the intelligence organization of the People's Republic of China. It is called Baotian Mansion. It is directly under the command of the emperor. With this Baotian Mansion, it is possible to take back the control of Jinyue, Dongchang, and Xichang, which are the last big one. The emperor of the Ming dynasty did not live up to it himself, and finally lost everything on the river. And the current Yijuan is just like the Baoshanfu at that time. General Ji's face was very solemn. Also, the commander of the First Army is a very powerful person, and only the three of them know the real situation. But in my estimation, the commander of the First Army. In the future, he will take over the Zhao family's class and help the number one chief and them to stabilize the military like the Zhao family. In fact, according to that person's ability, if not limited to the deadly rule that military generals cannot govern, it is very likely to become the successor to Chief 1. Lai Changxing felt that his teeth were trembling a little. The successor to Chief Number 1 was the prince in ancient times. Back to the topic, the Star River under Zhou Hao is actually protected and monitored by the First Army. General Ji said, if we cooperate with him, we will provoke the First Army if we are not careful. Come here. I am afraid that the situation that you and I have been operating for many years will fall short. Lai Changxing imagined the consequences. If his side was noticed by the prince, it would be hard to predict whether the outcome would be a blessing or a misfortune. I saw General Ji leaning back on the back of his chair and said tiredly, Lao Lai, call Manhwa over. Lai Changxing's face changed slightly. He knew that although General Ji was calm, he was actually very angry with Zhou Hao's refusal. He called Manhwa to come here, with the goal of lowering the fire for himself, because for men, women were originally, it is the best fire-reducing medicine. Just, Lai Changxing responded with a bit of resentment in his heart, and said in secret, if you really treat me as a brother, you should know that Manhwa is my woman, and your friend's wife must not be deceived. Sitting in the car, looking at the ordinary red mansion from the outside through the window, Zhou Hao couldn't help feeling a little bit. This modern Juchi meat forest, how many high-ranking officials in Fujian and even the capital have fallen here, has become they are the gateway to hell. After the end of the Yuanhua case, this red building was even open to the public for a period of time as a typical material for anti-corruption and building cleanliness for citizens to visit. After returning to Xingda Mansion, Zhou Hao immediately called Zhao Yuqin. What's wrong, little bad guy, looking for my sister so late? Zhao Yuqin's voice sounded very lazy. She should have gotten up from the bed to answer her phone. Zhou Hao could imagine her half lying on the bed with a glamorous body. I couldn't help but get hot. At this time, there was no woman by his side. In order to prevent him from sleeping alone at night, Zhou Hao quickly suppressed the fire in his heart and said to Zhao Yuqin, "Sister, I saw that person. Do you know the Red House?" "Huh? You mean the Red Mansion of Lai Chongqing and Shaman? Where did you go?" Zhao Yuqin's voice increased a little. "Little scumbag, you are about to recruit your sister from the ground. Have you done anything bad there?" Zhou Hao suddenly sweated on her forehead. It seems that Zhao Yuqin also knows where the Red Mansion is, but her attention is obviously on whether she has done bad things in the Red Mansion. He smiled and said, "Of course not. The women in there are not clean, so how could Xiao Hao abuse himself like this? Besides, even if they are pure and clean, they can't compare with your sister. Haha, if someone can compare you to your sister. If I'm still pretty, I might be tempted, but I haven't seen such a person until now." The well-informed and experienced Zhao Yuqin is still coaxed by Zhou Hao's sweet words. "Bad guys, say some coaxing things. No wonder Rulin and their virginity are in your hands." Zhou Hao felt wronged for a while, thinking about how to make me like a thief. Shaking his head, he put aside these distracting thoughts and returned to the topic with Zhao Yuqin. Zhao Yuqin asked, "The person who met you has something to do with Lai Chongqing?" Zhou Hao said, "Yes, that man is Mr. Ji's son, General Ji of the 2nd Department of the General Staff." Zhao Yuqin frowned immediately. "It's him? How could he find you? Our Zhao family has no contact with their Ji family." Zhou Hao knows that what Zhao Yuqin said about having no contact does not mean that the Zhao family and the Ji family are dead. After all, Zhao Rixin and the old Ji are also considered to be the same generation, and both are the founding heroes of the Republic. The so-called lack of contact means that the Zhao family and the Ji family are not in the same camp. The Zhao family formed its own faction in the country and independently supported a camp. It was a powerful political group. In addition to the two core figures of Zhao Rixin and Zhao Dingzhou, the commander-in-chief of the Nanjing military region, Zhu Yongquan, and the current commander of the People's Liberation Army in Hong Kong belonged to Zhao family faction. In the officialdom, not only is it necessary to stand in line, that is, to join a certain camp, not only for the sake of peace and stability, but also to join a certain camp. Otherwise, a lonely person without a backing is very easy to fall into the political victim of others. In China today, the Zhao family ranks among the top 3 political groups. The first 2 are naturally the number 1 and number 2 leaders. However, the Zhao family seemed more stable than the number 1 and number 2 chiefs. Firstly, the Zhao family took root very early, not to mention assisting the great man Rongma Jianshan during the founding of the country. During the turbulent period of the 1960s and 1970s, Zhao Rixin, a senior military general at the time, cleverly let himself retreat from the cusp of the storm, citing illness as a reason retreat to the second line and hide your strength. Moreover, Zhao Rixin, with his unique craftsmanship, knew at that time that Deng Deng, who was in a difficult situation, would not succumb, so he secretly gave Deng Deng countless help. The reason why Deng Gong survived that period without being victimized by an adulterer. In fact, Zhao Rixin took a lot of credit. So after the rise of Duke Deng, Zhao Rixin also made a comeback and used his military strength to provide Duke Deng with solid support. So as early as that time, the Zhao family really developed. Another point is that Zhao Rixin has no ambitions about the position of the number 1 chief. Instead, he has always stabilized the military as the number 1 chief. This will not cause suspense and has played a great role in the governance of the country by the number 1 chief. As a result, after several leadership changes, the number 1 chief will win over the Zhao family in advance, just like the current boss who. Just because Zhao Rixin had no intention of throne, and at the same time had a great effect on the previous leaders, so after several changes, the factions of the previous leaders gradually declined over time, but the Zhao family became stronger and stronger. According to Zhao Rixin's age and circumstances, he will work for another term at most, and will eventually retire with who's boss. But this is not important anymore, because even if he retreats, Zhao Rixin's influence will continue for a long time, and Zhao Dingzhou, the second-generation core of the Zhao family faction, has already stabilized his position, and it will be certain within 10 years. Able to enter the center. Besides Zhao Dingzhou, Zhou Hao knew that Zhong Jiren, the head of the First Army, also belonged to the Zhao family faction. Although it hasn't been determined yet, Zhou Hao estimates that the master is at least at the level of a lieutenant general, and in terms of status, the master is no lower than the commander of the military region of Zhaodingzhou. After retreating from the leadership position of the First Army, in the future, the power of the leader in the center may not be inferior to Zhaodingzhou. In general, the Zhao family faction, although not the first family in the country, is an indispensable help for the previous leaders, and it is also the target of all forces. The reason why Dong Qishan pursued Zhao Yuqin so enthusiastically at the beginning was because the Dong family wanted to develop themselves through marriage with the Zhao family, but this wish was eventually destroyed by Zhou Hao. Compared to the Zhao family, although the Ji family is also a faction that cannot be underestimated, Mr. Ji's network is also very broad. Almost all of the older generations are his comrades in arms. However, the energy and influence of the Ji family are still much worse than that of the Zhao family. General Ji is also very much like getting on the big ship of the Zhao family, and the Zhao family originally wanted to absorb this high-status help, but because the head of the First Army is already a member of the Zhao family, if General Ji controls, if a sensitive person from the second department of the General Staff Department joins the Zhao family again, then the Zhao family will really be a big fan and have to arouse the leader's wariness. The Zhao family is also very particular about the doctrine of the mean. It not only maintains the strength to protect itself, but also does not blindly expand its strength so as not to incur the guard of the superiors. This is also the reason why the Zhao family can stay in the center for a long time. Not only General Ji, but those in the key positions of the third department of the General Staff and the General Political Liaison Department are not from the Zhao family. So instead of accepting General Ji, the Zhao family deliberately distanced himself from him. After understanding this, Zhou Hao was relieved a lot. The Zhao family deliberately distanced themselves from the Ji family in order to balance the golden mean. This was exactly what Zhou Hao wanted. Otherwise, when General Ji was arrested in the future, the Ji family would be defeated. At that time, the Zhao family was about to endure the unwarranted disaster. Sister, do you know what General Ji did with Lai Chongqing? Zhou Hao asked a key question. Of course I know. That guy Lai Chongqing can monopolize the smuggling business in the southeast coast, because his ships are all with the special certificates of the General Staff, and no one dares to stop them. Zhao Yuqin sneered. Zhou Hao said again, Sister, I heard that eldest brother also has this business. What's the specific situation? Zhao Yuqin replied truthfully, This is nothing strange. In fact, not only some people under our Zhao family, but also people from other factions in the military, many of them are involved in this. Moreover, a small number of them are tacitly approved by the above, because, in order to prevent other countries from catching the handle, our country has many weapons that need to be sold in this way. Zhou Hao frowned. He knew very well that the Yuanhua case in the previous life was not only the fact that Lai Chongqing's Fujian area was severely cleaned up, but the entire country was also blew up with a strong wind to crack down on smuggling, and that great earthquake. From the high level of the central government to various places, the whole country has been affected, and neither military nor political circles are immune. He was afraid that the Zhao family would also be affected by this storm. He asked Zhao Yuqin, have he ever cooperated with Lai Chongqing and others? No, his business is mainly in Hong Kong and Hainan, and he has never touched the Fujian piece at all, and there is no such thing as a river or well with Lai Chongqing. Zhou Hao breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Lai Chongqing was not dragged onto the thief's ship, the situation had not been so fast. He said again, Sister, I think domestic smuggling activities have been rampant during this period of time, and the central government will probably take action soon. Or, let's persuade the big brother to let him stop the business. Zhao Yuqin was silent for a while, and said, Actually, I tried to persuade my eldest brother before, but Dad didn't seem to let his eldest brother shrink his business. During this time, my eldest brother expanded it a lot. Because of this, it was what Dad meant, so I dare not persuade it anymore. Although Zhao Rixin loves Zhao Yuqin, once Zhao Rixin makes a decision on business matters, it is something that neither Zhao Dingzhou nor Zhao Yuqin can change. After Zhou Hao heard what Zhao Yuqin said, the first reflection was that Zhao Rixin and Lai Chongqing had already been on the line, but he denied this speculation after another thought. If this is the case, Lai Chongqing and the others don't need to win over themselves like just now. As long as Zhao Rixin says a word, they have to help them unconditionally. Zhou Hao didn't know if Lai Chongqing's servant was noticed by the central government. However, domestic smuggling activities are indeed rampant nowadays. If this continues, it will look like an inflating balloon, which will burst one day sooner or later. Zhou Hao now knows that the sensational Manhwa case, in his previous life, should have been a tipping point, triggering a nationwide sweep of smuggling activities. It is impossible for Zhao Rixin not to know this situation. With his wrist, he should also know that if Zhao Dingzhou continue to do that business, Zhao's family will definitely be affected when the cleaning comes. He frowned and thought deeply. Although in his daily life, Zhao Rixin, the godfather, treats himself kindly and completely treats himself as a family member. However, Zhou Hao knew that Zhao Rixin was definitely the kind of old ginger-type strategist. Otherwise, how could he be able to navigate the undercurrents of officialdom? He couldn't be so stupid to cut his arms. Self-breaking arm? A flash of light flashed in Zhou Hao's heart, and then he slowly felt the true outline of this matter. Zhao Rixin knew that domestic smuggling activities were becoming more and more rampant, and sooner or later, there would be an outbreak, but he did not let Zhao Dingzhou stop, but instead let him expand his business. This was obviously intentional. According to Zhou Hao's estimation, Zhao Yuqin said that many people in the country are involved in smuggling activities. When the Yuanhua case breaks out, a large number of officials will definitely be implicated, especially in the central government, where most people are unclean. Even part of the smuggling activities are acquiesced and supported by the central government, but these people will not be able to escape when the time comes. Although those who are severely dealt with are those who have an affair with Lai Chongqing, other officials will have to suffer more or less. Some punishments. If a large number of officials are subject to criticism and sanctions, but the Zhao family will take care of themselves, not only will a large number of punished officials be hostile to the Zhao family, even the leaders will become wary. Especially now that it is close to the change of term, the leaders will inevitably doubt that the Zhao family behaves so cleanly. Do they have other thoughts? Although the Zhao family has deep roots in the country, if it is suppressed by the leaders, the loss will be huge. Therefore, in order to reassure the leaders and prevent the Zhao family from being stubborn, Zhao Rixin deliberately made mistakes and then made the Zhao family involved in the cleaning activities and even sacrificed some less important people to ensure the stability of the Zhao family. Is just like Zhao Rixin's retreat to the second line to hide his edge during that turbulent period. It is the best magic weapon to settle down. Sometimes, making mistakes is also a kind of wisdom, especially in an environment with dense reef rapids like officialdom. After thinking about this, Zhou Hao had to secretly praise Zhao Rixin as brilliant. He is indeed an old man who has been in politics for decades, and he is still far behind. After telling Zhao Yuqin the key, Zhou Hao sighed. Sister, we still have a lot to learn from our godfather. Zhao Yuqin also realized that Zhao Rixin's actions had such a profound meaning. She used to be wise and calm, but now she realizes that there is still a big distance from her father. Now that there is nothing wrong with Lai Chongqing, Zhou Hao is considering whether to inform Zhao Rixin of General Ji's affairs and let Zhao Rixin beware in advance. After all, the betrayal of a key figure like General Ji will cause great damage to the country. However, Zhou Hao was not sure whether the central government knew about General Ji. If they didn't know it, they would rashly say that General Ji was treasonous. If they were not good, they would be accused of slandering the country's top officials, and the Ji family's counterattack was not allowed. Ignored, when General Ji bite back, both himself and the Zhao family are in trouble. The most important thing is that Zhou Hao has no evidence. Should he tell Zhao Rixin that he can predict General Ji's treason? After weighing it for a long time, Zhou Hao still planned to take one step at a time and remind Zhao Rixin to be more careful. And Zhao Yuqin agreed to Zhou Hao's refusal to cooperate with General Ji and the others. It's okay to do this. Although you offend the Ji family, Liang and the others dare not do anything to you unless they want to endure our Zhao family's revenge. Moreover, Xinghe, is the most important piece of industry in your hand, and now it has received the attention of the central government. You must not ruin the future for a little bit of profit. Zhou Hao smiled and said, I know my sister. I know how to measure. Otherwise, I won't refuse them. My elder sister knows that you are the kind of man who doesn't make people worry. Sometimes I wonder if you think about it. Are you really a 17 or 18-year-old boy? How can you even see through the purpose of my dad's old fox? Zhao Yuqin joked Tao. Hee hee. Dare you say that your godfather is an old fox? Don't blame me for telling you next time you see your godfather. After exposing General Ji and Lai Chongqing, Zhou Hao mentioned the Pluto Cup World Fighting Conference, mentioned by Lei Hu. Zhao Yuqin was also very curious. Oh, there is such a thing, I don't know. It looks very exciting and fun. Huh, are you going to see the Pluto Cup? Then you have to stay in Xiamen for a few more days? What should I do with my sister? You are not here. Sister can live, can't go down. Without waiting for Zhou Hao to say anything, Zhao Yuqin said, No, just go over to Xiamen too. By the way, don't live in the Xingda mansion anymore. Anyway, you have already offended the Ji family, and I passed. It's not easy to live there. Zhou Hao nodded, and Zhao Yuqin had been sad at night after Zhou Hao's hard work, and finally fell asleep. Now he was suddenly awakened by Zhou Hao, where he could sleep, so he planned to arrive overnight. Reunited with Zhou Hao and Xiamen, he also asked Zhou Hao to leave Xingda Mansion and open a room in the hotel outside. Zhou Hao refused, because he had just rejected General Ji and Zhao Yuqin rushed over overnight. How could General Ji believe that this was a private matter between Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin, and would only think that the Zhao family wanted to deal with himself? Pushing such a spy chief into a hurry, Zhou Hao can't guarantee that he won't do anything to deal with himself. After Zhou Hao's explanation, Zhao Yuqin also understood this truth and had to go by tomorrow morning. However, she couldn't fall asleep during this period of time before dawn, so she simply started talking on the phone with Zhou Hao to comfort her lovesickness. In order to tease Zhou Hao, Zhao Yuqin got up while calling Zhou Hao while stroking herself and deliberately transmitted that ecstasy cry to Zhou Hao's ears over the phone. With Zhou Hao's current body, if there is no real person and only relying on the 5 girls, it would be a drop in the bucket, and it would be tickling to hate Zhao Yuqin, this seductive vixen. Zhao Yuqin laughed more openly when he heard Zhou Hao's gnashing and eager voice. The next morning, Zhou Hao said goodbye to the housekeeper of Xingda Mansion. Anyway, there was nothing to discuss with General Ji, so he didn't have to worry about anything. As for Huang Yuan, who was sent by the Poly Group to accompany him, Zhou Hao kindly persuaded him to go back. With Zhao Yuqin, how could such a light bulb get in the way? Then, Zhou Hao asked Thunder Tiger, who had already settled here in Xiamen, to meet him and pick Zhao Yuqin at the airport. Soon, Thunder Tiger came to pick up Zhou Hao in an army green Beijing Jeep, and Zhang Daniyu was there. What makes Zhou Hao depressed is that since Zhang Daniyu followed him, for unknown reasons, this boy under 20 years old has grown up again. In less than half a year, his height has soared from the beginning of 1.7 meters. A little over 1.9 meters, he was half a head taller than Zhou Hao, and his figure was much stronger. His majestic pectoral muscles and abdominal muscles could definitely arouse the screams of tiger women and wolf women. The only constant is Zhang Daniyu's shy and kind character, as well as his devoted respect and loyalty to Zhou Hao. As soon as he got into the car, Zhou Hao snorted to Zhang Daniyu. You are so proud. You dare to participate in the underground black boxing. In addition to his mother, Zhang Daniyu was most afraid of Zhou Hao. When he heard Zhou Hao's reprimand, he immediately shrugged his head and dared not refute a word. Zhou Hao also knows that Zhang Daniyu's biggest hobby is martial arts, and it is precisely because of his vigor that makes him the most suitable person to practice Daniyu Xingquan. He has become a first-rate master at the age of only 20. However, the underground boxing match is dark and complicated. If Zhang Daniyu alone participates in it, he would be first eaten by those cruel and cunning drug lords. Fortunately, there is Lei Hu, an experienced veteran. Stay with him, otherwise Zhou Hao would allow Zhang Daniyu to contact that world. To Zhang Daniyu, like teaching a child, both soft and hard are the most effective. So after reprimanding Zhang Daniyu, Zhou Hao said, How about, did you see any masters in it? As soon as he mentioned this, Zhang Daniyu immediately became energetic, gestured, and said happily, Boss, There are really many masters in there, not only Chinese, but also Japanese, Korean sticks and Yankees. By the way, there are also masters from Thailand and India. Although I don't know any of these guys, they are really amazing. They are much better than the Sanda and wrestling guys I saw on TV. Zhou curled his lips. Most of the Sanda and boxing matches on TV are now just watching shows. The so-called masters are just little pawns who know a little about three-legged cat kung fu. How can they compare with real masters? Lei Hu, who was driving in front, smiled and said, "There are indeed no weak players in the Pluto Cup, but we are also good at being a big cow. We have already won a round." "Oh, has the race already started?" Zhou asked. Lei Hu nodded. "The first round is over. About half of the contestants have been eliminated. Daniel's first opponent is a Korean. Taekwondo is very powerful, but he was abandoned in less than 5 minutes. 2 legs. Zhou is a bit staggering. It must be understood that the most important thing in Taekwondo is leg skills. If a Korean has abolished his legs, it is considered a complete abolition of martial arts. Zhang Daniu is really cruel. Seeing Zhou look in the mirror, Lei Hu smiled and said, "Boss, don't worry. Every player signs the status of life and death when they sign up. They will live and die without complaint when they are on stage. But they are defeated and lost. To kill, although it is the same defeat, the odds are different." Zhang Daniu also mumbled, "I thought that guy was pretty good, but he broke his leg without 2 punches." Zhou patted his solid shoulder and smiled. "You don't need to blame yourself. Those Korean sticks are arrogant, let alone abandon your legs. You kill and kill. There is nothing to be pitiful." He asked the Thunder Tiger in front of him again, "If Daniel has won, you must have won money too. The boss is the boss, really wise." Lei Hu smiled. Because it is the first time for Daniel to participate in this Pluto Cup, nobody knows it in the underground fighting world. On the contrary, the Korean stick is quite famous, so Daniel the odds are as high as 1 minute and 7.5 seconds. I shot 180,000 on Daniel, so I won almost 2 million. Zhang Daniu immediately yelled, "Brother Tiger, you made a bet on me? Why don't you tell me? I don't care. You score half of the money." Although he was shy and discussing it, it doesn't mean he is stupid. Thunder Tiger used him to win money, and he must get some points. Zhou and Lei Hu laughed. Lei Hu also smiled slyly. "I originally planned to divide you in half, but I will forget to tell you for a while." "Brother Tiger, you lied. Last time you coaxed me like this, what did you say? Please eat dog meat. This summer is coming soon, and you haven't fulfilled your promise." Zhang Daniu said with a flushed face. Zhou laughed again. The Lei Hu and Zhang Daniu pair really smelled like a treasure. After a while, the group of them arrived at the airport, and as soon as they entered, Zhou saw Zhao Yuqin, who was as bright as a pearl in the crowd. Although Zhao Yuqin deliberately wore a pair of large sunglasses to cover most of her face, her graceful figure still stood out among the crowd, which Zhou could see at a glance. Seeing Zhao Yuqin smiled and walked over quickly on high heels, grabbing Zhou's arm, making the men who were attracted by Zhao Yuqin jealous. Zhou had long been accustomed to this look and left the airport with Zhao Yuqin. "Daniu, haven't seen you for a while. Why are you taller again?" In the car, Zhao Yuqin said with surprise when he saw his head hitting Zhang Daniu on the roof of the car. Zhang Daniu scratched his head and said shyly, "I don't know, but my mother said, it's always good to be taller, because if you have strength, you can help your boss do more things, and you will be rewarded. The favor of the boss to my family." Zhao Yuqin whitened Zhou and said with a smile, "Look at you. Daniel is your slave." Before Zhou had time to speak for himself, Zhang Daniu became anxious and said to Zhao Yuqin anxiously, "Sister, it's not like that. The boss never treats me as a slave. Just as my mother said, the boss is my family, my great benefactor. If it weren't for the boss, my mother would have died of illness. We sincerely thank the boss. Daniel wants to do things for the boss for the rest of his life." Zhang Daniu has a straightforward temper. Even though Zhao Yuqin is Zhou's close woman, she can't tolerate Zhou's bad things. Of course, Zhao Yuqin was not angry, but rather happy that Zhou found such a loyal subordinate. In order to participate in the Pluto Cup, Thunder Tiger booked a room in a 5-star hotel in Xiamen. He lived with Zhang Daniu himself in order to impart some practical experience to Zhang Daniu. Although Zhang Daniu's martial arts is much higher than that of Thunder Tiger, when it comes to actual combat experience, Zhang Daniu is not Thunder Tiger's opponents. If two people completely let go of their hands and feet to fight for life, Zhang Daniu will be able to kill Thunder Tiger. I'm afraid I have to be seriously injured. After Zhou Hao left the Qingda mansion, Thunder Tiger booked Zhou Hao's most high-end presidential suite. The second round of the Pluto Cup will not start until tomorrow, so Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin played in Shaman, while Lei Hu and Zhang Daniu stayed in the hotel to prepare for tomorrow's game. Today, Lei Hu is just like has become Zhang Daniu's game coach. I don't know if it's the cause of the Pluto Cup. Zhou Hao discovered that he saw many foreigners in Shaman, and not only white and black people in developed countries such as the United States and Britain, but also some Jews, and even India with their heads wrapped. People. After walking around in Shaman, Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin returned to the hotel. This evening, the two of them were naturally lingering in the presidential suite. Zhou Hao suffocated the fire when he was teased by Zhao Yuqin on the phone last night, and now he sprinkled it on Zhao Yuqin to his heart's content, and made Zhao Yuqin begging for mercy again and again. To prevent Zhao Yuqin from going to see the Pluto Cup tomorrow because of her weakness, Zhou Hao temporarily let her go. The next day, Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin got up early. As soon as they finished washing, Thunder Tiger knocked on the door, and then the four of them went to the restaurant below to have a rich and delicious breakfast. Zhou Hao saw Zhang Daniu full of energy and confidence, obviously full of confidence in this round of competition. Zhang Daniu can't help being so confident. When it comes to deep internal strength and martial arts exquisiteness, Zhang Daniu is a bit more powerful than Li Shuihan and other masters, but he is much inferior in lightness and flexibility. Zhang Daniu's style of defeating the enemy for 10 guilds. Zhou Hao watched the video of his first round against the Korean. That Korean man does have high attainments in Taekwondo. Not only is his two legs powerful, but he is also amazingly fast. He can kick 7 or 8 times in 1 second. If he is an ordinary person, with his whip-like leg skills, I am afraid it will be helpless. However, Zhang Daniu's fighting bull god boxing is the unique 13 great guards practicing Kung Fu of Shaolin Temple. The strength is far beyond comparison, and the physical strength is beyond imagination. Although not as good as Zhou Hao last year, Zhang Daniu could easily resist bullets with his true energy running and protecting his whole body. Faced with the swift and windy leg of the Korean, Zhang Daniu insisted on taking a few kicks from him, and then found a chance to grab his leg and punch down with 2 punches. That way, Zhang Daniu gave the Korean leg a discount. Up. The venue for the Pluto Cup is located in the suburbs of Shaman, which is relatively remote, far from the city, and there are only a few small villages and towns around. According to Lei Hu, this spacious underground arena, which can accommodate thousands of people, is actually an abandoned large air raid shelter. It was originally created by the military to prevent missile gaps on the Taiwan side. It was abandoned because of changes in military arrangements in this area. However, even if an air raid shelter of this size is abandoned, it will be controlled by the military. The organizer, who can use it as a competition venue, must have a good relationship with the military. The Shaman side is also under the jurisdiction of the Guangzhou military region. As a result, Zhao Dingzhou, as the leader of the military region, must be aware of this Pluto Cup competition. After Zhao Yuqin heard that Lei Hu said that the venue was most likely an abandoned air raid shelter, he immediately thought about the relationship between this matter and Zhao Dingzhou and complained, "My brother is too unkind, and such an interesting game won't let me. I know, I must find him to settle the accounts when I go back." Zhou Hao thought more than Zhao Yuqin. If this Pluto Cup had something to do with Zhao Dingzhou, then Grandpa Zhao would never be ignorant, and even the central government would know the details. Otherwise, if the Pluto Cup is completely privately held, how can the mafia leaders and South American drug lord who come to China to watch the game escape China's attention, so that the First Army will be regarded as nothing? Zhou Hao squinted his eyes and thought, wouldn't even the military send someone to participate in this Pluto Cup? If the holding of the Pluto Cup in China is acquiesced by the central government, does the government of those places where it was held have anything to do with the Pluto Cup? Following this line of thinking, Zhou Hao got an amazing speculation. Some of the contestants who represented various mafia or drug cartels in the competition were most likely sent by governments of various countries to compete through the forces of the underground world. And this Pluto Cup World Fighting Sports Conference is actually very likely to be a single-armed competition of various countries. In fact, there are international special forces competitions in reality, but Zhou Hao knows that those competitions are too political and enjoyable, and they will not truly reflect the fighting ability of soldiers from all countries. Instead, they are fighting in the cruel underground boxing of the Pluto Cup. In the race, the principle of not having a political purpose and just seeking victory can make people sent from various countries more relaxed. Besides, countries can also invite masters who are not serving in the military. For example, in China, many martial arts masters are not active soldiers. Without political goals, countries can compete for rankings in this competition. Since it is unarmed combat and does not pay attention to weapons and equipment, superpowers like the United States do not have any advantage, but those with a long martial arts culture. The country can flex its muscles. TSK. It turns out that such an underground boxing match hides so much insider. Zhou Hao sighed, and he was more curious and looking forward to this Pluto Cup in his heart. Soon, Zhou Hao and the others came to the venue of the Pluto Cup. It was at the foot of a small hill, and there was actually a very wide golf course as a cover. If you don't know the details, how would you think of this Gaofu? Will there be a huge air raid shelter under the stadium? And the existence of this golf course made Zhou Hao more affirmed his guess. If there is no official support, how can those people make the facilities so perfect? Moreover, the terrain here is not suitable for the construction of golf courses at all. People with a little commercial common sense will not throw money here. The reason for this is that it can hide the existence of air raid shelters. On the other hand, true golfers will choose to come here to play, thus avoiding the danger exposed by underground boxing matches. Also, because the golf course is a place of high consumption, it will not arouse suspicion when the luxury cars of the mafia bosses and drug lord are parked here. When he arrived at the gate, Zhou Hao discovered that several guards in security uniforms were operated by trained troops. There were even watchtowers on the stone platforms on both sides of the gate. Zhou Hao estimated that there must be heavy duty in the watchtowers. Arms. Now you say that this Pluto Cup didn't get the official acquiescence, and I don't believe it either. Zhou Hao turned his head and smiled at Zhao Yuqin. Zhao Yuqin said bitterly, "When we go back, we must find my brother to settle the accounts. I don't know how much money he made in the peripheral gambling market of this Pluto Cup." Zhou Hao laughed. "I guess most of the money will be turned in." "Huh. Even if only a small part is left, it is an astronomical figure." Zhao Yuqin said, "That guy often cries poor with me, asking me to let Tiana donate some money to their military area to support their military industry development." Why don't I know about this? Zhou Hao couldn't help laughing or crying. "Big brother, he's too unkind. He's obviously using his own person to operate, but he is not familiar with him. I think he is quite stable. Yeah, how to do this kind of thing. By the way, why don't I know about it?" Zhao Yuqin smiled and said, "He just knows that you won't agree to find you, so he came to find my way." Speaking of this, Zhao Yuqin leaned on Zhou Hao's shoulders and smiled charmingly. "But how can my sister make fun of your industry? Let alone my brother. Even if my dad speaks, I won't agree." Zhou Hao naturally knew that Zhao Dingzhou was mostly a joke. He would never be a person of indiscriminate importance. But Zhao Yuqin's remarks made Zhou Hao very useful, and his right hand unconsciously touched her slender waist. Lei Hu and Zhang Daniyu in front of them consciously averted their gazes, as if they couldn't see what was happening behind them. "Please show your membership card." A cold voice came from outside the car, which was the security guard at the door. Thunder Tiger didn't speak either, but handed a black metal card to the security guard. The security guard took out an instrument and put it on the card, and then looked at the label on the instrument before nodding to Thunder Tiger and let them go. Zhou Hao nodded secretly. Obviously, those membership cards were recognized by sophisticated instruments, which greatly reduced the possibility of being mixed in by outsiders. It seems that the security work here is still very adequate, and it really looks like a regular military base. After passing the gate, there are several checkpoints to prevent guests from bringing dangerous objects into the venue. As expected by Zhou Hao, there are many luxury cars parked in this parking lot, some of which have not yet been listed in China. just like an international auto show, making their modified but ordinary Beijing Jeep look very disappointed. After getting out of the car, a special waiter took Zhou Hao and the others in and went deep into the underground air raid shelter through an elevator installed in the golf club. On the way, Zhou Hao and others also met other guests from various countries and ethnic groups, and Zhou Hao knew that none of these people were good men and women. This air raid shelter that serves as the venue is really big, like an international standard football field, and is divided into various areas, such as the home field of the game, the rest of the players, the spectator lounge, etc. All kinds of equipment are complete. Just like it's like a sports field. If you didn't see the ceiling above, you wouldn't think it was an air raid shelter. It is more than 20 meters deep underground, and there is a thick rock layer above it. Unless it is a ground-piercing missile, it is really difficult to penetrate. Moreover, the ventilation equipment here is perfect, and the people inside do not feel stuffy at all. Do you know the opponent that Daniel is waiting for? Zhou Hao asked Leihu. Leihu shook his head. Both sides didn't know who their opponents were before the game. The decision was made by drawing lots under the notary of the judges at the beginning of the game. I saw it during the first round of the game. The method of drawing lots by the bead is unlikely to cheat. And none of those players are weak, and the meaning of cheating is not great. Zhou Hao smiled and asked, "There are also special judges. Who are they?" "I don't know. It looks like some gang elders, and they don't know each other anyway." Leihu said, "When you enter the venue, you can see that it is very lively. Guests from all over the world and the service staff make it more like a carnival." And Zhou Hao also discovered that most of those people had female companions from all races, and even some of them were a man dragging several women. Unlike Zhao Yuqin, those young and beautiful women are obviously just other people's playthings. "Several people. Please come with me. Your seats are over there." A waitress in plain Chong Sam responded politely to Zhou Hao and the others. Following the waitress, Zhang Daniu looked around, looking very excited. "Huh? Unexpectedly, I can see beautiful women of this quality here." This is a male voice, speaking in English with a deliberately created British accent. Although very fluent, it always sounds nondescript. "Feel." Zhou Hao followed the voice and saw a man in a gray suit standing there. Beside him was a tall and beauty holding his hand, obviously his female companion. Behind the two of them is a bald man of medium build, with mung bean-like eyes rolling. Seeing this man suddenly, Zhou Hao suddenly felt that his face was a bit familiar, and then he recognized it quickly. It's not that Zhou Hao knew this man, but that he had seen him on TV in his previous life. In addition, it happened to have a confrontation with the Li family in Temasek during this period, which made Zhou Hao pay more attention to the members of the Li family. So I immediately recognized this person. This fairly handsome young man is Lee Kuan Yew's eldest son, Li Xinlong, who is also the future Prime Minister of Singapore and the second-generation helm of the Li family. It's just that Li Xinlong is obviously much younger than Zhou Hao's in his previous life. Li Xinlong at this time should be 46 or 77. But Zhou Hao saw that his lips were red and white and his teeth were as over 30, which matched the beauty who was only 30 years old beside him. Let's not talk about the perception of this person in the previous life, but after the previous confrontation with the Li family, just now I heard Li Xianlong, whose ancestral home in Guangdong speaks English accent. Zhou Hao's impression of this guy was very disgusting. Li Xianlong obviously didn't care about Zhou Hao's hostile eyes. Instead, he set his eyes on Zhao Yuqin's body recklessly and made a tisk-tisk sound in his mouth, as if he was looking at a high-end product he liked. In fact, although the woman in the evening dress with a backless dress next to Li Xinlong is also a very good beauty, she is still far behind Zhao Yuqin's stunning beauty. It is no wonder that Li Xinlong behaves like this. Zhou Hao looked at Li Xianlong with disdain, thinking that this was the second generation of the helm of the Li family. This is Singapore's future prime minister? It is a miracle that Singapore did not perish in his hands in his previous life. Or is it that in this kind of underground world that is not open to the public, he can easily reveal his true colors? Li Xinlong walked straight to Zhou Hao and the others, smiling very gentlemanly. But what he said was not gentleman at all. "Sir, is this your most popular actress in China? Really beautiful. Can you cut love? Give her to me. I'll exchange this with you. Plus $1 million, okay?" He spoke these words in English, but except Zhang Daniu, all three of Zhou Hao could understand. Zhou Hao was thinking in his heart, if he finds an opportunity to kill Li Xinlong unconsciously, what will happen to the Li family, and whether Singapore's relations with China will be affected? And Zhao Yuqin, who was completely regarded as an object by Li Xianlong, took a step forward and slapped Li Xianlong with a loud slap. Then he took out a wet wipe and wiped his hand, deliberately saying in English, "My hands are really dirty." Zhao Yuqin's move scared Li Xianlong and the woman next to him. Li Xianlong even forgot to cry out in pain, and the bald man behind them, originally intended to stop Zhao Yuqin when he stepped forward and raised his hand, but before he could move, he felt a cold look locked on him, and then raised his head to welcome Zhou Hao's shining star eyes suddenly shocked, and the whole person seemed to be bound by an invisible chain, unable to move, and Zhao Yuqin smoothly slapped Li Xianlong. The movement here attracted the attention of other people around, but those people were extremely wicked people and didn't mean to intervene at all. They just watched the excitement with interest. Li Xianlong touched his face in a daze, feeling a hot pain, then looked at Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin in amazement. Until now, he still couldn't believe that he was slapped by Zhao Yuqin in the crowd. The woman next to him was also stunned, but she covered her mouth and said nothing, because she knew that none of the people who came here were ordinary people. She couldn't provoke Li Xianlong, and she couldn't provoke anyone else. But seeing that Li Xianlong did not make a loud noise after being humiliated like ordinary people, but took a few deep breaths, and then his eyes narrowed, and the cold light from the gaps in the eyes made people look chilling. Because of Zhou Hao's medical treatment, Li Xianlong actually showed a smile, and even stretched out his hand to Zhou Hao. "It's really rude. I haven't asked your surname, Gao." It was still in English. Even Zhou Hao didn't expect Li Xianlong to react like this. If Li Xianlong made a big noise or even drew his gun on the spot, Zhou Hao wouldn't be surprised. But if Li Xianlong shook hands with himself casually, it would be quite unexpected. Although surprised, Zhou Hao didn't plan to have a good relationship with Li Xianlong. In the same way, he said coldly in English, "I'm sorry, I don't understand English." Then he ignored Li Xianlong and took Zhao Yuqin and walked away. Li Xianlong squinted his eyes and stared at Zhou Hao's back, and the smile on his face became stronger and stronger. The bald man at the back hesitated. "Lord, this man treats you." Li Xianlong stopped his words by raising his hand and said with a smile, "There are masters among those people, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't let the woman touch me." The bald man shook his head and immediately bowed his head and said respectfully, "The eldest son, the subordinate, is incompetent. However, there is indeed a master in there. The aura of the subordinate has been locked just now, and a slight movement may cause that person to kill. The arrogance of that group is so arrogant. Do you want to mobilize our people?" Li Xinlong shook his head. "Forget it. This is China, and I am the son of Singapore's prime minister. My identity is more sensitive. If something goes wrong, it will easily be expanded into an international turmoil. However, you go to General G. He is the head of the Chinese military intelligence department. He should be able to find out who that guy belongs to. When I come to China next time, hell. Looking at Zhao Yuqin swaying back, Li Xianlong put his hand on the woman's buttocks and squeezed it hard. The woman was in pain, but she did not dare to scream. She could only gritted her teeth. "Endure," Li Xianlong said in a voice. "There is that woman. Check it out for me too. Humph. Even the woman that Li Xianying likes to waste, I can marry back. There is no woman that I can't get Li Xianlong's attention." "I see, Grandpa." The bald man replied respectfully. "Xiao Hao, did you know that guy just now?" Zhao Yuqin asked Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao said, "I don't know him, I just know him. He is Li Xinlong, Lee Kuan Yew's eldest son. If nothing happens, he will inherit Lee Kuan Yew as Singapore's prime minister in the future." Zhao Yuqin was surprised. That guy is the eldest son of Lee Kuan Yew, who will be at the helm of the Li family in the future? It is really hard for her to believe it, because in her eyes, Lee Kuan Yew is an old and cunning hero. The son of this kind of person should not be as innocent as the ordinary rich second generation. If someone like Li Xinlong is really managed in the future, then Singapore's future is really dire. Zhou Hao smiled. "In fact, that guy is pretty good. He can quickly recover from such an encounter. It is indeed beyond my expectation. However, how did Li Xinlong come to China? Does the government know? Also, here you here to represent Singapore to participate in the Pluto Cup? Zhao Yuqin shrugged. I don't know, but as far as I know, there seems to be no official in Singapore visiting our country during this period. The Li Xinlong should have come here secretly. If this Hades Cup is really the official default, then Li Xinlong, when you come here, the central government should also know. Speaking of this, Zhao Yuqin sneered. It's just that I'm a little curious. What kind of masters can be made in a small place like Singapore? Their economy is good, but when it comes to military strength and individual quality, it's a laugh. Sister, don't underestimate others. Our national football team will also invite foreign aid. Zhou Hao's words also caused Zhao Yuqin and Lei Hu to laugh again and again. After coming to the organizers' arrangements, Zhou Hao found that the auditorium here is well designed, with spacious and comfortable seats, and a group of 5 people. The group is separated by a certain distance, which provides a relatively free space for everyone. And this total of thousands of seats are built around the circular playing field in the center. The circular playing field in the center has an area of 100 square meters. The ground is paved with solid wood panels, but there are no railings on the periphery. I don't know what will be used to separate the players and the audience during the game. And Zhou Hao also met the judges, all of them, but they were all of a certain age. Although he didn't know them, he could guess that the judges should be the elders of the underground forces. Boss, look at that guy over there. Zhang Daniu suddenly pointed to the man in another seat in the distance. Zhou Hao followed the direction Zhang Daniu was pointing and saw that it was an Indian man sitting cross-legged, about 40 years old, wearing a dark yellow robe that looked like a llama's robe and tied on his head. White strap. The Indian has a dark skin and a tall nose, and his eyes are closed. His hands are placed on his legs, as if he is meditating. Do you know that person? Zhou Hao asked Zhang Daniu. Zhang Daniu shook his head. No, but I have seen him in the first round. The opponent seems to be a master of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. He was beaten to death in less than 2 minutes. Huh. Zhou Hao frowned. Seeing the Indian man with his eyes closed and serene, he thought he would be a man of the Taoist monk, but he didn't expect him to be so cruel and ruthless in the game. He asked Zhang Daniu, what martial arts does he use? I don't know. I haven't seen it before. It looks awkward and strange, but the Brazilian master just can't stop it, and even his head was blown. Zhang Daniu's expression was a bit solemn. The Thunder Tiger next to him said, the Indian's moves are very tricky. I think there are some traces of Indian yoga. Zhou Hao watched the Indian more closely, but he didn't notice any signs of infuriating energy flowing in him. However, instinctively, Zhou Hao felt that the Indian was not simple. There were a few people sitting beside the Indian, but another Indian man and 2 beautiful blonde women. The Indian man was much younger, with a delicate beard and a luxurious suit embroidered with gold silk. He seemed to be an Indian nobleman. He hugged the 2 blonde beauties and laughed. I don't know if it sensed Zhou Hao's gaze. The Indian master who was sitting cross-legged suddenly opened his eyes, and his gaze flew over as if it were real. Zhou Hao had a meal, but greeted him without fear, and the eyes of the 2 also collided in the air. The person seemed to be aware of Zhou Hao's extraordinariness, and there was some surprise in his eyes, but he quickly calmed down. The whole person was like a Buddha statue, unmoved by everything around him. That's a master, Zhou Hao said suddenly, at least not weaker than Daniel. Lei Hu was also surprised when he heard Zhou Hao's words, because he knew Zhang Daniu's strength very well. It doesn't need to be surprising. India is also one of the 4 ancient civilizations, and its martial arts development is also very long. Zhou Hao said. At this moment, a waitress came over and said politely to Zhou Hao and the others, everyone, the game is about to begin. Please come over there for the draw. Zhang Daniu looked at Zhou Hao, and Zhou Hao nodded to him. Then he and the waitress went to the judges to participate in the draw. There were other contestants around, about 50 to 60. The lottery machine is something similar to the lottery. The small, representing each player are stirred in it, and then the opponents and the number of matches are determined by random draws. The draw results will also be displayed on the back display panel. Zhang Daniu's number was 9, and the display board quickly showed the result of his draw. It was the first game. The opponent was a man named Dong Fangyi. Then, a waiter gave Zhou Hao and the others an introduction booklet, which recorded the information and odds of each contestant. Zhou Hao also saw that the man named Dongfang Yi was from Singapore, and he represented a triad organization called the Red Lotus Gang in Thailand. The odds were 1-2, and Zhang Daniu was 1-3. Singapore, Zhou Hao sneered, then looked up, and he saw someone in the distance looking towards him. It was Li Xinlong. This Dongfang Yi, obviously a contestant sent by Li Xinlong, actually drew with Zhang Dan. When we are together, it seems that it is really a narrow road. The waitress asked Zhou Hao, "May I ask if you want to bet?" Zhou Hao smiled. "Vote, of course I must vote. I buy number 9 Zhang Daniel to win, and bet 10 million. The waitress was taken aback, and then politely reminded, "Sir, what we use here is US dollars. Oh, I thought it was pounds." Zhou Hao smiled and handed her his credit card and asked her to board the plane to bet. For the giants in this venue, the betting of 10 million US dollars is not too much, and some people even bet as high as 100 million per game. However, for those big customers who bet more than $1 million per game, the organizer has already recorded it and asked the staff to wait carefully, but the waitress has never seen Zhou Hao in the relevant records. I don't know where she came from, the big man who emerged. And Zhao Yuqin and Lei Hu did not show any reaction to Zhou Hao's actions. After all, $10 million is really nothing compared to Zhou Hao's net worth. Seeing that Zhou Hao had such confidence in him, Zhang Daniu secretly swore not to disappoint his boss. Zhou Hao saw Li Xianlong, who was on the other side, also betting, and from time to time he looked at what he was saying to the waiter. He should be asking how many bets Zhou Hao had put in. Zhou Hao knew that the Li family controlled several times more funds than himself, so Li Xianlong's confidence was naturally profound. However, after his rebirth, Zhou Hao has never lost in gambling. Soon a staff member came to take Zhang Daniu to prepare for the game. Zhou Hao nodded to Zhang Daniu as an encouragement. Zhang Daniu also knew that his opponent was Li Xianlong's this time, so he said to Zhou Hao, "Boss, don't worry. I must beat that guy to the ground and give a sigh of relief for you and the older sister." After the players on both sides were ready, a man in a tuxedo appeared on the central round competition field. He laughed loudly to the audience through the microphone. "Gentlemen and ladies, thank you very much for being here today. Cup World Fighting Sports Congress's second round knockout." The long-awaited audience around immediately burst into enthusiastic cheers. The blood and cruelty of this unarmed fight with real guns and live ammunition can arouse the bloodthirsty and violent desire in these people's hearts. In this underground air raid shelter with reverberating cheers, Zhou Hao felt that this place really missed the ancient Roman Colosseum that was famous for its brutality. After the host eloquently said a lot of opening remarks, he said, "Okay, let me introduce the two players in the first game today. They are the representatives of the Red Lotus Gang and the Saw Blade from Singapore." Dongfang Yi. A spotlight hit the left side of the field, and a small circular hole appeared there, and then the man named Dongfang Yi slowly appeared on the field through the elevator platform. I saw that Dongfang Yi was wearing a black sportswear, not tall, but his expression was extremely cold, and there was a cross-shaped scar on his left face. Seeing Dongfang coming out, the audience immediately burst into loud cheers. "Come on again" is the representative of Pluto, Zhang Daniu, the Iron Fist from China. The host shouted again. Under his shout, Zhang Daniu slowly appeared in the audience's sight from the elevator platform, which also caused blockbuster applause. "When did Daniel get the nickname of Iron Fist?" Zhou Hao asked Lei Hu amusedly. Lei Hu shrugged and said, "The organizer just changed it randomly, just like those horse races, but Daniel is quite satisfied with this nickname." After introducing the two sides, the host retired. Zhang Daniu and Dongfang Yi also entered the arena. At this time, I saw a round glass cover slowly descending from the ceiling, and when it fell on the ground, it just surrounded the arena, isolating the players inside from the audience, and allowing the audience to clearly see the situation of the game. Zhou Hao looked at the transparent glass cover. "Huh? That is tempered glass." Lei Hu explained, "That is not ordinary tempered glass. It should be made of carbon fiber nanomaterials just developed by the military. It is more than 10 times stronger and more flexible than ordinary tempered glass. It is specially used in aerospace." Zhou Hao smiled bitterly and shook his head. This glass cover turned out to be made with the latest military technology, saying that the Pluto Cup had nothing to do with the military, and Zhou Hao would never believe it. There is no time limit for the game, and one of them voluntarily admits defeat or completely loses the ability to fight. Zhang Daniyu hugged Dongfang Yi as a greeting, and Dongfang Yi nodded slightly, and then the game officially began. Zhang Daniyu has always been a straightforward person. Since the game started, he didn't say much and directly used the Fighting Bull God Fist to attack Dongfang Yi. The technique of Fighting Bull God boxing is not complicated, nor can it be said to be subtle, and go on a strong and yang line in a big way. However, this 13 Taibao horizontal exercises was originally designed to win with strength. The simpler the moves, the greater the power. Especially Zhang Daniyu, who has a simple personality and no distracting thoughts, will be more effective in practicing. Although there was the carbon fiber cover between them, Zhou Hao could still see Zhang Daniyu's fist causing the air to fluctuate. It seems that Zhang Daniyu also knows that his opponent is not easy, so he has no strength when he makes a move. The so-called expert knows if there is any when he makes a move. Dongfang Yi knows that he has encountered a tricky enemy when he sees Zhang Daniyu's move. Facing Zhang Daniyu's fist with the sound of breaking through the air, his face changes slightly and his body shape in a flash. He quickly dodged and landed a few meters away. He looked down at his shirt. It turned out that his own person had escaped, but the armpit of the shirt was cut apart by Zhang Daniyu's fist, and a crack appeared. His face changed again, and then he stared at Zhang Daniyu closely, and his breath became serious. When Zhang Daniyu attacked again, he saw Dongfang Yi with both hands out, and it suddenly turned into an afterimage. Zhang Daniyu didn't mean to dodge, and continued to rush forward in response to Dongfang Yi's attack. Anyway, at this time, his real air flow turned around, which was veritable invulnerability. However, Zhang Daniyu suddenly felt a tingle in his chest, and found that his shirt was broken into pieces and his upper body was naked. What shocked Zhang Daniyu most was that there were 2 finger holes in his chest, and blood was pouring out. This Dongfang Yi broke his own bodyguard and hurt himself. Although the injury is not deep, it has already shocked Zhang Daniyu very much. Looking up at Dongfang Yi, he saw a cold smile on Dongfang Yi's face, and he also stretched out his tongue to lick the blood that belonged to Zhang Daniyu in his hand. Outside, Zhou Hao's face became solemn, and he muttered to himself that Dongfang Yi is a master that can't be underestimated. Lei Hu also said, looking at his moves, they are a bit like the evil snake fist in Yingui. It can actually break the real energy of Daniel's body protection. This guy has such a high skill. Xiao Hao, Daniel will be fine, right? Zhao Yuqin said worriedly. Zhou Hao patted her hand. Don't worry, sister. Although Dongfang Yi martial arts is good, it can't beat Daniel. Sure enough, being injured by Dongfang Yi, seeing his provocative behavior, and adding that he was from Li Xinlong, Zhang Daniyu suddenly became furious. Zhang Daniyu is innocent by nature, and he is used to going straight. It is precisely because of this that he is particularly irritated by others, especially when the opponent is Zhou Hao's enemy. He roared and tore off his broken jacket, revealing his sturdy upper body, and there was also a faint flow of gold on the dark skin, which looked like a golden Buddha. This scene caused the audience outside the venue to cheer for Zhang Daniyu and Dongfang Yi. Raising his fists, Zhang Daniyu rushed towards Dongfang Yi again. His shy face also looked fierce and ferocious. Facing Zhang Daniyu, who was like an irritated beast, Dongfang Yi sneered. He deliberately irritated Zhang Daniyu because he knew that his internal strength was not as good as that of the opponent. Only by letting the opponent lose his mind can his chances of winning be higher. Dongfang Yi's internal strength is indeed not as good as Zhang Daniyu, but the speed and agility are far stronger than Zhang Daniyu. Under Zhang Daniyu's stormy attack, Dongfang Yi dodges left and right and can't catch it like a loach. From time to time, he looks at the air to counter Zhang Daniyu a few times, although it can only cause Zhang Daniyu to suffer some skin injuries. Also let Zhang Daniyu's anger continue to swell. In fact, Dongfang Yi himself also complained of suffering. Zhang Daniyu, who was in the rage, was stronger than before. Even if he could poke Zhang Daniyu, Dongfang Yi's hands would be sore and numb by his true energy. Moreover, when Zhang Daniyu attacked, Dongfang Yi's face hurt and his body was unsteady. He was almost caught by Zhang Daniyu several times. However, the effort paid off. Under this delaying tactic, Zhang Daniyu finally appeared tired. Feeling that Zhang Daniyu's energy is not as strong as before, Dongfang Yi was overjoyed, and his eyes flickered. He grasped Zhang Daniyu's move and used it when he was old. His right hand came out like an electric shock and hit Zhang Daniyu's back, on the neck big point. After being hit by this blow, Zhang Daniyu was violently shaken, and then fell straight forward. Seeing this scene, Lei Hu and Zhao Yuqin couldn't help standing up, but Zhou Hao was very calm, looking at Li Xianlong, and seeing Li Xianlong smiling brightly to him. He also raised a toast to himself. Those spectators who invested in Dong Fanji immediately cried out excitedly, while those who bought Zhang Daniyu angrily shouted Zhang Daniyu to get up and fight again. Since Zhang Daniyu did not take the initiative to call in, the referee outside is still determining whether he has completely lost his fighting ability. So Dongfang Yi took this opportunity to walk to Zhang Daniyu, raising his hand to give Zhang Daniyu the final blow. Xiao Hao, go and save Daniel. Zhao Yuqin shouted to Zhou Hao. At this moment, Zhang Daniyu, who had fallen on the ground and could not move, suddenly turned over and grabbed Dongfang Yi's hand, with a silly smile on his face. I finally caught you. Not only Dongfang Yi, who was in the field, but the audience outside was also shocked by Zhang Daniyu, who was resurrected. But immediately, those who had bet on Zhang Daniyu cheered frantically. Zhao Yuqin and Lei Hu, who thought Zhang Daniyu was in danger just now, also took a long sigh of relief as they watched the turbulence in the court. Seeing Zhou Hao, who was sitting on a chair from beginning to end without a trace of panic, Zhao Yuqin couldn't help but pinch his ears and sighed. You already knew that Daniel was okay? Why didn't you tell my sister? Do you see sister jokes? Zhou Hao smiled and said, How dare you? I know that Daniel is okay, but I am not sure about his intentions, so I want to see what he wants to do. But let's not say, Daniel is very smart. Indeed, that Dongfang Yi Qinggong is superb and agile, and it is really difficult for Zhang Daniyu to catch him. So Zhang Daniyu had a plan to deliberately expose his flaws to lure Dongfang Yi into being fooled, and seize the opportunity to catch him. This is the fighting skills Zhang Daniyu learned from Thunder Tiger these days, but even Thunder Tiger didn't expect Zhang Daniyu to learn and use it like this. In the game, Zhang Daniyu tightly clasped Dongfang Yi's wrist to prevent him from escaping, and Dongfang Yi, who understood it, was also shocked. He didn't expect that his clever life was confused for a while, and he was actually stupid by this look. The dull man had calculated it. But now is not the time to think about these things. Dongfang Yi knew that he did not have the physique of Zhang Daniyu. If Zhang Daniyu was punched in the front, he would definitely not be able to stand it. So Dongfang Yi quickly raised his other hand and hit Zhang Daniyu's body like a snake head. Zhang Daniyu finally caught this loach-like enemy. Where would he let it go? He didn't care about Dongfang Yi's limited damage to him, clasping his wrist and slamming it like a quilt. Dongfang Yi was immediately shaken by Zhang Daniyu, and the grabbed right arm made a chilling sound of bone breaking, and the bones of the entire arm were tossed and broken by Zhang Daniyu. Zhang Daniyu didn't stop and threw Dongfang Yi to the ground. Boom! The huge impact made Dongfang Yi involuntarily spit out a mouthful of blood, feeling as if all of his bones had been broken apart by Zhang Daniyu. Lifting his eyes to look at Zhang Daniyu, Dongfang Yi saw the hideous smile on Zhang Daniyu's face and his high fist. Do not. There was only time to say a word, and Zhang Daniyu's fist hit his chest like a pile driver. The ground under Dongfang Yi was dented by Zhang Daniyu's powerful force, and the wooden floors were also raised high. Looking at Dongfang Yi again, there was a bowl-sized cavity on his chest, but the breath of 7 holes was gone. Outside, the originally popular scene was silent at this time. Those audiences had never seen such a killing scene. However, those who are not ordinary people after all, soon, not only the people who invested in Zhang Daniyu, but other audiences also screamed and cheered. As for Li Xianlong, Dongfang Yi's behind-the-scenes boss, it was difficult to keep smiling at this time. His face was green, and he looked at Zhou Hao where the old was there, and extremely cold eyes broke out in his eyes. After that, Zhang Daniyu successfully entered the 3rd round of the list. Although he suffered a slight injury, the battle just now was undoubtedly a very good exercise for him, allowing him to gain rare combat experience. His kind character is limited to treating his own people. In the face of enemies, he will not be merciful, especially after Lei Hu's brainwashing education that being kind to the enemy is cruel to oneself. Zhang Daniu returned to Zhou Hao and the others after washing away the blood stains on his body and changing into clean clothes in the player lounge. Zhou Hao naturally praised Zhang Daniu, but Zhao Yuqin blamed him for his trick to seduce her. Quite worried. In front of Zhao Yuqin's eldest sister, Zhang Daniu regained his shyness and sat there with his head shrugged to accept Zhao Yuqin's criticism. After Dongfang Yi was shot to death in public, Li Xianlong, who lost his face and lost money, immediately walked away, regardless of Dongfang Yi's body. Sir, congratulations on winning the bet just now. Excluding the bet, your bonus is $30 million. We have deposited these bonuses into this account for you. You can withdraw and use them at any time. The waitress again when he came here, he returned Zhou Hao's credit card and another bank card, which turned out to be an overseas account with Citibank. Zhao Yuqin took the Citibank card and looked at it carefully and said in amazement, "It's really a Citibank card. Tut, it's amazing. She just said that you can withdraw and use it at any time, which means the money is white. It's amazing to be able to use Citibank to revitalize their peripheral gambling." Zhou Hao took Zhao Yuqin's words deeply, because for many criminal groups, the biggest headache is not how to make money, but how to turn the money earned back into legal and clean property. Generally speaking, in informal casinos, the money that comes and goes is black money in the traditional sense, especially large amounts of money, which must be cleaned before use. However, this Pluto Cup completes the procedure directly for the guests and directly pays the clean money to the winning guests. With this alone, the organizer of the Pluto Cup is not simple. With a financial institution like an aircraft carrier like Citibank, money laundering will become a very easy digital game. The difficulty is how to get Citibank to help them launder money. Zhou Hao estimated that the bank laundering money for the Pluto Cup was probably more than Citibank. He even doubted whether the Pluto Cup was created by the joint efforts of several powerful banks in the world. Also, according to Thunder Tiger, the events in this venue will be broadcast live all over the world via satellite transmission. So the people who watch the game and participate in betting are far more than the people on the spot. They are facing the global underground world. Handing the Citibank card to Zhang Daniu, Zhou Hao smiled and said, "Hey, this is the game you have won back so hard, and the money you won back will be given to you. But if you can win the game, Thunder Tiger also has a contribution. Remember to give him some." Zhang Daniu did not pretend to refuse, happily put away the bank card, and smiled. "Boss, don't worry, I will share the money with Brother Hu. Anyway, so much money, I and my mother can't use it up." Zhou Hao is now considering whether to transfer some of the funds from Xinghe to participate in the Pluto Cup gambling. With his superhuman intuition, Zhou Hao is confident that he can accurately predict the outcome of each game. But think about it, he gave up again. If the interest is too small, he is not interested, but if he wins more money, he will definitely attract the attention of the organizer of the Pluto Cup. The organizers of the Pluto Cup are likely to be one or more countries. This power is too scary. If it is targeted, it will be a real irritation. Zhou Hao dare not do so. Compared with the excitement of Zhang Daniu and Dongfang Yi, the next game is very boring. Although the contestants who can advance to the second round are rare masters, in Zhou Hao's eyes, they are nothing more than fancy, especially those from the United States who use boxing and wrestling skills. Fighting skills such as Jeet Kune Do, Muay Thai, Karate, and Taekwondo. These so-called fighting skills may be more than enough and powerful to deal with ordinary people, but when they encounter real martial arts masters, especially Chinese masters who have practiced internal Qigong, it can be said to be completely vulnerable. Lei Hu also said, "Those movies often portray the tall Western boxers who are unable to get up to thin Chinese and regard Western boxers as the enemy of Chinese Kung Fu. In fact, this concept is very wrong. Outrageous. Those Western boxers are not at the same level as those who are truly accomplished in martial arts. World champions in boxing competitions are far from the opponents of regular soldiers in actual combat. Any soldier in the Green Beret can easily kill a boxing champion. The members of the Green Beret do not have any advantage when facing our special forces. We special fighters are facing those masters of internal Qigong at that time. Even if you have a gun in your hand, you can only get slaughtered. He sighed. In martial arts, China is the strongest in the world, but in terms of the physical quality of the whole people, we are indeed inferior to the West, and it is impossible for the whole people to learn internal qigong. The martial arts of the martial arts are not taught by their disciples. On the other hand, the state will not allow the whole people to practice martial arts, just like the government will not lift gun control. Looking at Thunder Tiger with emotion on his face, Zhou Hao patted him on the shoulder to show his comfort. At this time, he saw the Indian from before playing, and the opponent of the Indian was a Japanese in a samurai suit. From the host's introduction, Zhou Hao learned that the Indian's name was Mohandas, and he represented a wealthy family in India, Ambani. The Japanese name is Watanabe Hisuk, which represents one of the most dominant gangs in Japan in Nagawakai. Zhou Hao could see at a glance that Watanabe Hisuk's skill was so high that he was not at the same level as Jingushiro Jingushi, one of Japan's 3 great masters. Of course, compared with the real super masters like Kotaro Kazima, the so-called 3 Japanese masters are just a mob. Zhou Hao's internal strength is already very deep, and after the previous battle with the wind demon Kotaro in Indonesia, his understanding of martial arts has been greatly improved. Based on Zhou Hao's current martial arts realm, he can roughly infer his skill just by observing the breath flow of Watanabe Hisuk. But Zhou Hao couldn't see the depth of the Indian named Mohandas, because Mohandas looked like an ordinary person who didn't know martial arts, and there was nothing outstanding. But since he can break through the first round and come here, it shows that his strength is not weak. Moreover, through the odds of the conference, the strength of each contestant can also be estimated, but in this game, Watanabe's odds are 1 to 4, while Mohandas' odds are only 1 to 1.5. In other words, Mohandas is the favorite to win this game. Boss, that little Japan doesn't seem to be special. It is probably not the opponent of the Indians. Thunder Tiger said, but Zhang Daniu next to him disagreed. Brother Tiger, can't you tell that the Japanese is not a weak player? He is much stronger than the Dongfang just now, but the Indian does not seem to know martial arts. Zhang Daniu's internal cultivation is also very deep, so he can faintly see the situation of the two. Zhou Hao did not make any comments, but silently looked at the 2 people on the court. Zhao Yuqin next to him introduced him to the family represented by Mohandas. The Ambani family is the top wealthy family in India. Almost all of the board members of all walks of life in India are on the Forbes rich list, and they have very close relations with the political and military circles in India. There is a saying in India that can explain the Ambani family power to successfully win the presidency. You must first get Ambani's votes. After Zhao Yuqin's explanation, Zhou Hao nodded and understood the influence of the Ambani family in India. As one of the 4 ancient civilizations, India has a history of development that is not shorter than that of China. It has also been invaded by foreign powers in modern times, and has even become a colony. However, in the past few decades, India has developed very fast. Many scientists predict that in the near future, the international community will form a 6-polar world, and 6 countries with strong economic and military power will control the development of the entire world. And China and India are the 2 poles. According to Zhao Yuqin's introduction, the economic strength of the Ambani family is not inferior to that of the Li family in Singapore. The Indian that Zhou Hao saw before was probably from the Ambani family. And being able to represent the Ambani family, the strength of that Mohandas is obviously also very strong. As before the start of each game, a dedicated person will ask each spectator whether to bet. When the waitress asked Zhou Hao and them, Zhao Yuqin asked Zhou Hao with great interest, "Which one do you think will win?" "That Mohandas," Zhou Hao said without hesitation, and gave his credit card to the waiter, who also bet $10 million. After registering the betting information, the game will start soon. That Watanabe Hisuk was really strong, and he was very knowledgeable in boxing, and he could be regarded as a boxing master. Zhou Hao's fist is strong and powerful and exquisite, and different from Dongfangji's evil snake fist. Although not as powerful as Zhang Daniu, Watanabe Hisuk's boxing technique is also a profound skill. Zhou Hao's previous guess was correct. Watanabe's strength was comparable to Jingushiro's, and he was obviously much stronger than other contestants. However, with the strength of Watanabe Hisuk, in the nearly 10 minutes from the start of the match to the present, His fist could not even touch Mohandas' hair. Whenever his powerful fist was about to hit Mohandas, Mohandas could always avoid it in time, and he seemed very calm. Zhou Hao squinted slightly, paying close attention to every movement of Mohandas. He found that when Mohandas was not moving, he was like an ordinary person who didn't know martial arts. But every time Watanabe Hisuk hits him, Mohandas' power will burst out instantly, and the speed of his body will rise suddenly, avoiding Watanabe Hisuk's attack. That Mohandas technique is very strange. Zhou Hao frowned and said, when Mohandas was not moving, even he could not sense his chi, but when he was attacked, he could instantly a powerful force burst out. Zhou Hao thought to himself that if this Mohandas was a killer, its danger would be hard to estimate, because before he launched his killer move, even the top master would not feel his aura and would just treat him as an ordinary person. So it is difficult to guard against when he launches. Although the power that Mohandas exploded was far inferior to that of the Supermaster, Zhou Hao still showed strong wariness about this life. At this time, Zhou Hao finally saw Mohandas turn from defense to offense. I saw Mohandas in the field simply throw a punch at Watanabe Hisuk. The speed is not very fast, just like ordinary people, and for this level of attack, Watanabe Hisuk can naturally avoid it easily, stand on tiptoe, and retreat a few meters. However, just when everyone thought that Watanabe Hisuk had avoided Mohandas' attack, Watanabe Hisuk seemed to have been attacked by an invisible attack. He flew back more than 10 meters, and the corners of his mouth, a trace of blood spilled. Everyone is unclear, because Mohandas clearly did not touch Watanabe Hisuk. How did Watanabe Hisuk get attacked? What's going on? Thunder Tiger also felt baffled. Zhou Hao looked at Zhang Dainyu. Dainyu, did you see it just now? Zhang Dainyu looked solemn and shook his head slowly. I can't see it. His expression was full of shame. Zhou Hao sighed slightly. Zhao Yuqin grabbed his arm and asked, Xiao Hao, do you know what happened? That Mohandas martial arts is really weird. Zhou Hao frowned. He really knew the truth. He saw it just now, and he retreated at Watanabe Hita and left Mohandas' attack range. Even Zhou Hao believed that Mohandas would not be able to attack Watanabe Hisuk when he was still there. But Mohandas just stood there and didn't move. His right hand stretched out in an instant, stretched more than 2 meters like a rubber band, and his fist directly hit Watanabe Hisuk's chest. Up and wounded. After the first blow, Mohandas' right arm also instantly returned to its original shape. The entire process of elongation and shortening may be as short as 100% or even 1,000th of a second, which is more than what a normal human eye can capture. The speed of the scene, so the audience outside the field can't see Mohandas' movements at all. Zhou Hao's vision was enough to catch the trajectory of the bullet, and Mohandas' movements naturally couldn't escape his eyes. However, what made Zhou Hao unbelievable was that Mohandas' right hand was actually getting longer, not an illusion. This is like the yoga master Dulcim in the classic video game, Street Fighter. Both hands and feet can extend to the length of non-human beings. Zhou Hao always thought that it was just a setting in the game, and never thought that such a weird martial arts really existed in reality. The game between Mohandas and Watanabe was more exciting than Zhang Dainyu and Dongfangi. Because both Mohandas and Watanabe Hisuk are rare masters, their fierce fights opened the eyes of the audience. However, just as Zhou Hao had expected, Watanabe Hisuk was finally defeated by Mohandas. Because Mohandas' martial arts was so weird, he had been restrained by Watanabe Hisuk, but his limbs could be twisted at will, as if his bones were all made of rubber. Moreover, he stretched out his arms and legs from time to time to greatly increase the range of his attack, making Watanabe inevitable. Fortunately, Mohandas did not help the assassin of Watanabe, probably because the Ambani family was unwilling to accept indecomposable enmity with Japan's Inagawa Association. After watching the game, Zhou Hao said, "If Daniel wants to win the Hades Cup championship, that Mohandas will be the biggest obstacle." Just now in the process of watching the game, Zhou Hao pressed down and compared Mohandas' strength with himself, and imagined what he would do if he faced Mohandas. With his own strength, Zhou Hao had enough confidence to defeat Mohandas, but he had to spend some tricks. After Zhang Dainyu heard Zhou Hao say that Mohandas was his biggest enemy in this game, instead of being nervous or afraid, he showed excitement on his face. Zhou Hao knew that for Zhang Dainyu, The greatest joy was to be able to compete with masters. In fact, he himself is the same. Although the previous battle with Wind Demon Kotaro was almost alive, Zhou Hao was still excited in his heart and faintly expected to have this opportunity again, so that he could comprehend higher martial arts realm. Once upon a time, Zhou Hao even imagined that the White Tiger Five Kings sword that he had realized in the battle against Wind Demon Kotaro could be defeated when faced with this sword-seeking plum in the snow of the master? Or is it possible to restrain Li Tsungyun's going Hua Libing magic skill of Tang sect? The second round of the Pluto Cup will take 2 days, but Zhou Hao doesn't have much interest in the rest of the game. If nothing happens, Zhang Dainyu and Mohandas will break through the semi-finals of the third round and meet in the finals to compete for the championship. As a developed city on the southeast coast, Xiamen is prosperous enough, but there are not many places worth visiting. Fortunately, Xiamen is close to the ocean, so when Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin visited the worthwhile places in Xiamen City, they went out on a boat, bathed in the clear and strong sea breeze, and occasionally visited those fishermen's houses. On the boat, taste the authentic fishermen's dishes. Zhang Dainyu and Lei Hu are not as interested as Zhou Hao, and they have been training and participating in competitions intensively these days. As Zhou Hao expected, Zhang Dainyu broke through the third round of the knockout round without any accident and entered the fourth round of the semifinals. At the same time, the Indian master Mohandas was also promoted to the semifinals. In a series of competitions, Zhang Dainyu's actual combat experience continued to be enriched, and Thunder Tiger also followed Zhou Hao's instructions. Zhang Dainyu put a huge bet on him in every game, ranging from 10 to 20 million US dollars to many, $5 to $6 million. With Zhou Hao, the rich man as the backing of funds, Thunder Tiger also enjoyed the high roller for a while. However, as the game progressed, Zhang Dainyu, who had never lost, his odds continued to decline. Today is the fourth round of the Pluto Cup. As long as you break through this round, you can enter the finals, compete for the championship, and receive a huge prize of 100 million US dollars. Zhang Dainyu's opponent was an Arab man named Isagodor, who represented an armed group called Chisha in the Middle East. This Isagodo not only covers his head, but also wears a face towel with only his eyes exposed, which is very mysterious. This Isagodo's body is very tall, even half a head taller than Zhang Dainyu. What's more terrible is that this person's agility is completely opposite to his body type and is stronger than the previous Dongfangyi. It was surprisingly large, and what it caused was a kind of tyrannical kung fu similar to the tantric Big Madra, but there were obvious traces of the Damascus knife technique between the moves. It was very cruel, so the threat to Zhang Dainyu was very great. I have to say that this Isagodor is a master at the same level as Zhang Dainyu. This surprised Zhou Hao and Lei Hu, who came to the scene to watch the battle, because they had never seen a race outside of Asia able to practice the inner family exercises before. The internal masters Zhou Hao has seen are either Chinese or Japanese, and he has never seen other races who can practice internal skills. This may be due to differences in the meridians of different races. As Lei Hu said before, among ordinary people, Western whites and blacks generally have better physical fitness than Asians. But when faced with masters in the interior, those strong Westerners are basically as good as 3 years old. Children are no different. But now that Tantra Big Madra, made by Isagodor, clearly requires deep internal force to urge it. This internal skill is really broad and profound, and there are many secrets we don't know. Zhou Hao sighed. Lei Hu was not as calm as Zhou Hao. Looking at Zhang Dainyu and Isagodor, who were evenly matched in the competition, Lei Hu said anxiously, "Boss, the strength of that Arab is not inferior to that of Daniel. Can Daniel win?" The reason for being so nervous is not because Thunder Tiger has invested a huge amount of money, but because this Pluto Cup is called an underground boxing match, which is actually a martial arts competition between countries in the world. Although Zhang Dainyu is not an official Chinese official the people sent, but also represented China, if they lose, it will involve the honor of the country and the nation. For people like Thunder Tiger who retreated from the army, nothing is more important than national honor. Zhou Hao took the sprite handed by Zhao Yuqin, glanced at Lei Hu, and said, "Don't worry, Daniel is okay, and this game is a very rare exercise opportunity for him." His voice was quickly submerged in the boiling madness. The mood of the audience in the stadium was much warmer than in the previous games. On the one hand, it was because of the importance of the semifinals, and on the other hand, because Zhang Danyu's fierce battle with Isagodor is so wonderful, it can be called the most classic battle of the Hades Cup ever. In the past few rounds of competition, the outcome is often within half an hour. But now, 2 full hours have passed, but Zhang Danyu and Isago are still not distinguished. I saw the two people standing on both sides of the field, breathing much heavier than at the beginning of the game. The clothes on the upper body had long been broken, and there were a lot of blood stains on their faces and bodies. The crazy shouts and screams of the audience outside seemed ethereal to the two of them. Except for their own heartbeat and the other's gasp, they couldn't hear other sounds. In Zhang Danyu's view, the Isagodor in front of him is the strongest opponent he has encountered except Zhou Hao. His strength is not inferior to him. Since the fight, he and his spare power are no longer in peak state. Half of it. I saw Isagodor lay his palms flat on his waist, and at the same time, he leaned down and leaned forward. Zhang Danyu's expression changed, because he knew that this was the starting style of Isagodor's ultimate move. Isagodor had used it twice before. That trick was used, as if 2 Damascus knives fell from the sky. The power was terrible. The 2 deep pits on the ground were nearly 10 meters long, and there were deep marks on the nanocarbon glass that was 10 times tougher than bulletproof glass. It was the trick of Isagodor. At that time, Zhang Danyu resorted to the most powerful move, 9 bulls and 1 horn, and he barely blocked Isagodor's big move. Now, Zhang Danyu knows that Isagodor has launched his ultimate move the most time, and this time the match will be the final duel between the two. So Zhang Danyu vomited deeply, condensed the whole body's true energy on both palms, and then rushed towards Isagodor. He knew that Isagodor's big move would take some time to condense his true power, and he learned from Thunder Tiger the principle of first strike first, so Zhang Danyu planned to end the battle before Isagodor was not ready. But when Zhang Danyu rushed in front of Isagodor, Isagodor just condensed his infuriating energy, and the 2 palms on his waist were drawn back towards Zhang Danyu at the same time, just as if 2 were suddenly unsheathed, same as Damascus knife. The strength of Isagodor's palms burst out so powerfully that he bounced Zhang Danyu's left fist away, and Isagodor's left palm was like a sharp blade and was drawn up from the waist of Zhang Danyu. On the entire upper left of Zhang Danyu, there was a knife mark that was deeply visible on the body. Because Zhang Danyu concentrated all his chi in his fists, his bodyguard was very thin, and he couldn't stop Isagodor's fierce chi. Hearing a soft sound of pouch, thick, hot blood splashed out from Zhang Danyu's huge wound. And Zhang Danyu's other fist failed to hit Isagodor, and it was blocked by Isagodor's left arm. His face was stained with blood from Zhang Danyu's wound. Looking at the shocking wound on Zhang Danyu's upper body, Isagodor took a breath and said in unskilled Chinese, "I won." Had it not been for Zhang Daniel's body to be much tougher than ordinary people, and Isagodor had spent most of his energy in the previous battle, the blow just now would have penetrated the heart of Daniel. However, although Zhang Danyu's face was terribly pale, he didn't feel discouraged. Instead, he smiled and said, "No, I won." Isagodor frowned, thinking Zhang Danyu was delirious, because neither of his fists hit him. At this moment, Isagodor shook his whole body, and then he made a crack sound like fried beans. There was an unbelievable look on Isagodor's face, and he moved his lips, but couldn't say anything. The feeling just now was as if a bomb exploded in his body. Then, under the inexplicable gazes of the audience, Isagodor fell straight back, turning his eyes white and fainting, and bleeding from his mouth and nose. However, Isagodor was only seriously injured, and Zhang Danyu did not take his life. When the referees determined that Isagodor had completely lost his fighting ability, Zhang Danyu was judged to have won. Zhang Danyu smiled weakly and said, I finally practiced the trick of beating a cow across the mountain." After that, he closed his eyes and fell straight to the ground. The special ambulance personnel outside immediately rushed in and bandaged Zhang Danyu and Isagodor, and then carried them down on a stretcher. Thunder Tiger, who has regarded Zhang Danyu as his younger brother, immediately ran backstage to see him. But Zhou Hao knew that although Zhang Danyu was seriously injured, His life was safe, and he could recover after taking a good rest. It will only hinder the medical staff's treatment. It is better to use your own internal strength and Chinese medicine to help Zhang Daniu recover after returning. Daniu really won a tragic victory this time, but after this battle, his martial arts can make a big step forward. Zhou Hao said. But in the next finals, he will not be able to play. What a pity, Zhao Yuqin, who was next to him, groaned. The big cow is so injured, you still count on him to compete. Zhou Hao smiled bitterly. Because that Mohandas is an extremely rare opponent for Daniel. As he said, Mohandas and his opponent have already taken the stage to prepare for the next game. Zhou Hao stayed here and did not go to see Zhang Daniu, not only because he wanted to see Mohandas, but because he was curious about his opponent. Mohandas' opponent was a young man named Yu Zhengning who was only in his 20s. Moreover, what Yu Zhengning represented was actually the Hongmen of China. Zhou Hao suspected that this Yu Zhengning was a contestant sent by the Chinese military. In China, Hongmen's reputation is as great as that of the Qing gang, and it is even worse. On the one hand, Hongmen has been portrayed in many movies in Hong Kong. On the other hand, it is because of the most powerful gangs in Hong Kong, including Xiang Huaqiang Sinian and Ni Yongxiao's Lianing News Agency. They were first founded by Hongmen who fled to Hong Kong by the Qing court. The most important point is that although Hongmen is an organization in the form of a gang, its influence on China is very large. Just like when Chiang Kai-shek and CCP members joined the Qing gang to get the help of the Qing gang, before that, in order to overthrow the Qing dynasty, the founding father Sun Yat-sen used a large number of overseas Chinese assistants and received countless human and material support. Most of the overseas Chinese in Southeast Asia, America, and other regions are from Hongmen, so Sun Yat-sen naturally joined Hongmen under the introduction of his uncle Zhong Shuiyang and ordered members of the Tongminghui to join Hongmen. In the various revolutions in which China overthrew feudal rule, Hongmen at home and abroad contributed a lot to China's development process, and even established the Zhigong Party during that period. Although after the founding of the People's Republic of China, due to the elimination of the government, the influence of the Qing gang and the Hongmen in the country was greatly weakened. Hongmen even moved its headquarters to San Francisco in the United States and established the World Hongmen Association. However, from Zhao Rixin and the First Army, Zhou Hao knew some inside stories. Since the various branches of Hongmen have spread all over the world, they have a profound impact on all walks of life. Although Hongmen is no longer a unified organization, it is independent, just like the current Sinian and Lianing News Agency. It retains many of the traditions left by the Hongmen, but even the Hongmen's name has been abandoned and established on its own. But the power of Hongmen is not small after all. So as early as the end of the 1970s, after Deng Gong took power, he secretly sent people to contact Hongmen, making him gradually become a central organization hidden among the people and overseas. Of course, because Hongmen has actually been torn apart, the Hongmen returning to the motherland are not all Hongmen, but the most orthodox and core part of Hongmen. Although this part of the Hongmen is not as powerful as other branches on the surface, it has the essence of the original Hongmen, including the martial arts passed down from Shaolin. It was the survivors of Southern Shaolin who originally founded the Hongmen, which is also the rumored 5 Shaolin patriarchs. Their martial arts family originated from Shaolin, but after years of evolution, they also systematically created their own martial arts. It is called Hong Quan. Zhou Hao saw that Yu Zhengning had dark and powerful arms with thick calluses on his palms, and his knuckles were much thicker than ordinary people. It was obvious that he had a profound knowledge in his hands. This is a master of Hong Quan, Zhou Hao concluded. That Yu Zhengning should be the contestant sent by China. Zhou Hao said to Zhao Yuqin. Oh, Zhao Yuqin also looked at Yu Zhengning with interest. He saw that Yu Zhengning had a straight facial features and a cold expression. Although he had not yet started the game, his whole body was as sharp as a sword out of the sheath. Zhao Yuqin said, "You are too young. Is your strength okay?" Zhou Hao smiled. Sometimes, the level of martial arts cannot be measured by age. Although there are very few shortcuts to take in Qigong, personal talent and diligence also play a big role. Hey, almost forgetting that you are the most typical example of taking shortcuts. Zhao Yuqin laughed. Zhou Hao smiled bitterly and shook his head. It is true that by coincidence, he had taken ambergris, a treasure of heaven and earth, and stimulated his whole body potential. He gained the internal strength equivalent to 100 years of ordinary people's cultivation, and he also practiced the extremely profound, nourishing Qi Lu and Wu Qin Shi. But after all these years of practice, coupled with the confrontation with various powerful players, Zhou Hao's martial arts training is no longer comparable. For example, the White Tiger and Five Kings sword that Zhou Hao had learned from the Battle of Fuma Kotaro was based on Zhou Hao's nourishing Qi Lu and Wu Qin Shi. He looked at Yu Zhongning and said to Zhao Yuqin, "According to my estimation, Yu Zhongning's strength is only a little bit inferior to that of Daniel. At his age, it is already very rare. But the real Mohandas, I can't even see the strength, so I don't know how big Yu Zhongning's chances are. However, since our country can send him to the game, you must have a little confidence in him." From the brochure provided by the organizer, we know that the Pluto Cup has been held for more than 10 times and has a history of more than 30 years. There were 6 Chinese players who won the championship, which is the highest number of championships in any country, followed by India 3 times and then Japan twice. So in conclusion, China is undeniably the largest country in martial arts. It's a pity that these are only spread in the underground world. Not many people in normal society know about it, including the Chinese themselves. Now they are increasingly advocating Taekwondo and Karate, which can only be included in third-rate martial arts, but they sneer at the essence of their own nation. But Zhou Hao also thinks that in fact, China is still a bit relaxed, because if a martial arts master of the level like De Dang Jia or Li Tsongyan competes, I am afraid that it will be able to win all previous championships. But these can only be illusions. As the leader of the First Army, how important is the secrecy of his identity, and how can he participate in the competition so showing his face? And Li Tsongyun was the head of the Tang sect, and he was also a descendant of the Tang dynasty. He had a noble and prominent status, and he would not put such an underground boxing match in his eyes. Just as Zhou Hao was thinking about it, the waitress who registered for the bet came over again and asked whom Zhou Hao wanted to vote for. Zhou Hao lowered his head and thought for a moment. Intuitively, he felt that Mohandas was the winner, and Yu Zhongning's odds were as high as 1 to 5, which clearly became an upset in this game. But since Yu Zhongning is representing China in the competition, Zhou Hao knows that his superhuman intuition has an accuracy rate of over 98%, but he still bet Yu Zhongning with a $10 million bet, talking about his patriotism, which performed. Soon, the match between Yu Zhongning and Mohandas began. As expected by Zhou Hao, Yu Zhongning's kung fu is very exquisite and profound. Hong Quan's moves are already strong and tough. When he unfolds his fists, it is even more vigorous, no better than Zhang Daniu's God of Fighting Bull. Fist is inferior, and Yu Zhongning's bottom plate is very stable, standing on the ground as if taking root. Even more rare is the strong fighting spirit bursting out in Yu Zhongning's eyes, as if there are 2 gangs in it. Zhou Hao nodded his head again and again. It's rare, it's really rare. If there is no accident, Yu Zhongning's future in the martial arts is unlimited. I am afraid that he can become a master like a master, really a piece of good talent. Zhao Yuqin said with a smile. Look at your tone. If others don't know it, you think you are a little old man. Haha. Zhou Hao smiled noncommittal. His martial arts realm is already at the top of the pyramid, and he is constantly climbing to the top, so in realm, he is no weaker than any master. So I see Yu Zhongning this kind of sculpted junior. At that time, I can't help but feel appreciation. But even though Yu Zhongning was strong, that Mohandas was even more unfathomable. Coping with waves of powerful offensives by Yu Zhongning, he was able to do everything from start to finish without seeing a trace of chaos. Moreover, Yu Zhongning's attack is weak, his counterattack is weak, and Yu Zhongning's attack is strong, and his counterattack becomes stronger accordingly. Like a spring, the greater the pressure, the stronger the elasticity. Especially Mohandas's weird yoga skills have not been used yet, and I don't know if Yu Zhongning can resist it. Sure enough, not long after Zhou Hao's worries appeared, he saw that Mohandas's left arm, a few meters away from Yu Zhongning, became longer. As in the previous battle against Watanabe Hisuk, Mohandas's arm lengthened very fast, and ordinary people could not see it at all. He had already reached Yu Zhongning's chest in an instant, and he had attacked Yu Zhongning's chest. But seeing that Yu Zhongning was hit by Mohandas' left palm, the whole person slid back nearly 10 meters, grinding 2 deep marks on the ground, and Mohandas' arm recovered before the audience saw it. The original state, but his face showed a look of surprise. Because Yu Zhongning crossed his arms to block his chest, and there was still a slight smoke on his right forearm, it turned out that he had resisted in time and protected his chest, but was only hit by Mohandas' right arm. The numbness is abnormal, and it can't be used at all, which shows the strength of Mohandas' palm. At this moment, Mohandas suddenly withdrew from the offensive and stood up, untied his upper body robe and wrapped it around his waist, revealing his upper body, which was much thinner than ordinary people. At the same time, his original unhappy eyes suddenly there was a coldness. Zhou Hao felt wrong intuitively, and subconsciously wanted to remind Yu Zhongning in the court. I saw the surrounding audience exclaimed, because the figure of Mohandas in the field has disappeared under the eyes of everyone. Zhou Hao clearly saw that it was Mohandas rushing towards Yu Zhongning at an extremely fast speed. With Zhou Hao's eyesight, he could barely see Mohandas' figure, but his steps were not clear. Up. Even Zhou Hao was like this, and Yu Zhongning couldn't even see the trajectory of Mohandas. When he reacted, the dark and cold face of Mohandas had appeared before his eyes. Before he had time to react, there was a sharp pain in the abdomen, chest, and chin at the same time, and then Yu Zhongning felt that he was flying. On the other hand, Zhou Hao saw Mohandas hit Yu Zhongning 3 times in an instant, and most of all, he smashed Yu Zhongning's jawbone with the palm of his hand and knocked him off the ground without fighting back. Force. Moreover, the power displayed by Mohandas at this time is actually much stronger than when Zhang Daniu used the 9 bulls and 1 horn. The strength of this guy is far more than that of a first-class master. Zhou Hao stared at the drama and shouted in his heart. The so-called first-rate masters and supermasters are actually different martial arts realms divided by Zhou Hao's synthesis of the views of the master and his own knowledge. In fact, compared to ordinary people, first-class masters are already superhuman. Of course, the so-called first-rate masters are talking about a person's comprehensive strength without the help of hot weapons. He doesn't need to be an all-rounder in martial arts. For example, his internal skills are relatively weak, but he is very proficient in light skills or foreign skills, which makes up for his comprehensive strength and can also enter the category of first-class masters. If you have to tell the difference between the first-class masters and ordinary people, then in terms of strength, the martial arts masters who have become first-class masters with deep internal strength, driven by their own internal strength, are the strongest able to strike the equivalent of 10 tons of power. Just like Zhang Daniu's 9 cows and 1 horn. The power of this trick can almost reach 10 tons. Among ordinary people who have not practiced internal qigong, the boxing champion who has received long-term training can reach a maximum boxing strength of 500 kilograms. As for ordinary people who have not received any training, they usually live in Bushido with 100 kilograms. Of course, pure power is only one aspect of overall strength, just like when Zhang Daniu was playing against Dongfang Yi. Dongfang Yi's agile and fast figure caused Zhang Daniu to suffer a lot. Among the martial artists Zhou Hao has seen are Zhang Daniu, Li Shuian, the 3-headed ancestor Shoujing of the First Army, the second elder of Tang Min, and Gongsun Linfeng, the master of the Xuanwu Hall, and Gu Changfeng and Feng Mo of the Qin Gang. The pre-ghost and back-ghost of the same clan, Jingushiro, and the former Watanabe Hisuk, as well as the Isagata and Yu Zhongning whom I saw today. These people may have profound cultivation skills in domestic qigong, or kung fu has unique features, and they are all very rare masters. As for the top masters, they can be regarded as the pinnacle of martial arts. As far as Zhou Hao knows, the prerequisite for stepping into the realm of the ultimate master is to transform meaning into form, which is to use your own powerful spiritual power to transform your own concept of martial arts into form, and then use your powerful spiritual power to influence your opponents. Let the opponent see his illusion. The most important thing for this powerful mental power is to rely on one's continuous exploration and comprehension in martial arts, and cannot be forced. And a supermaster can also become a master-level master, fully capable of innovating and establishing new sects. Although top masters are like first-class masters, They cannot be determined solely by strength, but the top masters known to Zhou Hao are all strong people who have practiced internal qigong to the level of transformation, and practicing internal strength is a way to increase spiritual strength and deepen understanding. It is precisely because of this kind of spiritual understanding that they can make innovations from the old, otherwise they are just pure inheritors. So far, Zhou Hao has not seen a supermaster who has reached the state of translating meaning into form without deep internal strength. The top master may not be as good as the top master in pure physical strength, but if the top master fights the top master alone, the top master has absolutely no chance of winning, because the top master can absolutely overwhelm the top master in mental power. Under this kind of mental deterrence, first-class masters often lose all fighting spirit, or even completely lose the ability to resist, letting the opponent slaughter them. When Indonesia was fighting the government army, Zhou Hao aroused violent anger under the tragic death of Deng Deng and other Chinese, and his outburst of mental power allowed nearly 1,000 troops to see his illusion at the same time. However, this also caused great damage to Zhou Hao's own spirit, which caused him to recover after a long period of cultivation. But the power that Mohandas displayed now far exceeds the category of a first-class expert, but I don't know that he has reached the realm of transforming mind into form. Otherwise, this person is already a top-level expert. Existence is enough to become a master. I saw that Yu Zhongning was hit by Mohandas and flew into the air. Because of the strong impact on his chin, he showed symptoms of concussion, unconscious and unable to resist. And Mohandas didn't seem to plan to be merciful like this, leaping up and appearing in front of Yu Zhongning. Mohandas, who was in the air, turned around and hit the unsuspecting Yu Zhongning's chest with his right foot. Boom! Yu Zhongning violently slammed into the nanocarbon glass on the sidelines, and the very tough glass was hit and cracked. Yu Zhongning even sprayed blood from his mouth and nose, and most of the ribs on his chest were probably broken. After falling from the glass again, Yu Zhongning fell to the ground, seeming to have passed out. Mohandas fell back to the ground lightly, looking very calm. The audience was silent. There were many Chinese in the audience. Seeing Yu Zhongning being beaten like this, their expressions were more or less strange, and the foreigners broke out unprecedented shouts after a brief shock. Be very excited. The referee outside the court seemed to determine whether Yu Zhongning had lost his fighting ability, but at this moment, Yu Zhongning moved. He rested on the ground with trembling hands, stood up very slowly and hard, and then stood up again with great difficulty. I saw that Yu Zhongning's face was blood-stained, and his chin was broken and unable to speak, but the fighting spirit in his eyes was still firm and vigorous, even infecting those outside the audience. Yu Zhongning, great. A Chinese man in his 40s stood up and roared. Then, other Chinese people also stood up to cheer on Yu Zhongning, and even the waiters at the venue joined the ranks. In the face of foreign enemies, the Chinese are still very united. Seeing this scene, Zhou Hao moved. Yu Zhongning stared at Mohandas on the opposite side, with both fists tightly clenched, blood dripping from his face, condensing into plum blossoms on the ground. He took a difficult step, 2 steps, 3 steps, gradually accelerating, and finally rushed to Mohandas quickly. Both fists were also raised. It was clear that he was going to make the final blow to Mohandas. But seeing Mohandas sneer, he stretched out his left palm and raised his chest flat, while raising his right fist to the side of his face. He didn't see any movement. Yu Zhongning, who hadn't rushed over, suddenly seemed to be hit by a pile driver. He flew back and slammed into the glass behind him again. Others didn't know what was going on, but Zhou Hao saw that it was Mohandas' right hand that became longer again, hitting Yu Zhongning in the face. Slowly sliding down from the glass, Yu Zhongning knelt down, but still insisted on not letting himself fall. After spitting out a big mouth of blood again, his eyes were still fixed on Mohandas, and his stubborn fighting spirit was still burning inside. "Give up. If you give up, I can stop," Mohandas said in blunt Chinese. Yu Zhongning could not speak, but his eyes were so stubborn from beginning to end, he clearly had no plan to surrender, because he represented the Chinese. Mohandas shook his head, seeming to regret Yu Zhongning's stubbornness. In the next moment, he disappeared in place, and was already in front of Yu Zhongning when he appeared again. Boom! Yu Zhongning slammed into the glass again, and the nanocarbon glass also appeared cracks like spider webs. This time, Yu Zhongning bleeds from all 7 holes, and both arms hang down softly. If it were not against the glass, he would have fallen. However, his eyes have not been closed yet. He is still insisting. Zhongning, give up. Suddenly, a man in his 50s in a blue coat stood up in the front row, crying to Yu Zhongning in the court with tears. Forget it. We all know that you have done your best. Come on. Give up, you will die. That is Yu Zhongning's fellow teacher Kong Chuanxi. Yu Zhongning is the most outstanding disciple of the young generation of Hongmen, and he has been designated as the future banner holder of Hongmen. Originally, Kong Chuanxi and others thought that with Yu Zhongning's strength, even if they could not win the championship, they could win the top 3, but they did not expect that Mohandas' strength was far beyond the category of first-class masters, leaving Yu Zhongning only to be beaten and abused. Other Chinese audiences looked sad, because Yu Zhongning represented the Chinese, and no one wanted to see the Chinese surrender to their opponents. It seemed that he felt the hope of the Chinese people around him. Yu Zhongning did not listen to Kong Chuanxi's words, but looked straight at Mohandas in front of him courageously and fearlessly. The flames in his eyes seemed to burn even harder. Suddenly, everyone in the audience, including Zhou Hao, faintly saw a huge long weapon appeared behind Yu Zhongning. The top was a halberd in the shape of a well, and the long handle was engraved with a liger pattern, exuding the dignified spirit of unyielding to the world. Fang Tian painted a halberd. It is the Fang Tian halberd of the first general of the 3 kingdoms, Lu Bulu Fengxian. All the Chinese in the venue recognized the long halberd as the famous Fang Tian painted halberd. However, this Fang Tian painted halberd only appeared for more than a second, and it only left a vague image in the minds of everyone, and then disappeared, causing most viewers to think it was due to their dazzling. Zhou Hao was stunned, because this was clearly an image condensed by transformation of meaning into form. Between life and death, Yu Zhongning unexpectedly exploded out potential mental power with his unyielding fighting spirit and touched it a little bit. The threshold of translating meaning into form. Although there is still a long way to go to that realm, Yu Zhongning has also become a quasi-excellent master, with unlimited potential. Mohandas in the field also saw the Fang Tian painted halberd that Yu Zhongning had transformed. His face changed drastically, and Sun Han's killing intent appeared in his eyes, and he muttered to himself, China actually has this day. Indulge in talents. Then you can't keep you even more. After all, his right palm is about to be printed on Yu Zhongning's heart. At this time, Yu Zhongning can't move at all. If it is beaten by Mohandas, there is no hope of survival. How could Zhou Hao in the auditorium allow Mohandas to destroy another martial arts master in China in the future, condensing his true energy on his fingers, and a sharp, sword-like finger blasted towards Mohandas? I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.